I'm Ray Golden, and my life is already a mess before it even started. I just arrived in this fantasy world, and guess what? I'm a tadpole. Yeah, not exactly a hero's beginning. But I got lucky. I unlocked something called the Strongest Simulator, which lets me see the future and keep rewards from simulations. In my first simulation, I learned the ugly truth about my family. My father, Count Roland Gold, was always away at war. While he was gone, my mother Elizabeth fell in love with his younger brother, Kai. I'm actually Kai's child. When Roland came home early and found my mother pregnant, he lost it and killed us both with magic. So that's my situation. I'm the unwanted result of a messy love triangle, and my so-called father wants me dead. After that simulation, I got a reward, 3 months of life essence, which made me stronger. I also found out I'm technically human now, but once I grow, I'll become a succubus, a charm demon. The cool part? I get unlimited, otherworld simulations. I can be reborn as different creatures, live out their lives, and keep whatever I gain. My first try? I got reborn as a slime, the weakest monster around. I spent months eating grass for tiny bits of experience. After 3 long months, I finally hit level 2 and learned a skill called acid spray. It's pretty weak, just spitting acid made from digested plants. But I found out that any skill can get powerful if you train it enough, so I kept practicing nonstop. It's not glamorous, but I'm not giving up. I need to get stronger before my real-world parents do something that gets me killed. My slime simulation kept going, and things actually started looking up for a while. After 2 months of nonstop practice, my acid spray leveled up into poison spray. Now it could actually poison targets. I felt like a champion. But then I hit a wall. Eating grass barely gave me any experience anymore. The system told me I'd need 2.5 years of chewing grass just to reach level 3. No thanks. So I had an idea, why not eat other slimes? I had a human brain, after all. I picked a fight with a level 3 slime nearby and won easily. My acid was way stronger and more accurate. When I absorbed its remains, I got a huge chunk of experience. That changed everything. I became a hunter. I ate slime after slime, got stronger, grew to the size of a big dog, and hit level 3. Then I moved on to bigger prey, yaks and sheep. I'd hide in the tall grass, jump on their heads, and slowly poison them until they went down. Along the way, I unlocked a new talent called accelerated digestion. It made me digest things 3 times faster. Now I could hunt all day without waiting around. I kept up this cycle: hunt, eat, digest, grow, and push through levels 4 and 5. At level 5, I evolved into a greater slime. Everything got better: my body, my speed, my venom, my digestion. But I got too greedy. Some of the animals I ate belonged to humans, and people started talking about a scary monster called the bloody slime. They sent a hunter after me. She was a mage in a blue robe with a staff. I thought I could take her. I was level 5 and feeling confident. But she was on a completely different level. She pointed her staff at me and cast a fire spell without even needing a long chant. The flames swallowed me whole. My body dried up and cracked apart. I couldn't spray acid, couldn't move, couldn't do anything. She wiped me out like it was nothing. The last thing I heard was her saying I left behind a lot of residue. And just like that, my slime simulation was over. It taught me something important. No matter how strong you feel, there's always someone way stronger. When the simulation ended, I got my results. I reached level 5 as a greater slime, had venom spray, and accelerated digestion. But my overall rating was only E, mostly because I died too fast and wasn't strong enough. The system told me ratings matter a lot. The better your rating, the better your starting talents and level in the next simulation. Talents are ranked by color, from black at the bottom all the way up to rainbow at the top. The best part? Everything I earned carried over to my real body. I jumped from basically nothing to level 5 in an instant. For a tiny tadpole, that's huge. I could feel myself getting stronger right away. Then something happened in the real world. My real father, Kai, came to see my mother Elizabeth in a hidden garden. She begged him to take her away, saying she didn't want to stay with a man she didn't love. Kai promised he'd come back for her, and she kissed him. It was sweet, but also really foolish. They had no idea what trouble was coming. But I knew. From my first simulation, I saw the future. Count Roland would come home and kill us. I only had a few months left before that happened. I couldn't waste time. I needed to get stronger fast. So I started another simulation. This time, I got reborn as a goblin, an ugly, sneaky little monster that loves stealing shiny things. Not exactly a dream pick. I also drew a new talent called cunning, which basically made me a natural liar and trickster. Combined with my accelerated digestion from before, I had 2 white rank talents to work with. My starting level was 2, and I spawned inside a goblin cave. Not great, but I had no choice. I told the system to start, and off I went into another life. I was born in a dark, smelly goblin cave. Green skin, pointy ears. Yep, I was a goblin now. My father was the Goblin King, Grum, a huge scary guy covered in battle scars. That made me a kind of noble in the tribe, which just meant I didn't have to fight right away. I had tons of brothers and sisters, and some of them were wild. A few had porcupine spines on their backs because their mothers were porcupines. Others were fast like leopards because, well, their mothers were leopards. Goblins can apparently have kids with almost anything. When I found out about that, I was honestly speechless. As for my goblin mother, she was a human woman captured during a raid. That's why I was smarter than the others. Combined with natural goblin sneakiness, I got a talent called cunning, which made me a born liar and trickster. I also kept my accelerated digestion and acid spray from my slime life, so I had a real head start. My first month was all about eating, sleeping, and messing with other goblins. I tricked a young goblin who brought me food. I shared a meal with him, then screamed that he stole from me. The guards believed me, and he got dragged away. I got extra meat as a reward. Turns out, it was goblin meat. Yeah, this tribe quietly accepted eating their own kind. Gross, but I had to survive. By month 2, I hit level 3. My fast digestion helped me grow quickly, and I was getting stronger. I wasn't as tough as my porcupine brothers, but I was solid. I also figured out how to handle my father. Grum loved being praised, even though goblins could barely talk properly. So I'd run up to his throne and say things like, "Great father, you're mightier than mountains." It was all fake, but he ate it up. Over time, he actually started liking me, which kept me safe and comfortable. I even found time to practice my venom skill. Without a slime body, I couldn't spray acid far anymore. Instead, it came out as a sticky, poisonous spit. Not pretty, but it worked. Still, life in the cave was getting boring. Same dark walls, same dumb goblins, same loud father every day. The human part of me wanted something more, and I had a feeling that change was about to come. When I hit level 4, my goblin father Grum brought me a gift, a young human boy. He expected me to eat him. That's what goblins do with humans. But I couldn't. In my past life, I was human too. I had to think fast. I told Grum I wanted to keep the boy as emergency food, raise him now, eat him later. Grum's simple mind loved the idea. He thought it was the most goblin thing ever and walked away laughing. That lie actually unlocked a new skill, deception. The more people believed my lies, the stronger the skill got. Pretty twisted, but useful. I named the boy Little Sunday. It felt like a bright name for such a dark place. He was scared at first, but he could tell I wasn't going to hurt him. By month 4, I reached level 5 and had to start joining the hunting parties. That was Grum's rule. If you don't hunt, you don't eat. Luckily, I was smarter than the other goblins. I set traps, watched my surroundings, and even poisoned water with acid to steal other goblins' prey. I never came back empty-handed. But the tribe took half of everything I caught, which made me furious. On top of that, I had to feed little son from my own share. Food was always tight. So why did I keep him? Simple. I needed him. I wanted to learn the human language. If I ever wanted to leave this cave and explore the real world, I had to be able to talk to people. Little son was my teacher. The sad part? I kept lying to him to level up my deception skill. I'd tell him there was no food when I'd already eaten it on the way back. He'd just smile and say he wasn't hungry as long as I was with him. I'd promise to always stay by his side. Every lie gave me skill points. Watching all this from outside the simulation, I felt bad. The system explained that my goblin self's personality was shaped by talents like cunning, so that version of me was naturally sneaky and selfish. But it also promised that when I inherit talents into my real body, they won't change who I really am. At least that was some comfort. By the end of month 4, my deception skill leveled up big time. It went from passive to active. Now I could use mental energy to make someone believe anything I said, at least for a short while. The catch was that it didn't always work. Against smarter or stronger targets, it failed a lot. I tested it on the tribe's priest every time I brought back prey. I'd tell him I already handed in my share when I hadn't. It worked about half the time. When it failed, the old priest got angry. But when it worked, I kept extra meat for myself. By month 5, I hit level 6 and made myself a stone sword. It was simple, but I coated it with my poison, which made it deadly enough. Then the tribe gave me a reward for doing so well, the right to choose a companion from the nursery. That's the place deep in the cave where the tribe keeps captured creatures. I admit, my imagination ran wild for a second. Elves? Beautiful maidens? Nope. They brought me to a big, smelly, spiky female porcupine. She was literally the mother of one of my goblin half-brothers. I nearly threw up. I turned around and walked away immediately. No amount of goblin logic could make me accept that. As I left, I could hear awful sounds coming from deeper in the cave. This tribe had no future. I was sure of that. By month 6, I reached level 7. My body had grown lean and strong, with muscles showing under my green skin. My venom sac was bigger, my acid stronger, and my stone sword felt light in my hand. Among the young goblins, I was one of the strongest. And my father the Goblin King was only level 15, so I was catching up. The biggest win, though, was finishing my language training with Little Sunday. I could now speak and write in human language. The system gave me a new skill, language mastery. It made me better at communicating with anyone who spoke the languages I knew. The system said if I ever learned 100 different languages, the skill would evolve into something even more powerful. That sounded crazy, but for now, speaking human was enough. I was stronger, smarter, and more skilled than any goblin my age. But something bad was coming for the whole tribe, and I had no idea yet. In the 8th month, everything fell apart. I woke up to a massive explosion shaking the whole cave. Dust and rocks were falling everywhere. Then I heard battle cries. Humans had come to wipe out the tribe. I knew we had no chance. The tribe was too weak and disorganized to fight real soldiers. My only thought was to run. I sprinted toward the back exit, but found dead goblins lying at the entrance. Someone was guarding it from outside. I figured the humans had to split their forces to cover all the exits, so there couldn't be many of them back here, maybe 3 at most. The problem was finding them. Then I looked at Little Sun, and a terrible idea came to me. I sent him out into the moonlight as bait. He stumbled forward and fell right where the enemy could see him. A thief came out of the shadows. When he saw a human child, he relaxed and put his dagger away. Little Sun played his part perfectly, acting scared, saying he'd escaped from the goblins. Then he pointed behind the thief and said the goblins were right there. The thief spun around and saw nothing. That was my moment. I threw my stone sword like a spear and hit him right in the neck. I rushed in and finished him off. I searched his body and found amazing loot. A shadow cloak that hid my presence and boosted my speed, plus swift boots that made me run faster. He also had coins, healing powder, rope, and lockpicks. I was thrilled. Then Little Sun grabbed my hand. He begged me to take him along. He said he didn't want to go back to his orphanage. All those months of my lies had made him truly attached to me. But I couldn't take a human child with me. A goblin traveling with a boy. We'd be killed on sight. I shook his hand off and told him to go. I turned back to grab the rest of the loot. That's when I noticed the thief's dagger was missing. Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain on top of my head. Blood ran down my face. It was Little Sunday. He'd taken the dagger. It was poisoned, and my whole body went numb. Through his trembling voice, I heard him crying. You lied to me. You said you'd never leave me. You liar. And then everything went dark. I died, killed by the one person I thought I had completely fooled. All those lies I told him finally came back to bite me. The simulation ended, and I got my report. I reached level 7 as a cunning goblin, with skills in acid spray, deception, and language mastery. I also kept the shadow cloak and swift boots I took from that thief. My rating was D, this time, which was better than my slime run, but still not great. The system's comment stung. It said I was a goblin who loved to lie and got destroyed by my own deceit. I couldn't help but complain about Little Sunday. That kid stabbed me in the head with a poisoned dagger just because I told him to go away. I was trying to survive, and he turned on me in a heartbeat. It taught me something, though. A broken heart can turn into the most dangerous thing in any world. The good news was I got to keep real items this time. The shadow cloak and swift boots were stored in my system space. I could feel how special they were. The cloak was dark as night with tiny gray gems, and the boots were light leather with glowing blue gems and runes. Beautiful craftsmanship. But the system warned me not to take them out yet. I was still inside my mother's body, after all. Using magical items now could cause her trouble. I asked the system about the highest level of equipment, mythical gear, also called divine artifacts. The system said they were incredibly rare, powered by supreme laws or divine energy, and held by the strongest forces in the world, like the Church of Light's 12 holy armors. I was nowhere near that level, but everyone has to start somewhere. After 2 full simulations, I was mentally exhausted. It felt like taking back-to-back exams until my brain gave out. I let myself fall asleep, comforted by the steady beat of my mother's heartbeat. The next morning, something disturbing happened. A maid came to give my mother medicine, saying Count Roland ordered her to drink it. My mother was clearly furious but had no choice. She drank it, and the moment the maid left, she smashed the bowl and cursed Roland's name through tears. I could feel the strange energy in that medicine from inside the womb. It didn't feel healing, it felt wrong. Whatever Roland was making her drink, it wasn't meant to help. This family situation was getting worse by the day. Then the system chimed in with good news. My daily reality simulation chance had arrived. Finally, I could check what the future held and figure out how to survive what was coming. I started my reality simulation, the one that shows what will actually happen to me. This time, my D rating from the Goblin Run earned me a green talent draw, and I got something called magic absorption. It constantly pulls magical energy from my surroundings to make me stronger. Combined with my accelerated digestion, I had the perfect combo. One absorbs nutrients, the other absorbs magic. Together, they made me grow way faster than a normal baby. But here's the frustrating part. I was still just a tiny thing inside my mother's womb. No arms, no legs, no way to do anything. I could only watch my mother's life unfold and hope for the best. My mother Elizabeth was incredibly beautiful, a succubus with dreamy eyes and graceful features. My real father Kai was handsome too, so the system hinted I'd look pretty amazing someday, if I survived long enough. Elizabeth's daily life was miserable. Count Roland kept her locked in the castle like a prisoner. She couldn't contact anyone outside. Every morning, maids forced her to drink some kind of medicine. When she refused, the guard captain came and made her drink it by force. His movements were smooth and cold, like he'd done it 100 times. The medicine got absorbed the instant she swallowed it. No way to spit it out. Something was definitely wrong with that medicine. I could feel its strange energy, and it made me uneasy. But since my nourishment came from my mother's body, whatever she consumed affected me too. It was like drinking poison just to stay alive. At the end of the first month, my fast growth made Elizabeth feel nauseous. That's when she realized she was pregnant. She was overjoyed. She saw me as proof of her love with Kai. She laughed to herself in her empty bedroom, though it sounded more sad than happy. I wanted to scream at her. Roland was coming back eventually, and when he found out, we'd both be dead. But I couldn't do anything. I was just a helpless baby with no way to change what was happening. After learning she was pregnant, Elizabeth tried to avoid the medicine to protect me. But the maids watched her too closely, and the guard captain always stepped in when she resisted. As the days passed, I kept trying to think of a way to survive Roland's return. How could I avoid being seen as the unwanted child of his wife's affair? I thought and thought, but couldn't find an answer. My mind was getting foggy. Growing inside a womb while processing all this was draining me. All I could do was take things one day at a time. My mother Elizabeth didn't know what was coming, but she tried her best for me. She spent her days reading magic books aloud to my unborn self. Things like elemental theory, meditation methods, and guides about magical creatures. She called it talking with me. It was her way of being a good mother, even trapped in that castle. Through her quiet moments, I learned a lot. She told me she used to be a mid-level mage, talented in charm magic. But Roland had sealed her powers. Now she was just an ordinary woman with no way to fight back. Whenever she tried to talk about Roland's secrets or the medicine, a golden magic circle appeared on her lips and silenced her. Something was very wrong with that man. Out of boredom, I memorized a meditation technique she kept repeating. When I tried it, something amazing happened. I could see with my mind even though my eyes were closed. Tiny lights floated everywhere around me. Black ones were dark energy, red ones were probably fire energy. My magic absorption talent pulled them all into my body, and my magic power grew fast. But then things went bad. I started getting angry for no reason. I'd kick and thrash inside the womb, hurting my mother without meaning to. My mind was getting slower too. I couldn't memorize simple spells anymore. Watching from outside the simulation, I figured out why. My two talents were pulling the harmful stuff from Roland's medicine straight into me, way faster than normal. The poison was messing with my emotions and my brain. My mother suffered because of it. Her face turned pale and weak. She was fading. In the 3rd month, Roland came home. I felt his cold, powerful magic sweep through the castle. He walked into the bedroom and looked at Elizabeth like she was an object. He sensed the pregnancy instantly. My mother fell to her knees, grabbed his robe, and begged him to spare me. She was crying, promising to do anything. But Roland just looked down at her with dead eyes and said something chilling, that I was born only to become a mindless, destructive thing. Before she could say another word, he raised his hand and formed a glowing red magic circle. Elizabeth screamed and tried to shield me with her body. The flames swallowed us both. My mother and I burned together. The last thing I heard was Roland's voice, cold and annoyed, saying he'd have to find another sacrifice. That word hit me hard. Sacrifice. My mother wasn't just his wife. She was being used for something. And that medicine, the sealed powers, keeping her locked up, it was all part of some dark plan. This wasn't just a jealous husband. Roland was something far worse. The simulation ended, and I got an F rating, the worst so far. I only survived 3 months as an unborn baby, so that was expected. But the rewards were still useful. I got a big chunk of purified energy, the golden meditation method, and my magic absorption talent carried over. The system promised the energy reward had no side effects, which was a relief. The golden meditation method turned out to be a high-level secret technique from the Golden family. Pretty valuable stuff, even if I learned it in the worst way possible. But the rewards weren't what mattered most. What mattered was what I learned about Roland. I used to think he killed my mother because she cheated on him. But now I saw the bigger picture. The imprisonment, the sealed magic, the daily medicine. He never treated Elizabeth as a wife. She was a sacrifice for something. The real question was, why did he kill her instead of just getting rid of me? He could have easily removed an unborn baby without destroying the mother too. My best guess, maybe it was because Elizabeth was no longer pure after being with Kai. Whatever Roland needed her for, my existence ruined it. But I still didn't have enough clues to be sure. 2 things were clear though. First, I had to avoid being killed by Roland. Second, I had to avoid the poison in that medicine. In the simulation, my talents pulled the harmful stuff straight into me, making me violent and slow-minded. Roland even called me a monster. If my absorption had been any faster, I might have turned into some mindless creature before he even came home. I made up my mind. I would survive until birth, healthy and clear-headed. I'd show Roland and this whole world what I was capable of. Then I jumped straight into another otherworld simulation. This time, I drew human. I was thrilled. No slime, no goblin, an actual human being. Humans have families, protection, society. I could live a long life this time. The downside was my F rating meant I got no bonus talents for this round. A completely blank slate. But I didn't care. I still had my carried over talents, accelerated digestion, cunning, and magic absorption. That was plenty to work with. I spawned at level 1 on the border of the Holy Empire, somewhere in the wilderness. I was ready to make the most of this life and find a way to break out of my real-world dead end. I was born into a dirt-poor family as the 8th child. My mother was too weak to care, and my father, he decided to get rid of me. He carried me into a forest, wrapped in old cloth, and put his hands around my tiny neck. I felt the air cut off. Everything started going dark, but something inside me refused to die. In pure desperation, I used my acid spit, the skill I carried over from my slime and goblin lives. A thick, sticky spray hit my father right in the eyes. He screamed, stumbled backward, and collapsed on the rocky ground. He didn't get up again. I survived the strangling, but now I was a newborn baby alone in the wilderness. No food, no warmth, no one around. The first day, I was starving so badly my vision went black. By the second day, my father's body started rotting. Vultures came to feed on it. I was too weak to scare them off, and if I stopped moving, they'd come for me next. By the third morning, I was crawling on pure willpower. I looked at the only food available, my father's remains. I won't pretend it was anything but horrible, but I kept telling myself, eat to live, survive, and there's hope. In that terrible moment, something broke open inside me. I awakened a new talent, unyielding spirit. It was blue rank, much higher than my white talents. When I'm close to death, it pushes my body and mind past their normal limits, giving me one last chance to survive. A warm energy spread through me and barely kept my body from shutting down. I held on for 2 more agonizing days. On the 5th afternoon, when I was about to pass out for good, I heard hooves and wheels. A carriage was passing through the wilderness. I screamed with every last bit of strength I had. A guard found me and called out to someone inside the carriage. A young girl with a doll-like face peeked out. She saw the bones nearby and thought my parents had been killed by a beast. She felt sorry for me and told the guard to bring me along. As the guard held me against his warm chest and the carriage started moving, I finally let myself relax. I had survived, barely, painfully, and in the ugliest way possible. But I was alive, and that tiny crack in fate was all I needed. The girl who saved me was Lily Chris, and she brought me to her home, White Dew Castle. I was labeled a future servant, but honestly, that was fine. It meant safety, and after nearly dying as a newborn, safety was all I cared about. My first year was boring but productive. All I did was eat, sleep, meditate, and practice my venom spray. I reached level 4. But that near-death experience at birth left a mark on me. I never felt truly safe. That fear pushed me to train harder than anyone. The problem was my body had terrible magical talent. I could barely sense elemental particles, and meditation drained me fast. Sometimes I'd close my eyes to meditate and just fall asleep. The system called me out on that. By year 2, I hit level 6. Training through meditation was painfully slow compared to fighting monsters, but I had no choice. On the bright side, I could talk fluently now, including lying. My best trick was telling everyone I saw a ghost woman in white crying at night, saying, "Give me back my life." It scared the whole castle. Nobody suspected a toddler could make up such a story. Miss Lily even brought in a priest to pray for days before things calmed down. By year 3, people noticed how smart I was. Everyone praised me, and Lily started favoring me. I reached level 8, and my venom spray finally hit mastery rank. It evolved into Corrosion Arrow. I could now shoot sharp, poisonous arrows using magic. They could pierce through solid rock. Best of all, I didn't have to spit anymore. Year 4 brought even more growth. My accelerated digestion and magic absorption made me develop way faster than normal kids. I looked nothing like a 4-year-old. My level reached 9, and I could fire over 10 poison arrows in a row. With my shadow cloak and swift boots, I finally had some real combat ability. But one thing kept bothering me. I had no defensive or escape skills. All I could do was attack. If someone stronger ambushed me, I'd have no way to survive. It made me anxious every single day. Then, in year 5, my chance came. Lily called me to her study to test my magical talent. She had me put my hand in a silver cup of liquid. The result was strange. I had a ton of magic power, but my actual talent was terrible. Low element sensitivity, messy magic flow, dull reactions. She looked at me like I was some kind of weird animal. But my massive magic reserves made her curious enough not to give up on me. She asked if I wanted to learn magic. I said yes immediately. She told me about a small library in the castle's east wing, filled with old magic books from her ancestors. Starting the next day, I'd live there, organize the books, and, most importantly, read them. Finally, a real chance to learn magic. I wasn't going to waste it. In my 6th year, I threw myself into studying magic like my life depended on it, because it did. I worked through basic elemental magic theory, practicing fireball, wind blade, earth wall, and water flow over and over. I failed constantly but kept trying. Thanks to the foundation from the Golden Meditation Method, I eventually mastered all 4 basic elements and officially became a magic apprentice. From old notes in the library, I learned how the mage ranks worked. Magic apprentice, then low level, mid-level, high level, and finally legendary mage. Each step up multiplied your power enormously. There was even a famous organization called the Continental Mage Association. One of Lily's ancestors might have been connected to it. I studied hard and sometimes asked Lily for help. She always acted annoyed but never turned me down. Classic tsundere. But my level got stuck. I couldn't break past the bottleneck at level 10. Lily explained that every creature hits a major turning point at level 10, a life level leap. Dragons don't face this wall until level 70, and legendary heroes maybe not until level 90. But I was just a commoner's kid with bad talent. I had to grind through it the hard way. In year 7, I finally broke through to level 10 and became a novice mage. It felt incredible, like my soul had been washed clean. All my stats improved, and my element perception got a little better. I focused on learning spells that could keep me alive. Earth Shield for defense, Dynamic Sensory Enhancement to sharpen my awareness, and Detection to spot danger. I didn't chase flashy attack magic. Mages are glass cannons, strong offense, weak defense. I wasn't going to die because I forgot to protect myself. Lily noticed my hard work and gave me helpful gifts, magic crystals, and calming fragrances. When I officially became a low-level mage, she personally handed me an elemental wand made of gray maple wood with tiny crystals embedded in it. It boosted my elemental magic and saved energy. A perfect gift for someone at my stage. Year 8 brought the upgrade I'd been waiting for. My deception skill finally maxed out and evolved into Illusory Mind, a control skill that let me pull targets into illusions I created with my words. This was huge. I now had attack, defense, equipment, and crowd control. No more obvious weaknesses. But year 9 hit me with reality. I got stuck at level 11, and my magic research stalled. My body's poor talent was holding me back again. Without something to change my physical foundation, training would only get harder. To make things worse, the castle changed. Lily stopped seeing me. The maid said she was busy, but the real reason was darker. Her father, Count Chris, had died. Now her brothers were fighting over the inheritance. Servants disappeared, guards multiplied, and the whole castle felt tense. I couldn't do anything about noble family politics. I had no power, no status, no right to speak. All I could do was worry about Lily and stay alert, because I could feel it in my bones. A storm was coming. In my 10th year, I kept studying in the library and reached level 12. I discovered I had a natural connection to fire magic, so I focused on it. My fireball spell grew into a large fireball, bigger, hotter, with a wider blast. But I knew book learning wasn't enough. I needed real combat experience. I asked the castle guards to spar with me, but they all turned me down. They didn't take me seriously. I was just little Lai from the library. So I waited for Lily to come back, hoping she'd give me a chance to join patrols or get some real training. She finally returned after 2 months, looking exhausted. That night, after my usual practice, I couldn't sleep. I was worried about her and restless from wanting real experience. I decided to walk over to the main building just to check on her. The castle was too quiet. No patrol footsteps anywhere. Something felt wrong. I pulled on my cloak and moved carefully. Then a sharp sound cut through the air behind me. I twisted my body just in time, but a poisoned arrow buried itself deep in my left shoulder. The pain was instant, and a burning feeling started spreading. An assassin dropped from the shadows. I cast Detection on him, level 16, for levels above me. A nightmare matchup for a mage. I tried to talk my way out. I told him I was just passing by, that I had nothing to do with the family's power struggle. But he didn't care. His orders were to let nobody through. I had no choice but to fight. I cast Enhanced Dynamic Vision first, then hurled a fireball at his face while sending a wind blade to cut off his escape routes. But the level gap was brutal. He slipped through both attacks like a ghost and flicked his dagger at my throat. It hit, but what he struck was an illusion. The moment I realized I couldn't win head-on, I had activated Illusory Mind to create a fake version of myself. While he was confused, I fired 12 corrosion arrows at once, covering every direction he could dodge. He couldn't avoid them all. He went down with a scream. I won the fight, but so did the poison. I slumped against the wall, bleeding badly. The arrow's venom was eating through me. My vision turned gray. After 10 years of fighting to survive, I was dying before I even reached adulthood. Memories flashed through my mind. But the last thing I thought about wasn't myself, it was Lily. I looked up toward the main building where she was, and I realized that somewhere along the way, she had become someone I truly cared about. My unyielding spirit talent kicked in one final time, giving me just enough strength to raise my hand. I gathered 3 large fireballs and launched them into the night sky like fireworks. An alarm signal. The guards would see it and come running. That was all I could do for her. Then my arm dropped, and everything went dark. I died with worry in my heart. Not for myself, but for the girl who had saved me 10 years ago. The simulation ended. I lived 10 years this time, my longest run yet. I reached level 12 as an elite, learned a bunch of magic spells, earned the elemental staff, and kept my unyielding spirit talent. My rating was C-, which meant I could unlock a blue talent next time. The system called me someone who fears death and dies early, but said I showed strong willpower and quick thinking when it counted. The first thing I asked about was Lily. The system went quiet for a second, then told me she died. She refused to give up her inheritance and fought to the end with her loyal people. Her brother took everything. My fireworks warning wasn't enough to save her. That hurt, but I pushed the feelings down and focused on what I gained. The biggest takeaway wasn't just the spells or levels. It was the feel of casting magic. After 10 years of practice, I had muscle memory burned into my soul. The accuracy, the control, the timing, that stuff was priceless. My combat power was solid now. Corrosion Arrow hit harder than any first or second level spell, and Illusory Mind was basically a cheat level control skill. I could punch above my weight in a fight, but against Roland? Not even close. That man was probably above level 40, somewhere at the Lord rank. I was level 12. The gap was enormous. I checked my status panel. I was officially a half-human succubus at the Elite template, level 12, with Corrosion Arrow, Illusory Mind, and multiple magic spells. My talents were Accelerated Digestion, Cunning, Magic Absorption, and Unyielding Spirit. The system's comment was brutal as always. You are a very powerful embryo, but with parents like yours, early death is certain. Thanks for the encouragement. I jumped straight into another simulation. This time I drew a black crow, a common bird that eats dead things and small animals, sometimes linked to shadow or wind powers. Not glamorous, but I also pulled a blue talent called Plunder. It let me absorb the blood of other creatures to steal their strength, and sometimes even grab their talents or skills. Basically a perfect growth tool for a monster that kills to evolve. There was one catch. The system told me I could only carry 3 talents per simulation. I had to choose. I dropped Accelerated Digestion and Cunning, keeping Magic Absorption, Unyielding Spirit, and the new Plunder talent. Higher-ranked talents were more valuable at this point. I started at level 7 in a place called the Dark Forest. Time to see what a crow could become. I was born as a black crow on the edge of the Dark Forest, but not just any crow. I had ancient bloodline magic in me, making me a magical beast from the start. That meant I was stronger and hungrier than my siblings. My poor mother worked herself ragged trying to feed me, flying out at dawn and coming back at dark. Eventually, she had enough and kicked me out of the nest on a stormy night. Fair enough, Mom. In my second month, I taught myself to fly with clumsy, wobbly wings. Plenty of predators saw me as an easy meal, but they had no idea what they were dealing with. I blasted them with wind blade magic and ate whatever was left. Nothing in this outer forest could touch me. My Plunder talent was incredible. Every creature I ate gave me a little piece of what made them special. Birds made my wings more flexible. Armored boars made my claws and beak harder. Insects toughened my body. I was literally eating my way to perfection. I went from level 7 to level 9 that month. Not the fastest climb, but my body improved across the board. The funniest part? I became addicted to eating venomous snakes. They were like spicy snacks to me, and I couldn't get enough. After devouring over 100 of them, I triggered a bonus reward, a green talent called Venom Enhancement, which boosted all my poison skills by 10%. By month 3, I was a feared little predator on the forest outskirts. Flying felt as natural as breathing. I even figured out how to mix fire into my wind blades for extra damage. Then one day, after another snake meal, I got incredibly drowsy. My experience had hit the threshold, level 10. I evolved into a blood feather raven. My body grew a third bigger, my wingspan widened, my claws and beak turned razor sharp, and the tips of my feathers glowed blood red. I also awakened Danger Sense, a skill that let me scan the area for threats using mental energy. Since I had ancient bloodline in me, I skipped the level 10 bottleneck entirely. The evolution just happened while I slept in some bushes. Lucky no one attacked me while I was out cold. By month 4, things slowed down. The prey on the forest's edge barely gave me experience anymore. My plunder talent stopped working on species I'd already taken from. Worst of all, I'd eaten almost every snake in the area. Within miles, anything with magic in it was gone. My mouth felt empty and bored, which honestly bothered me more than the leveling slowdown. I spent a whole night thinking it over. The outer forest had nothing left for me. If I wanted to keep growing, I had to go deeper, into the real dark forest, where the strong and dangerous creatures lived. I told myself, the brave survive, the timid starve. Then I spread my wings and flew into the shadows. Month 5, I flew deeper into the dark forest. It was a whole different world in there. Stronger monsters, thicker magic in the air, danger everywhere. My danger sense kept lighting up with red dots all around me. I had to be careful, using my speed and sharp eyes to avoid anything too powerful. The good news was the prey here gave way more experience and better quality energy. I climbed to level 11. I also learned something important about how this world works. Monsters can't learn magic like humans. Everything they have comes from their bloodline. The purer and stronger the blood, the more powerful the skills. That's why bloodline matters so much in the monster world. Dragons are the perfect example. Even dragon-related species have to bow before a pure-blooded dragon. My own, ancient bloodline, was faint at best. When I fought stronger monsters, I could feel their blood pressure pushing down on me, making me sluggish and scared. I tried to find ways to strengthen my bloodline, but came up empty. In month 6, I built a nest high up in a giant iron spine ancient tree where most monsters couldn't reach. I decorated it with bones and lined it with moss and vines. It felt safe. I also started finding magic crystals inside some of my prey, small shiny stones full of pure magic energy. My magic absorption talent devoured them greedily, and my reserves grew fast. I also discovered a mysterious area deep in the forest, a huge thicket of thorns I called the Thorny Thicket. My danger sense went crazy just scanning near it. Even level 28 and 29 monsters avoided the place completely. I was curious, but not stupid. I memorized the location and stayed far away. Month 7, I hit level 12. Life was good, plenty of food, steady growth. Then breeding season hit. My human mind said no. My crow body said otherwise. Hormones burned through me like wildfire. Female crows started showing up near my nest, trying to attract me. I fought it with pure willpower, telling myself I was a rational being above animal instinct. But crow breeding season lasts 4 to 5 months. 3 more months of this torture seemed impossible. Watching from outside the simulation, I could feel my own suffering. It was brutal. Month 8 broke me, but not the way I expected. One hot afternoon, a massive spirit-tailed black crow crashed into my nest. She was level 19, way stronger than me, with dark blue feathers and a fierce aura. I tried to fight, but she overpowered me completely. One wing slap left me dizzy, and her claws pinned me down. What followed was rough, humiliating, and completely out of my control. I struggled, protested, tried to resist. Nothing worked. The strength gap was too big. When she finally finished, she groomed herself calmly, gave me a look that basically said, "I'll be back," and flew away like nothing happened. I buried my head under my wings and screamed. After everything I'd survived, near death as a newborn, assassins, goblin caves, this was somehow the most humiliating moment of all my simulations. Month 9, and the nightmare didn't end. That spirit-tailed black crow made my nest her regular stop, showing up almost daily for her visits. Every time, she left behind high-quality monster meat as payment. I felt like a character from a bad romance story, completely powerless to stop her. The worst part was the moral battle in my head. That meat was incredible, way better than anything I could hunt myself. Part of me screamed that eating it meant accepting what was happening. The other part said wasting perfectly good food was stupid. I tried to hold out, swearing I'd starve before touching it. A few hours later, I was eating it. I gave in completely. And honestly, the easy food life was working. My level shot up to 13 without me even having to hunt. But that scared me too. I was getting comfortable, even getting used to her presence. The pure fear I once felt toward her was turning into something more complicated. Month 10, she vanished. No visits, no food drops, nothing. At first I was furious. She used me and disappeared without a word. Classic terrible behavior. I took my anger out on some unlucky snakes nearby. But what I didn't know was that crow-type monsters form deep, lifelong bonds. She hadn't abandoned me. By the end of the month, she came back, and she was different. I used appraisal on her and nearly fell off my branch. She had evolved into a wind-whispering crow, level 20, leader class. She'd disappeared to evolve, not to leave me. Her reunion visit was rougher than ever. Afterward, instead of leaving meat, she dropped a small glowing blade of grass and flew away. It radiated powerful magic energy, way beyond any crystal I'd ever found. I ate it. The moment it dissolved in my mouth, it felt like bombs going off inside my body. Pain tore through every muscle and bone, 10 times worse than my last evolution. I blacked out. When I woke up, my nest felt tiny. I hadn't shrunk, I'd grown massively. The system told me I'd evolved into a cursed crow, level 14. I gained a new skill called Curse, which could increase an enemy's magic cost in battle. My body was bigger, sleeker, and more agile. That grass she brought had solved my biggest problem, my weak bloodline. She'd given me something incredibly precious. My anger melted away. Something warmer took its place. From a crow's perspective, this powerful, elegant creature who kept coming back, feeding me, and now helping me evolve. I had to admit she was kind of beautiful. Watching from outside the simulation, I caught myself getting emotional and immediately tried to shut it down. It's just a simulation. Whatever feelings my crow self developed had nothing to do with the real me. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. In month 11, I finally accepted the wind-whispering crow. I even named her Little Airplane. Don't ask why. It's a joke that only makes sense if you know the pun. My danger sense skill also evolved into something called Inner Eye. It created a sphere of awareness around me where I could see everything in detail. Pulses, magic energy, even things hidden from normal sight. Basically a 360-degree X-ray vision. Incredibly useful for hunting and staying alive. Month 12, Little Airplane disappeared again. This time I didn't freak out. She was strong and fast. Nothing in this forest could easily threaten her. I went back to hunting solo. My cursed crow abilities made everything easier. Wind blades were sharper, curses wore down prey faster, and Inner Eye helped me find perfect ambush spots. I tried searching for rare magical plants like that starshine grass that had triggered my evolution, but found nothing special. However, my plunder talent came through again. After fighting a forest cat, I absorbed Wind Attribute Affinity, a green talent that boosted all my wind skills by 10%. By the start of year 2, I reached level 15. My wind blade evolved into Swift Wind Slash, letting me fire 12 blades at once. I even taught myself to cook, roasting my prey over small flames. Spicy snake meat, crispy and tender. Finally, some joy in life. Then, halfway through the year, Little Airplane came back. But everything was wrong. She was barely flying, her feathers were dull, and she was carrying 3 tiny chicks. 2 had light blue feathers with wind energy, clearly hers. The third was an odd mix of black and gray with a strange aura. She was poisoned. Badly. She placed the chicks in my nest, touched them gently with her beak, looked up at me with tired, guilty eyes, let out one faint cry, and collapsed. She was gone. I stood there staring at her body and the 3 helpless babies. I felt anger, sadness, confusion, everything at once. I buried her under the ancient tree. While cleaning her feathers, I found 2 snake bite marks, 2 different venoms, one cold, one hot, that had mixed and drained her life. I knew snakes well enough to recognize this. I promised her I'd get revenge. I named the chicks Big Crow, Second Crow, and 3 Spoons. The first 2 were clearly her offspring, wind-talented and growing fast. I taught them Wind Blade, Wind Shield, and Gust. They picked everything up quickly. 3 Spoons was different. My appraisal couldn't read him clearly, but he leaned toward my bloodline. His first skill was a curse, and he even learned hex nails on his own, a dark ability I never taught him. Being a single dad was exhausting. Hunting for 4 mouths slowed my leveling to a crawl. But watching those 3 grow from crying babies to clumsy flyers to actual hunting partners, it was something I'd never felt before. A strange, quiet happiness. By the start of year 3, I reached level 18. All 3 kids became elite-level monsters. My appraisal skill also leveled up to intermediate, letting me scan targets up to 20 levels above me. I immediately used it on 3 spoons and nearly fell out of my tree. He had a 5% reversion to an ancient bloodline called Calamity Crow, a species tied to curses and misfortune. His talent template was Lord level, meaning he could reach level 30 without hitting major bottlenecks. Lord level. My own kid had more potential than me. I was struggling to push past every single level, and this little guy was born to break through walls I might never climb. I sighed, picked him up with my claws, and let out a proud cry toward the forest. Frustrating or not, he was my son. Year 4, I was stuck at level 19. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break through to the leader level. My potential as a cursed crow had hit its ceiling. I needed something special, like that starshine grass that triggered my last evolution. I searched the entire forest. During one search, I got too close to that mysterious thorny jungle again. Something massive inside slammed against its cage, and the pressure that leaked out nearly shattered my soul. I flew away in pure terror. Meanwhile, 3 spoons kept growing, reaching level 15. My own kid was catching up to me, which stung my pride a little. But I did improve my spells. Water flow evolved into ice arrow, and earth wall became earth spike. Combined with my curses and illusions, I was a dangerous fighter for my level. At the end of the year, I finally found what I needed, a moonlight flower growing on a cliff, glowing pure white under the moon. It could purify my body and help me break through. But as I flew home with it, I heard 3 spoons screaming. Under our tree, a massive double-headed ice fire snake, level 23, leader class, was attacking my children. And 3 spoons was poisoned, the same kind of venom that killed his mother years ago. This was the same snake species that murdered Little Airplane. Old grudges and new rage exploded inside me. I fought with everything I had: curses, illusions, wind blades, earth spikes, poison arrows. I managed to destroy one head, but the surviving ice head bit my wing and pumped freezing venom into me. With my last strength, I fired a black poison arrow right into its weak spot. The snake died. But now I was dying too, and 3 spoons was dying from poison. There was only one cure: the moonlight flower. 1 flower, 2 lives. I chose my child. I pried open his beak and fed him the whole flower. Then, full of rage at the snake that destroyed my family, I dragged myself to its corpse and started eating it. Every bite was anger and grief. The system said I was dying, but then something amazing happened. By devouring the snake's blood, my plunder talent kicked in one last time. I gained poison resistance, which neutralized the venom killing me, and ice and fire armor, which boosted my magic defense. I survived. The snake also left behind 2 leader-level magic crystals. I swallowed both. The energy inside them clashed violently, ice against fire, tearing through me. It was agony, but my magic absorption talent drank it all in. 3 days later, I broke through to level 20. I became a leader-class monster called a Morning Crow, bigger, stronger, with purified bloodline and a new skill, Sorrowful Cry, a wide-area mental attack. Most importantly, that poison resistance talent could help me in the real world. If Roland's medicine contained toxins, maybe I could survive them now. After that, I ruled the dark forest. My wingspan stretched enormous, and I looked more like a giant black eagle than a crow. I hunted snake monsters obsessively, partly for revenge, partly because they were my favorite spicy snacks. Humans who wandered into the forest sometimes heard me talking and started calling me Crow Brother, but my foundation was damaged from swallowing those crystals too aggressively. Leveling up further was nearly impossible. My kids, though, were thriving. 3 spoons passed my level, reaching 21. I felt proud and a little jealous. Years 5 and 6 were peaceful. I spent most of my time perfecting grilled snake recipes and wiping out the local snake population. In year 7, elves appeared outside the forest, beautiful, golden-haired beings. They marched straight to the thorny jungle in the center, cast some spells on it, and left quickly. I watched from a distance, feeling uneasy. Whatever was sealed in there was important. Year 8, everything ended. A purple beam of light exploded from the center of the forest. The thorny cage was torn apart. A thin, black-haired woman floated upward, holding a bone staff, laughing and screaming about revenge against someone named Vivian. Then purple magic surged outward in every direction. Everything it touched died, trees withered, the ground dried up, creatures turned to skeletons. I turned and flew as fast as I could, but there was no outrunning it. The magic caught me. My flesh burned away in an instant, and all that was left was my skeleton falling to the ground. 8 years of life, building a home, raising children, losing love, finding strength, wiped out in seconds by something I never understood. The simulation ended, and the results were incredible. I survived 8 years, reached level 20 as a leader-class monster, and earned a C rating. The system's comment hit me right in the heart. It said I was clueless about feelings, but nobody could question my determination. If that mysterious woman hadn't destroyed everything, I might have actually had a happy family life. When the rewards merged into my real body, the feeling was overwhelming. I leveled up all the way to 20, and my bloodline evolved. I went from an elite template to a leader template. My race changed to Crimson Succubus. I was armed to the teeth with skills and talents: wind magic, earth spikes, curses, illusions, mental attacks, poison resistance, plunder, and so much more. But I couldn't stop thinking about that black-haired woman who wiped out the entire forest with one spell. I asked the system who she was, and for the first time ever, the system froze. It couldn't even identify her. She was too powerful. King level? Emperor level? Maybe even higher. It reminded me that no matter how strong I felt, the world was unimaginably vast. The best news was the system itself upgraded to level 2. The new features were game-changing. First, simulations would no longer start from infancy. I'd enter as someone who had already grown up for a while. No more spending years as a helpless baby. Second, my starting level would be at least 10 and could go higher based on my rating. Third, I could now carry 4 talents instead of 3. I checked my status. Level 20 out of 30, leader template, loaded with skills and talents. The system's evaluation was still the same brutal line. You are a very powerful embryo, but with parents like yours, an early death is certain. Thanks as always for the encouragement. I still had mental energy left after 2 simulations, so I decided to go again. This time I drew a Wargen, a dog-headed humanoid covered in rough fur. Dangerous species. My bonus talent was super healing, a blue rank ability that let me recover from almost any injury extremely fast. It didn't sound as exciting as plunder, but being nearly unkillable in a fight had obvious value. I picked my 4 talents carefully: magic absorption, unyielding spirit, plunder, and super healing. Blue talents were must-haves. They covered growth, survival, and combat. Green talents like wind affinity were strong, but too specialized. Magic absorption was the safest green choice since leveling up was always my top priority. I spawned at level 15 inside somewhere called the Miracle Dungeon, 5th floor. A new life, a new body, and a much better starting point than anything I'd had before. Time to see what a Wargen could do. Miracle Dungeon. An elite level jackal wolf stops eating. What is that in my mouth? You, who just traveled here, seem not to have adapted to your new identity. The foul-smelling meat makes you feel a bit physically uncomfortable. Then you spit it all out. Your companion, who was eating with you, looks at you with strange eyes. They walk over, their moist nose twitching. Then they eat your vomit. Mouth area. That's so disgusting. Just reading the words in the simulation makes Lei feel sick. What kind of scene is this? System, monsters are like this, host. You need to stay calm. Mouth area. After calming his stomach, Lei finally asks the question he's been wanting to know. System, what exactly is a dungeon? The system pauses thoughtfully and speaks slowly. There are 2 types of dungeons: man-made dungeons and natural dungeons. The dungeon you are in is man-made, created by powerful people. These dungeons mainly serve to pass down traditions. A few are built as tombs or to seal special beings. The creators set different challenges on each floor, often including raising magical beasts inside. Lei nods, indicating he understands. Continuing the tradition is similar to a previous life's adventure game, where each level completed grants a reward. This fits his stereotypical view of dungeons. The other 2 types are a bit more new and interesting. Especially, build an underground city to prevent tomb raiders. I would do that even after I die, he murmured with interest. It really is a good idea. The host should think about the future, since there's only a couple of months left to live. Get lost. Faced with the system's sharp tongue, Lei felt annoyed and embarrassed. But after getting angry, he remembered he still hadn't solved his problem. What about the natural dungeon system? There is only one. It's said to be an endless underground city connected to the underworld. First month, you follow your tribe and explore. You learn a little about this strange place. The ecology here is similar to the outside world, but it's too small. You can explore it in half a day. And you also discover some other things. Is this an air wall? You murmur. Whenever you reach the edge of the world, an invisible force blocks you, as if trying to keep you confined to this fifth level. You can't go anywhere else. This discovery troubles you greatly. You can't help but curse aloud. You know you can't just wait and do nothing. Right now, it's safe because the dungeon hasn't been discovered. But what about later? Waiting for a large group of adventurers to fill this small dungeon. It will break eventually. It will definitely break someday. Second month, led by the wolf tribe, you become fully familiar with this place. The fifth level is called the Wolf and Lion Hill. As the name suggests, many wolfmen and lions live here. The two groups hate each other and constantly fight over territory. The Fire Lion tribe is small in number, but very strong individually. Their leader is a mighty male lion with extremely high attack power. As for your leader, she is also a boss-level beast, the Wolf Queen. Yes, the wolf-human tribe is a typical matriarchal society. Female wolf humans are always stronger than males. They even have what looks like a fake reproductive organ. You often see them use this to punish male wolf humans. Listening to the pleasure-filled cries of your companions nearby, you feel like your worldview is collapsing. How can there be cross-dressers? But after punishing them, the males still try to please the females. After so many hardships, you only wish for one thing. One thing. You spit and swear never to associate with these beasts. Besides that, you are very familiar with the terrain, edible food, and drinkable water sources here. But no matter what, you can't find a way out. So you decide to focus on leveling up and finding a solution. It's worth mentioning that once, when you went out alone, you encountered a fire lion. Wolf humans and fire lions are sworn enemies by blood. Just like vampires and werewolves, they fight whenever they meet. Normally, 5 wolf humans of your level can barely hold their own against one fire lion. You fought alone, and even if the enemy was lower level, it was a life or death situation. But who are you? The experienced Lord Lai. After a rather easy fight, you killed it. While tending to your wounds, you noticed they were healing very quickly, visibly faster than normal. Before you could react, there was not a single wound left on your body. Not believing it, you bit your own arm. Half an hour later, the bitten flesh grew back, and your arm was as good as new. Wow, that's amazing. Now you realize the power of super healing. This made you feel like a super strong warrior. Your previous simulations focused more on magic, so even with some survival skills, you still fear close combat. Now things are different. With this skill, you can truly feel the excitement of hitting hard and landing powerful blows. With such strong endurance, your fighting ability will grow many times over. After a battle, you can recover quickly, so you don't need to worry about new challengers. In that case, you can't help but laugh in a sneaky way. Maybe it's time I sit on the throne of this Wolfman King. It's the 3rd month. After 2 months of fighting and adapting, your level has risen again to LV16. This Wolfman body is stronger and more powerful than the previous crow form, with sharp claws and teeth. By constantly challenging, defeating, and even swallowing other Wolfman warriors, you've quickly gained respect in the tribe. Today is the day you challenge the Wolfman Queen. The challenge takes place in a simple, royal court, decorated with large stalactites and animal bones, where the tribe gathers. The queen is a boss-level magical beast. Her level is as high as LV21, but your long-term training has made your foundation very strong. How strong? It's about 3 or 4 stories tall. In short, you don't see ordinary boss-level magical beasts as a threat. Roar, you stand on the corpse of the queen. Roar loudly to declare victory. All around, the wolfmen, regardless of gender, fall silent for a moment, then lower their heads and whimper in submission. Just as the joy of victory floods your mind, a cold, mysterious female voice suddenly echoes in your head. Congratulations on your success. You are now the new leader of the Wolfman tribe. Fulfill your duties and guard your treasure. Don't let anyone defeat you. The voice is emotionless, like a programmed prompt, and disappears without a trace after speaking. You are stunned, ears alert and turning, looking around. Only the crackling of burning torches can be heard. You were startled by the sudden sound. Looking around, no one responded. Damn, what the heck is that? Besides the simulation, Lee curiously asked, System, who is speaking? System. Probably the consciousness left by the dungeon creator. It maintains the operation of specific floors, Lee sighed. So there's actually something like that. The consciousness responsible for the entire dungeon's operation must hold the power over its life and death. After a brief shock, he continued to look at the simulator. He suppressed his doubts, accepted the group's worship, and moved into the queen's original residence. Deep inside, he found the treasure mentioned by the female voice, a delicate stone box. It didn't look like something a goblin could make. Opening the box, he saw neatly stacked dozens of gold coins, several mid-level magic crystals, and a single silver ring. He put the ring on his claw finger, and a stream of information entered his mind. Miracle ring, rare and ordinary-looking silver ring imbued with a special, miracle, power. Effect 1. Magic recovery speed increased by 30%. Effect 2. Once a day, activate the Miracle Shield to create a 360-degree protective barrier that can block a single attack up to the strength of a Lord around level 40. Cooldown resets at dawn each day. This is a great item. He felt a surge of happiness, especially the daily life-saving shield. It's practically a treasure in battle. With this, once I finish digesting these magic crystals and improve my strength, I'll go defeat that fiery lion on the other side and get its treasure. He was planning this in his mind. He had already explored the Western Lava area's Fire Lion pack. The male lion there was level 24, and his single combat ability far exceeded that of the Goblin Queen. He was a very powerful boss-level monster. Right now, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against it. After becoming the leader, he immediately issued his first order. Find a way to leave this cursed 5th floor of the dungeon. You are really fed up with this small, boring place. The little wolfmen are being driven by you, wandering around the limited area on the 5th floor, exploring possible secret passages or magic circles. Of course, being the leader is not without risks. In the history of the Wolfman tribe, almost no male has become the leader. After all, females usually have the advantage in strength, cunning, and controlling the tribe. Soon, some confident female wolf warriors challenged you to a fierce fight for dominance. However, the outcome was clear. With your multiple talents, human fighting wisdom, and the power of your ring, you are far stronger than these beasts fighting with brute force. You won easily, even using harsh methods to scare off future challengers. After a few times, no one dared to challenge you anymore. Moreover, some female wolf women's looks towards you began to change, from fear and defiance to flattery and appeasement. They even tried to show some awkward, wolf-like seductive poses in front of you. You had no interest in this, and even felt physically uncomfortable, because you know they have dignity. Looking into the eyes of these smelly female wolf women? Are you kidding me? You set strict rules. Anyone who tries to bother the leader will be chopped into pieces. And you actually tore apart a female wolf woman in front of the entire tribe. The bloody warning was effective. All unwanted thoughts were suppressed by fear. For months past, your escape plan made no progress. The little wolfmen had searched every inch of the 5th floor's walls, but found no exit or teleportation device. This area seemed like a completely sealed prison. You used all your magic crystals from the treasure to train, and your strength slightly improved, but you were still far from reaching level 17. You started to feel anxious. 5 months passed. Finally, you broke through to level 17. But the increase in strength did not bring joy. You sat moodily on the throne, your claws unconsciously tapping the armrest. Am I really going to be stuck here forever? Like those legendary stories, where endless guardian monsters and dungeons are eventually defeated by new adventurers, you think unwillingly. Your gaze unintentionally falls again on the empty treasure chest. With this chest, you have roughly understood the situation of this dungeon. It is probably a legacy type. It is waiting for the adventurer who inherits it to arrive. Wait, an adventurer? Suddenly, a flash of insight strikes your mind like lightning. Treasure. Guard. defeat the boss. Isn't leaving the dungeon just one way? You suddenly stand up, eyes shining with excitement and realization. Clear the level. You shout this concept from your previous game life. This is a standard dungeon level. Monsters, treasures, even a boss at the end. To leave this level, maybe it's not about finding a hidden exit, but defeating all the bosses on this level as an adventurer. With this thought, you suddenly see the light. So the goal is clear. The two known boss-level leaders on the 5th floor, the Hyena Wolf King, yourself, and the Fire Lion King, the Blazing Sun Lion. It's time to end this boring standoff. You grin, showing your sharp, white fangs. You immediately step out of the cave, issuing a rallying roar. Soon, all hyena warriors gather in front of the palace. You stand high, giving the highest command in simple, rough hyena language and gestures. Gather. Prepare for battle. Target, Western Lava Zone, Fire Lion Pack. Kill them all. Take their treasures. 4. Leaving this damn place. Although the hyenas may not fully understand the deep meaning of leaving, their desire for battle, plunder, and lion meat is enough to make their blood boil. For a moment, howls echo throughout the eastern area of the 5th floor. Your carefully planned surprise attack begins late at night. Although there is no sun or moon in the dungeon, the magic tide rises and falls. During this time, the strength and activity of the Fire Lion Pack are at their lowest. You lead an excited pack of hyena men, like a dark wave, rushing straight toward the lion den at the edge of the lava area in the west. The fire lions, still asleep, are awakened by the fierce howls of wolves and the screams of their companions. They hurriedly prepare to fight. The hyena men outnumber the lions and are well prepared. In the early stages of the fight, they hold the advantage. Lions roar and wolves howl, claws and fangs clash. Flames burst and fade in the darkness, quickly turning red with blood. You aim directly for the core, the leader, a nearly 4-meter-long, sunfire male lion, with a fiery mane. It roars angrily, sending out a hot shockwave, and swings a paw with a loud whooshing sound. But you are ready. With a thought, a sturdy earth shield instantly forms in front of you. At the same time, the miracle ring flashes faintly, and an almost invisible absolute shield quietly covers your entire body. Double protection. This allows you to freely attack its fiery body. In no time, the Lion King, who had long dominated the western part of the 5th layer, collapses before your unusual Hyena King, its fierce light quickly fading from its eyes. It's worth mentioning that during the fight, you tried using a new ability you recently learned, Cry of Sorrow. This rare mental scream can trigger feelings of sadness and depression in the target. Howl, a mournful wolf howl, carrying strange mental waves, spreads across the battlefield. The effect is immediate, but somewhat off-target. The fire lions are suddenly overwhelmed by this wave of sadness. Their attack slows noticeably, and their eyes seem a bit confused or even sorrowful. This is definitely a good thing. However, the hyena men behind you react even more strongly. They seem to resonate deeply with this shared howl of their kin. As a result, they stop their actions and start howling along with you. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Some members of both sides were emo, and their aggression greatly decreased. This crying and sadness is a double-edged sword. You quickly stop howling, sweat breaking out on your forehead. Use it carefully, better not to use it during chaos. Putting aside this small distraction, the overall battle was already decided after you killed the Lion King. You moved across the battlefield wearing a cloak and boots with slight agility boosts, like you were invisible. When the darkest moment before dawn passed, you stood among the piled lion corpses, bloodied but full of spirit. You raised high the huge, fierce head of the Sun Lion, roaring in victory toward the east. The surviving jackal men gathered around you, howling loudly to celebrate this unprecedented great victory. Just as the celebration reached its peak, that cold, mysterious female voice sounded again without warning. Congratulations, adventurer. Jackalman King, successfully defeated. Sun Lion. This time, her voice seemed a bit stammered, with obvious hesitation and confusion. It was as if a fixed program encountered an unexplainable bug. Underground Dungeon Level 5. Status check. Problem detected. Checking. Beep beep. Anomaly source locked. Jackalman King. Abnormal soul fluctuations. Non-standard guardian template. Judgment. Rule breaker. Potential threat. Executing. Annihilation program. The word, annihilation, pierced through your nerves like an ice spike. This was a path you had never imagined. What's going on? You muttered, realizing your own cleverness had brought about your doom. Before you could even complain about your bad luck, that female voice sounded again. Beep. High-level soul feature recognition. Partially matches the miracle protocol fluctuation. The female voice fell into a long silence, which might only have been a few seconds, but to you, it felt like a century. Only faint, beep, sounds seemed to be processing intensely. You nervously waited for the final judgment, knowing you were powerless against this mysterious force that seemed capable of controlling everything in the dungeon. Finally, the voice sounded again. Analysis complete. According to the Multi-Layer Complex Dungeon Basic Operation Regulations, Amendment 7 and the Temporary Protocol for Handling Abnormal Situations, granting the individual Werewolf King a temporary adventurer identity badge. The responsibilities of the 5th Layer Guardian are hereby lifted. The ownership of the treasure is confirmed to have changed. Wish you a happy adventure. The last phrase even carried a subtle, formal sense of politeness. Then the voice disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. You paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You survived. That scene just now made you think you were about to be finished. Not dead yet. Woohoo! Seems like I've become an adventurer. You cheered and recalled the female voice's words. Although you didn't fully understand what it meant, this identity was what kept you alive. You didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the lair of the blazing lion. Deep inside, you found a similar treasure chest. Opening it, you saw shining gold coins and magic crystals. But this time, there were also 3 scrolls made from high-quality beast hide, decorated with complex magic runes. You carefully picked them up, and information flowed into your mind. Teleportation scroll, level 3 tier open to teleport the user to a designated location. Single-use item. Firestorm scroll, level 3 sealed with a level 3 fire type area magic, Firestorm. Tier open to release, with powerful effects. Single-use item. Advanced healing scroll, level 4 sealed with a level 4 healing divine spell, advanced healing. Quickly restores severe injuries and removes most common negative states. Single-use item. Magic scrolls. Good stuff, really good. Besides the simulation, Lei said with a smile. He knew how valuable these magic scrolls were. Even low-level scrolls outside are rare and hard to find. Why? First, they are hard to make. The beast hides used to store spells must match the spell's level. Levels 1 and 2 are easier. Levels 3 and 4 are much harder, requiring rare materials from high-level monsters, around level 30 or 40. Second, their usefulness. They are called protective charms for low-level users and magic saving tools for high-level users. They are very practical in battle and can really save your life at critical moments. After all, in this world of swords and magic, laws are just for show. Your eyes are fixed on the random teleportation scroll, and a smile spreads on your face. Hehe. The chance to leave, isn't it coming now? Although you don't know where this designated teleportation point is. But it's better than being trapped on the 5th level. Without hesitation, you tear open the teleportation scroll. SHHRR. The scroll turns into tiny lights and disperses, forming a complex, silver-white 5-pointed star magic circle about 2 meters in diameter. The magic circle lights up instantly and spins rapidly. It emits strong spatial fluctuations and dazzling light, completely enveloping you. You feel a slight dizziness and a sense of space shifting. When you open your eyes again, the scene around you has completely changed. You find yourself standing in a wide, tidy corridor paved with some glowing stone material. On both sides are tall stone pillars carved with intricate patterns. The walls are embedded with soft white magic lamps, and a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with old books fills the air. The corridor is deep and filled with mist, with no end in sight. You have entered the 6th floor of the Miracle Underground City, Echoing Corridor. Level 6, Lei said with some frustration. He thought this teleportation scroll could send him directly out. It seems he can't leave until he fully clears this dungeon. But who knows how many levels this dungeon has? For now, Ray knows almost nothing about it. Sigh. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'll take it step by step. After sighing, he continued to look at the simulator. Welcome to the 6th floor of the Miracle Dungeon, Echoing Corridor. Identity verification, temporary adventurer, werewolf king. Challenge on this floor. Cross the heart's mist to find the door to the next level. The voice then disappears, leaving simple rules. Is it because I have the adventurer identity that I get guidance? You ponder this. After all, when entering the 5th level, this voice did not appear. But this also makes you understand. This dungeon has a complex set of rules. To build such a large dungeon, what kind of person must have been alive then? You secretly marvel, realizing the strength and resources behind this are far beyond your imagination. Miracle Dungeon. I want to see what kind of earth-shaking miracle is buried at the very bottom. He steadies himself and looks ahead. The so-called echoing corridor is shrouded in thick, flowing white mist. Within the mist, only a faint path extends into the unknown depths. You step forward, following the path. Your sense of time gradually blurs. After walking for a long time, everything around remains a white expanse. The path seems endless, with no change in scenery. Is this a maze? You become alert. This is clearly the test of the 6th level. Close your eyes and focus your mind completely. Your mental energy spreads out like tentacles, touching the mist. The moment it does, the scene changes. The mist seems to turn into a semi-transparent curtain. You see into the curtain's depths, where shadows flicker and gradually form a clear image. A boy's back. The boy is about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a sports uniform that could never appear in this world. Seeing this, your heart suddenly clenches, a strange, indescribable thrill surges inside you. At that moment, the little boy seemed to sense something and turned around. He had a young, clean face. He looked in this direction, then quickly turned and ran, disappearing into the deeper fog. Wait, you almost shouted. That figure, that familiar clothing, touched the softest part of your soul. Almost at the same time, your danger sense went into overdrive, warning you not to step into the white, foggy area. But as you watched that small black figure gradually vanish into the white mist, an irresistible urge overwhelmed your reason. You chased after him without hesitation. You plunged into the thicker fog, where the surrounding whiteness seemed to have substance. Suddenly, it felt like you stepped on something smooth, and the large wolf-like creature staggered and fell heavily to the ground. When you struggled to lift your head, everything before you changed. The white fog disappeared, and the dark underground corridor was gone. You found yourself lying on a clean towel. A beautiful young woman crouched in front of you, speaking softly with a playful tone. Xiao-yi, come here to mommy. Her smile was especially bright in the sunset, full of maternal affection and care. Mom, Lai opened his mouth, but only muffled sounds came out. A wave of deep sadness and indescribable warmth flooded over him, tears almost spilling out. He recognized her. She was his mother from his past life. He called out, "He can say mom now? Old Yang, come quickly. Our son can talk." The woman excitedly turned and called out to the alley entrance, her face glowing with happiness. A gentle, elegant man hurried over, also with a look of surprise. Your father's strong arm lifted you up and placed you on his shoulder. The sunset, the small alley, your parents' young, warm smiles, and the faint aroma of home-cooked food. All of this formed a picture deep in your soul, a scene you cherish most but dare not touch easily. Dreamland, life rewind, begin. In your first year, during your naming ceremony, relatives and friends gathered around. Among many colorful objects, you confidently crawled toward a yellow star-shaped plush toy and hugged it tightly. Your parents smiled happily, thinking you would have a special connection with stars and might become an astronomer or scientist someday. In your second year, you started growing teeth, and your gums itched so much you chewed on everything. You also began babbling, clearly saying, "Daddy," "Mommy," and "Eat." But when trying to form sentences, you often stammered, "I want that." Your parents always laughed and called you a little stutterer. In your third year, you started attending the kindergarten in your neighborhood. There, you met a girl with pigtails and bright eyes like black grapes, Shinwan. Coincidentally, she lived right next door. Soon, you became good friends. At this age, You didn't yet realize how deeply this girl would leave her mark on your life. Year 6 was the brightest time in your memory. You were smart and quick to learn, a little genius that teachers liked and classmates admired. You felt the world spun around you, and the sun always shined brightly. Shinwan remained your best friend. You went to school and came home together, shared secrets, argued and made up, and were inseparable. But you, as a young child, didn't understand. That feeling of always wanting to be with her and feeling happy just seeing her smile was called liking someone. In your 12th year, you both entered the same middle school, but in different classes. Academic pressure quietly increased, and you began to realize you might not be as special as you thought. There were many students who scored better and were more talented than you. You felt a little sad, but at home, your parents were always your strongest support. Their love and encouragement made you feel that even if you're not the center of the world, having such a family is enough. However, soon after, Shinwan's father was transferred for work. She had to move to another city. On the day of farewell, she cried tears and held your hand tightly, refusing to let go. I don't want to be apart from you. She handed you a carefully written note with an email address. Please write to me. Don't forget me. You nodded heavily, feeling a big emptiness inside. In the 16th year, you didn't do well in your middle school exams because you liked to play around. You only got into a regular high school. You felt a bit hopeless, thinking that this was probably how life would be. But you kept in touch with Shunwan through emails, sharing funny stories and worries about your new schools. She made you feel that someone cared about you far away. However, in the 17th year, Shunwan's emails suddenly stopped. She only left one message. Lei, I want to go to a university in the capital. Let's meet there, okay? It turned out she transferred to a very strict, closed school to aim for a better university, almost cutting off contact with the outside world. Same. School. This sentence was like a bright light, piercing through your dull high school life. A new, strong motivation ignited in your heart. You started studying very hard, reading with a flashlight after lights out, spending weekends in the library, and giving up games and novels. Your parents, seeing your sudden change, were surprised but happy, quietly preparing snacks for you and stopping their nagging. You didn't know if you could catch up with her, but you really wanted to try. In the 18th year, after the college entrance exam, you did well. Although you didn't get into the top university Shunwan dreamed of, your score was enough to apply to another good university in the capital. On the evening of the results day, your hands trembled as you dialed that familiar number. On the other end, a gentle female voice answered, Hello, Shunwan. It's me. You took a deep breath. I like you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? There was a long silence on the line, so long that you almost thought the signal was lost. Then, you heard her muffled crying. Fool. I've been waiting for this moment, waiting for a long time. You almost jumped with excitement. Just then, you heard your parents cheering and clapping outside your door. It turns out they had been eavesdropping. Blushing, you opened the door to see your parents smiling like children, with your mother wiping her eyes. Good kid, you finally understand. On the eve of university, you stood on a busy street near a university in Beijing, carrying your luggage. Crowds of people and cars filled the street. You anxiously looked around, searching for the meeting spot you had agreed on. Then, you saw her. Across the street, among the bustling crowd, a girl in a light-colored long dress with flowing hair was looking eagerly. After several years, she had grown from a shy girl into a graceful young woman. In the sunlight, her profile looked beautiful like a dream. In that moment, all the waiting, effort, and longing felt meaningful. You smiled, ready to cross the street and run toward the girl who had waited for you through your youth. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing screech of brakes suddenly sounded. A car lost control at the side intersection and sped toward you in your view. Bang! Just as fate was about to seal the cruelest moment. The whole world froze. Everything paused. You found yourself completely immobile, but your mind was unusually clear. You could see the menacing bumper of the car just a centimeter from your face. You could see the frozen expression on Shunwan's face. You could even see the tiny dust particles suspended in the air. A peaceful silence enveloped everything. At that moment, a small hand gently patted your shoulder from behind. You saw the little boy in an Earth-themed sports outfit. That young version of yourself. He smiled as he walked past you, standing in front of the still car. It seemed he wanted to touch the cold steel. You speak softly. Such a pity. He slowly walks, his voice carrying a tempting tone. Look at her. Look at Shinwan. She probably won't forget this moment for the rest of her life. She'll live in endless guilt and nightmares, right? And your parents. They love you so much. If they knew about the car accident, they would be devastated. Little Lai's voice grows softer, but it feels like a heavy blow hitting your mind. Don't you want to change all this? As he speaks, the scene before you begins to change. The tragic scene fades away like a tide, replaced by warm, happy images. You and Shunwan are dressed in formal clothes, exchanging rings amid the blessings of friends and family. She smiles through tears, stunningly beautiful. A small baby is in your arms, with your parents around you, their faces full of happiness and pride. During the holidays, your home is filled with delicious food, and the TV shows a lively celebration, warm and joyful. You grow old together, holding hands with wrinkled skin under the setting sun. Little Lai's voice whispers softly in your ear. All these happiness within reach, don't you want to experience them again? Stay here, and all this can become real. No dungeons, no monsters, no threats of death. Only the people you love and who love you. You look at those scenes, feeling a strong heartbeat and longing deep inside. You nod, your voice a little hoarse. Yes, very much so. Seeing this, Little Lai smiles triumphantly. He extends his hand to you. Then, stay. But, in the next moment, no, your voice becomes clearer and stronger. That is not my life. Even if it's beautiful, it's just a carefully woven illusion. My life, your consciousness seems to ignite like a flame. It's this, right now, rolling in a stinky underground city, wearing a werewolf skin, fighting desperately to survive. A life that's falling apart. But this is still my life. It's the result of my own struggles, step by step. You become more and more excited, as if shouting out all your pain. I don't want to be a coward hiding in the shadows forever. With this loud and clear shout, the smile on the small Lai's face not only remains, but grows wider. Good, he softly says, then takes a step back on his own. Move forward, the me now. As soon as he finishes speaking, time begins to flow again. Bang! A deafening crash sounds. You are thrown by a car and fall heavily. But when you open your eyes again, there is no blood, no traffic, no heartbroken girl. Instead, you see a quiet, echoing corridor. The white fog has completely disappeared. You stand up smoothly. A straight stone path appears before you, leading to a faintly carved stone door with complex symbols. That mysterious female voice echoes perfectly in your mind. Assessment complete. Say goodbye to the past. Break the obsession. The fog in your heart has cleared. Congratulations, adventurer. You have successfully cleared the 6th level of the Miracle Underground City. Echoing corridor. Reward has been issued. As she finishes, a delicate treasure chest shimmering with a faint golden glow appears in your hands. Did I pass? You mutter softly, and the werewolf's face pulls into what looks like a smile. Clumsily, with claws that are not very dexterous, you open the chest. Inside, your eyes catch sight of the items. The elixir of fertile soil contains the magic of nature and growth, greatly promoting plant growth. Its effect is roughly equivalent to 5 years of natural growth. Very effective on magical plants and rare herbs. A small metal bottle filled with dark red liquid that seems to have flames flowing inside. Level 3 Berserk Potion. Drinking it causes extreme rage. Strength, agility, and stamina nearly double for a short time. Pain sensation weakens, and fighting instincts sharpen. After the effect ends, the user falls into a deep weakness for 5 days, with a significant drop in all attributes, mental fatigue, and extreme fragility. You can't help but smile at the first 2 rewards. These potions are really good items. One is a tool for farming, and the other is a last resort for danger. Both are very practical. Thinking this, you look again at the last item in the treasure chest. A luxurious, pale gold crystal bottle. Life Spring Water, diluted version a tribute to life. You shake the bottle and purse your lips. You've never seen such a vague and mysterious item description. Such fancy packaging and diluted. Doesn't sound as powerful as the first 2. Thinking this, you open the bottle and smell it. Not smelling it might be fine, but as soon as you do, your body's fur bristles. Your damp nose twitches wildly, greedily inhaling the scent. Howl. You let out an uncontrollable roar, tilt your head back, and drink the entire contents of the bottle. A gentle, yet vast warm current suddenly erupts from your stomach, spreading instantly through your limbs and bones. This power is as deep as the ocean and as mighty as the earth. It gently washes over every cell, every bone, and every muscle fiber in your beastman body. You feel your veins slightly warm, as if something sleeping inside has been awakened. Head feels so dizzy. Before you can finish this thought, everything goes black, and you lose consciousness completely. Dear, you don't know that outside the Starfall continent, even just the small bottle of diluted life spring water you just drank is valuable enough to make noble families jealous and could trigger fierce battles among elite adventurer teams. It is a sacred object guarded by the elves, said to be the legendary spring that can nourish the world tree. You, an ignorant and lucky werewolf, simply took it as a common tonic and swallowed it whole. What a greedy little creature. The corridor on the 6th floor is silent, with only the powerful life force within you quietly flowing. The stone door leading to the 7th floor stands quietly nearby, waiting for you to wake from this luxurious sleep. Lei curled his lips, unable to imagine how powerful the queen of the elf race would be if she bathed daily in the life spring. He let out a small breath. With this enhancement, he felt more confident about his future. If he kept simulating like this, he might soon surpass the golden count. Thinking this, he continued to read. The baptism of life is far more than this. You have awakened many skills. Awakened skills. Ice Spike, beginner. Ice Wolf Claw, beginner. Cold Windstorm, beginner. The first two are very useful skills. As for the third, Cold Windstorm, beginner centered on you, releases a fierce cold storm, causing continuous frost damage to enemies over a large area and significantly slowing their movement and attack speed. The storm creates a slight pull, drawing enemies at the edges slightly toward the center. You smile to yourself as you read this skill description. A control type, stationary divine skill. Combined with your healing talent, you can deal incredible damage on the battlefield, something you can't even imagine. Feeling the earth-shaking changes within your body, you can't help but reach out with a claw into the air. In the cold wind, a few ice crystals form. Purple talent. Lord-level potential. Your heart is filled with joy and confidence. The benefits brought by this bottle of life spring are far beyond your imagination. Without hesitation, you take strong, confident steps toward the glowing door at the end of the echoing corridor. The moment you touch the door, a familiar dizziness from teleportation hits you. When your vision clears, you find yourself in a small, completely sealed stone chamber. The room is about 5 meters long, wide, and high. The walls are a seamless black rock, with only a glowing magic stone embedded in the ceiling. The air feels slightly heavy. That mysterious female voice sounds on time. Welcome, adventurer, to the 7th floor of the Miracle Dungeon. This floor is called the room you can't leave without XX. Rules. Solve the puzzle inside the room to open the exit. Good luck, adventurer. The room you can't leave without XX? This naturally triggered some memories from your past life. You didn't have time to complain about the somewhat silly name. A sharp, deadly intent suddenly stabbed toward your neck like an ice spike. So powerful. Too powerful. Far beyond any enemy you've faced before. You barely managed to turn your body slightly in warning, just in time. Swish. A cold flash of light streaked past, and the miraculous shield shattered like paper. Your left arm was cut off. Roar, you let out a loud cry of pain, adrenaline surging through you because of the huge danger. You didn't have time to see the enemy clearly. With your remaining right claw, you tore open a 3rd-level blazing wind scroll. Boom, a hot red magic circle instantly appeared in front of you, and the temperature inside the stone chamber soared to a terrifying level. A furious fire element gathered into a nearly 2-meter-wide fire tornado. It surged toward the attack, spewing out hot air that even made your hair curl. But the fire tornado, halfway out, seemed to hit an invisible wall and suddenly stopped in midair. Then, as if caught by an invisible hand, it trembled violently, compressed, and finally burst with a pop. It turned into scattered sparks and blue smoke, disappearing completely. As the flames faded, you finally saw the attacker clearly. It was a human man wearing silver armor, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a handsome face. He held a magnificent golden greatsword. He looked about 25, frowning slightly and looking at you with some surprise. Of course, you were also surprised to see him. When you recognized his face, a name suddenly flooded your mind. Kale Gold. That name, the man Elizabeth couldn't forget. Your biological father? So, abandoning his wife and child was just a pretext to come here. Kale also didn't expect the intruder to look like this. He was examining your wolf-human body. Watching the slow regeneration of the severed arm, he muttered softly. Silver Moon Werewolf? Isn't the miracle dungeon not open yet? You didn't hear clearly what he was whispering, but you felt that his level was incredibly deep. Remember, the miracle shield can block a full-strength attack from a level 40 expert once. Yet, in Kai's hands, it shattered after just one strike. This shows that Kai's true level exceeds level 40. He has become a legendary king-level creature. King-level creatures are truly beings that have touched the concept of powerful. Legend says that at the king level, one can understand their own domain. They have absolute dominance over non-king levels. Just standing there, Kai's invisible pressure makes you feel suffocated. You instantly realize that in a direct fight, you have no chance of winning. But Kai doesn't seem to want to continue attacking. His gaze falls on the severed arm on the ground, and he walks over, bending down to pick it up. The wound on the arm has been scorched and blackened by the heat of the fiery storm. Kai looks at it, then at your rapidly growing flesh at the cut, raising an eyebrow. Then, in front of your stunned eyes, he uses his finger like a knife, quickly removing the roasted wolf meat from the bone, and then he puts it in his mouth and eats it leisurely, as if savoring some rare wild delicacy. The meat is firm, contains good life energy, but it's a bit burnt. He comments calmly, with no visible emotion. Your left arm, under the effects of self-healing and the residual power of the life spring, has started to scab. New flesh and bone are growing, but it will take quite some time. Kai watches your astonishing regeneration speed, his eyes brightening. That feeling is like a desert traveler seeing an oasis. Interesting healing talent. He swallows the last piece of meat, claps his hands, and even his tone seems a bit relaxed. Looks like I won't starve anytime soon. You were a bit stunned by his words, and despite the sharp pain, you asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you mean by not starving to death for a little while?" Kai glanced at you, seeming to think your question was unnecessary. "I've been trapped here for half a year, and my food supplies are gone." You frowned slightly, feeling like he considered you a renewable food source. Every day, he was cutting meat to feed his father. You could be included in the list of filial children. It seemed he hadn't spoken in a long time, and now he was unusually talkative. "Do you want to know what has kept me here all this time?" He raised a golden giant sword and pointed at the center of the stone chamber, where a slowly rotating cube was. "See, it's because of that thing," he said irritably, showing signs of long-term frustration. "It's said to be a miracle magic item created by the Wonder Witch, combining some boring riddles from the previous wise men. To open the door of this room, you need to make all its sides the same color." You looked closely and suddenly felt a strong sense of absurdity. Wasn't that just a third-level Rubik's Cube? Kai didn't notice your strange expression and continued complaining, with a hint of barely concealed frustration in his tone. "This cursed thing. Every time I turn it, it consumes a lot of mental energy. A few wrong moves, and I run out of mental power and faint. When I wake up, it's automatically scrambled again. I've been trying for months, and the longest I managed was 1.5 sides completed. Then I just couldn't turn it anymore." He rubbed his forehead and showed a rare look of defeat. The witch's test is really exhausting. Listening to his complaints, watching this ancient wisdom marvel, cube, and then looking at him, a king-level expert who was almost starving, you opened your mouth but found yourself speechless. In the end, only a weak twitch of your mouth appeared. The miracle dungeon has not yet opened, so how did he get in? Outside the simulation, Lei was pondering with some confusion. Kai Golden had personally said that the dungeon had not yet opened, and he was able to enter because of the system. Then why was he here? Only for a moment, you had a few guesses. Elizabeth. First, based on the timeline, Kai left Elizabeth before arriving here. Second, as a powerful royal and Roland's younger brother, he should know Elizabeth's special nature. At the very least, he should be aware of her importance in Roland's heart. There's no need to risk offending a count. So he approached Elizabeth to come to the underground city. The more Lei thought about it, the more he believed this was possible. He was already unhappy about the biological father sneaking around and running away. Now, he even labeled him a bad man. But this made Elizabeth's background even more mysterious. She could be collected by Count Roland, the Golden Earl, and also be deliberately approached by someone as strong as Kai. Who exactly is she? With this question in mind, Lei continued to watch. While listening to his complaints, you used your remaining right claw to take out a scroll of a high-level healing spell. You struggled to tear it open with your teeth and claws. A gentle, yet powerful holy light instantly covered the wound on your left shoulder. In just a few breaths, a perfect, even stronger, and more vigorous left arm grew back. Self-healing talent can only heal wounds, but this advanced healing spell can regenerate lost limbs. After completing all this, you looked at Kai. I want to try that. Intelligent magical object. You spoke to Kai, trying to keep your tone calm. I have a way to unlock it. Kai looked you over from head to toe. The agile body of the silver moon wolf and those eyes full of wildness made him chuckle. A contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Just you? A wolf? He sneered. I, Kai O'Golden, former Lionheart Knight of the Light Church, have faced countless ancient texts and puzzles, and have been trapped here for months without solving them. You? A beast that only knows breeding and eating. I advise you not to waste your effort or mental energy. His words were clearly insulting, but when you approached the cube, he did not stop you. Perhaps he wanted to see your joke. You didn't argue and walked to the Rubik's Cube. Carefully, you reached out with your new left paw and touched the floating cube. The moment your fingertips made contact, you felt a strange pull, and your mental energy began to slowly and steadily fade. You noticed that each turn of the cube would drain 2% of your mental energy. In other words, you could only turn it 50 times. Taking a deep breath, the formula for solving the cube from your past life's memories appeared clearly in your mind. You had learned this before. You started to turn the cube. At first, Kai watched with a look of amusement, but soon his casual expression disappeared, replaced by shock. Your movements were slow and a bit awkward. After all, wolf paws are not very convenient. But each turn was purposeful, logical, with no unnecessary steps. The chaotic colors, under your turns, seemed to be combed by an invisible hand. One face, two faces, three faces. The colors gradually aligned. Kai's eyes widened more and more, almost bulging out. He looked at the cube, then at your focused wolf face, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. Finally, when you restored 4 sides and only one last step remained to complete all 6 faces, you stopped. Quick, just one last move. Turn it, Kai urged impatiently, his voice trembling slightly. Months of captivity had almost driven him mad. But you calmly turned around, your silver wolf eyes fixed on him, and asked a long-standing question. What is hidden in this miracle underground city? And how did you get in? You didn't mention Elizabeth, as that wasn't something a lone wolf should know. Kai froze for a moment, clearly unprepared for your question at this critical moment. He looked at the nearly solved cube just inches from him, then at your determined gaze. Knowing that he wouldn't give an answer, this clever wolf might not make the final move. A faint, excited smile appeared on his face as he slowly spoke. Miracle Dungeon is the final maze built by Vivian Yang, the leader of the Round Table Witch Society. Vivian. Ray took a deep breath upon hearing the name. Isn't that the crazy woman from the thicket jungle shouting that name? Vivian. I've come to take my revenge. Ray still remembered that scene vividly. Under the moonlight, a black undead mage turned the entire forest into a graveyard. When she finally appeared, it would surely be a storm of blood and chaos. Lost in thought, Ray slowly exhaled. Nothing to do with me. I'll just ignore it. Anyway, the crazy woman probably wouldn't come after him again. Focus on the task at hand first. He continued reading. Legend says she possesses a supreme artifact, the Holy Grail, that can help someone reach the divine throne. He paused, his eyes shining with excitement. But a few hundred years ago, she and the Holy Grail disappeared together. The most likely place she hid it is deep inside this dungeon. As for how I got in, Kai's smile turned cold and proud. Getting the ticket To enter here took a lot of effort. I found a descendant of the witch. She happens to hold an item that can open the initial portal. He didn't say it outright, but his hints matched your guesses perfectly. That descendant is very likely Elizabeth. Having obtained the information he wanted, you no longer hesitated. Under Kai's eager gaze, you reached out your claws and completed the final turn of the cube. Click, a faint, crisp sound like a lock snapping shut. The entire cube suddenly emitted a gentle, bright white light, with all the colors perfectly unified, floating quietly without turning. That mysterious female voice arrived as expected. The wisdom puzzle Chaos Cube has been solved. Congratulations, adventurer, on passing the 7th level. The room you can't exit without thinking. Reward has been granted. A more exquisite silver-gloss treasure chest suddenly appeared in the center of the room. So it's about not thinking, huh? I thought it was something else. You joked happily after solving the problem. Kay naturally heard the female voice too. His expression was amazing. Shock, confusion, envy, and joy all mixed together. He never expected that the wolfman he looked down on actually solved the difficult wisdom puzzle that had troubled him for months. What made him even more annoyed was that the reward seemed to only go to the actual solver. He had wasted months for nothing. Meanwhile, on the black rock wall at the north side of the room, a door silently slid open. Behind it was flowing white light, clearly the entrance to the next level. You felt relieved and prepared to open the silver treasure chest to check your reward, then decide whether to go to the next level or. But just as your mind relaxed slightly and your attention was drawn to the treasure chest and the glowing door, a deadly crisis that chilled your soul suddenly exploded. You only had time to catch a flash of golden sword light, moving faster than the eye could see, erupting from behind you without warning. It was too fast, too powerful. You didn't even see how Kay drew his sword, nor did you sense any killing intent building up. Before you could even think about dodging, it had already streaked past your body without any obstacle. A smooth, golden scar appeared from your right shoulder to your left abdomen. Then, it split apart vertically. Your vision spun wildly. You saw your strong lower half of the silver moon wolf still standing in place, while your upper body slanted and fell. The knight's dignity forbids anyone from desecrating it, Kay said with disgust, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Dear, in the eyes of the proud people of the Empire, a beast can never be smarter than a knight. You have died. Simulation complete. Final status: dead, beheaded. Survival time: about 7 months. Final level: LV20, leader level. Achievements unlocked: King of the Dungeon, Wall Breaker of the Heart Trial, Miracle Puzzle Solver, Soul Beneath the Knight's Sword. Rewards received: 1. Baptism of Life, significantly increased bloodline power. 2. Talents and skills: Self-Healing, Blue, Wolf King's Will, Purple, Ice Element Skills. 3. Items: Miracle Ring, Rare, Tier 3 Bounty Potion, Tier 4 Berserk Potion, Silver Treasure Chest Level 7, not opened. 4. Lord Level Potential unlocked. Overall rating: C. Evaluation: you successfully transformed from a low-level monster into a silver moon werewolf with Lord Potential and uncovered the core secret of the dungeon. However, in the face of overwhelming strength, your caution was still lacking. Your short journey was packed with information, providing vital lessons and intelligence for your future path. After so many simulations, this was the most disgusting experience I've ever had, Lay said angrily. Kay Golden, my biological father, is actually such a despicable person. The honor and loyalty of knights are praised across the continent. And this is what I got. If I had the chance in real life, I would definitely not let him go, Lay thought fiercely. But soon, he changed the subject and asked the system a question. System, that miracle which Vivian Yang was mentioned in both simulations. Who exactly is she? The system responded quickly. Vivian Yang, active on the Starfall continent about 1,000 years ago, is recognized as one of the strongest human individuals in history. She founded and led the Round Table Witch Society, which once had 12 powerful witches with extraordinary abilities. At her peak, her influence and power rivaled the continent's old powerful nations and the Light Church. But he didn't have time to explore this part of history now. He was more interested in the real benefits from this simulation. Although my level didn't go up this time, I gained a lot. He carefully checked the rewards from the system. The most important one was the baptism of life. That was something that could purify bloodlines. As long as he experienced a similar infusion of life energy in real life again, his level would naturally improve. Next, unlocking the Lord level potential, the purple talent, Wolf King Will, a full set of ice skills, and a silver treasure chest were also rare and valuable. So, this simulation was a big leap in his strength. He thought for a moment and opened the silver treasure chest. 2 crystal stones, shaped like 4-leaf clovers, lay quietly inside. Protective pendant. Fine wearing it increases luck by 1. Protective ring. Fine wearing it increases luck by 1 and has a storage space. Set effect when 2 pieces are worn. Heart of protection. The effect of a single piece was quite weak, but after completing the set, there was a special bonus. However, Lei hadn't had a chance to look at it yet. Suddenly, a pure, vast energy surged into his body during its embryonic stage. His body, like a dying tree desperately absorbing energy, was overwhelmed. Then, a wave of extreme drowsiness swept over him. What's happening? Lei's heart alarmed him. Because this sleepiness wasn't tiredness, but a desire rooted in the essence of life itself. His thinking slowed sharply, and his consciousness sank into a sticky, honey-like state, making his perception of the outside world blurry and distant. System, what's going on with this strong sleepiness? I feel like I might lose control and fall asleep. Ding. The host is receiving the baptism of life. The body and soul are forcibly entering sleep for better transformation. Baptism of life? Lei repeated the phrase. He immediately thought of the scene in the simulation where he drank the spring of life and then fainted. A cold chill mixed with anxiety shot straight to his head. But I can't. Sleep now. System, he knew that soon, the perverted Count Roland Gold would return. If he falls asleep like this, won't he be killed unconsciously in his sleep? Sleepiness floods over him, and his eyelids feel as heavy as if filled with lead. He can barely hold on. Am I really sleeping in the simulation? How long? 3 months. These words hit him like a final judgment, crushing any remaining hope he had. Perfect. The time until Roland returns is also about 3 months. What a terrible coincidence. What a frustrating reward. Yamit. Things have become strange. His last thoughts are mixed with frustration, anxiety, and a touch of absurdity. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it sways and then goes out. Inside the golden castle. Madam, it's time to take your medicine. A maid carefully brings a bowl of soup. Elizabeth remains silent, unaware of what has happened. Only the faint sound of the medicine being swallowed fills the room. Elizabeth, whose child are you carrying? Flames lick the wooden beams, making crackling sounds. Elizabeth sits on the ground, clutching her slightly swollen belly tightly. Roland, please, think of the past. Ha! Think of the past, you say? Roland leans down, flames dancing wildly around him. He laughs, his laugh sharp and piercing, louder than the roar of the fire. Fool, even if I let you go, your child won't survive, because he's a monster. A monster? Ha! The firelight reflects Roland's twisted face, making him look like a demon from the abyss. His crazy laughter merges with the flames, twisting together, and finally turns into a sharp dagger that whizzes toward Elizabeth's belly. Die, monster! No! Ha! Ha ha! Lai breathes unevenly. He just had a nightmare. Almost as he was regaining consciousness, a beautiful information panel automatically appeared in front of him. Otherworld Simulation System LV.2 Host Lai E Gold Race Dream Succubus Template King Level 23/50ths Skills Dream Entry Beginner Marionette Beginner Corrosion Arrow Proficient Illusion Heart Proficient Crying Sadness Beginner Various Magic Omitted Talents Charm Purple Magic Absorption Green Unyielding Healing Blue Plunder Blue Wolf King's Will Purple Omitted Evaluation You are a very powerful embryo, but unfortunately, with such parents, you are destined to die young. Reality Simulation Count 1 can only be used once a day. Otherworld Space Simulation Count Max Unlimited 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 Saying it 3 times is important. Is sleep over? Charm. Purple increases attraction to the opposite sex by 100%, to the same sex by 50%. Dream entry. Beginner, you can try to enter the target's dream voluntarily. In the dream, your mental strength will be amplified, and you may influence the target's subconscious, including planting suggestions or mental attacks. Marionette. Beginner consumes mental and magical energy to briefly control the target's body if their mental strength is lower than yours. Light E. Just waking up, still felt a bit dazed. But from the changes on the panel and the new skills, he roughly understood the situation. The baptism of life was over. Besides these skills, he also gained a lot of knowledge about bedroom arts in his mind. Various curious positions and techniques seemed to be engraved in his brain and impossible to forget. Some of these even involved forbidden knowledge of zero. How to stay moist. Lai thought about it, and suddenly punched his chest in frustration. Stop, stop. Damn it. Get out of my head. This naturally stemmed from the inheritance of his succubus bloodline. Desire and lust. Conquest and being conquered. This has been the survival rule of succubi for thousands of years. This set of rules is too perfect and advanced, covering all gameplay methods. On the other hand, it gave Lei a small shock, as he is not from Chengdu. Putting aside this small incident, Lei has now gained great benefits. The dream succubus is considered to have noble blood among succubi. They are called born rulers. Adult succubi can grow into king-level beings without much effort. Their innate talents and skills are very practical and unique, especially because they master the rare, dream, magic, making them unmatched in stealth. But right now, Lei has no mood to study these new abilities carefully. A very urgent problem hits him like cold water, forcing him to focus completely. System, how long have I been asleep? The system's playful voice responds. Ding. The host has been asleep for 3 months. 3 months. Lei's heart sinks suddenly, his worst guess coming true. He quickly asks, and the calm sleep potion? I've been sleeping for 3 months, absorbing that medicine passively every day. Am I contaminated? System prompt. It is recommended that the host check the effects of the bound equipment, protective pair. Lei's eyes immediately focus on the description of the rings and necklace. 2-piece set effect, Heart of Protection. Heart of Protection provides intermediate curse resistance, effectively resisting, weakening, or delaying most curses. Limited effect against direct high-level curse spells. Protection, curse resistance. He quickly catches the key words. Curses? So the problem with the potion isn't poison, but a curse? He also has curse skills and knows how terrifying curses can be. But how did the curse get into the medicine? Lei asks. System. There are many ways. One common method is, the caster adds their blood or hair into the raw materials or finished potion. While the user takes the potion, they also absorb the seed of the curse. Lei instantly understands. So Roland probably used this method, day after day, through herbal drinks, to cast cruel control and curses on Elizabeth. Meanwhile, I, because of the protective pair, unexpectedly gained resistance to this curse. This is how I avoided being corrupted while sleeping. Close call. And good luck. I sighed in relief, but the sense of danger still remained, because there was still one problem left unsolved. System, when will Roland Golden come back? The system paused briefly and even played a cheerful notification sound, estimating less than 24 hours until your first official meeting with this father. Pessimistically, it might only be an hour. Ray was almost shocked out of his soul. Although prepared for the worst, it seems he still underestimated the situation. System, your countdown to life has already started. The heavy pressure felt like a solid boulder pressing on my heart, but I forced myself to stay calm. Now is not the time to panic. 3 months of sleep. The cooling of the real-world simulation must be finished. I focused my gaze and grabbed the last straw of hope. Yes, real-world simulation. Before he returns, simulate and analyze as much as possible to find a way out. Without hesitation, I didn't even have time to feel the changes in my new body or understand how to use my new skills. I immediately told the system, start, real-world simulation. Real-world simulation starting. Simulation beginning point. Host is an early pregnancy stage within the mother's body. Last simulation received a C rating. This time, a blue talent can be drawn. Congratulations. You have drawn the blue talent, Magic Prodigy. Magic Prodigy. You have a high talent for magic, making learning and using it much easier than others. Not a bad talent. Ray nodded. But I don't know if I'll be able to use it. You open your eyes inside the golden castle. It is afternoon, and Elizabeth is still peacefully resting, unaware of the danger approaching. You sigh as you look at your kind mother. You carefully think about your next survival plan. The name Roland Golden feels like a sword hanging over your head. Should you confront him directly? You have no doubt that, even with the talents and knowledge gained from your simulation, your current embryo body is no match for at least a king-level expert. Resisting would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, destined to be crushed instantly. You must find another way, you say to yourself, your thoughts spinning rapidly like wings taking flight. Suddenly, you remember Ku's words. Your eyes brighten, and it seems you have an idea. Your magic power begins to surge wildly. You activate your skill, Dream Infiltration. There are some secrets you need to discuss with your mother. But reality doesn't give you much time to plan. Just as you exit the dream state, a huge wave of magic energy sweeps through the entire golden castle like a tsunami. As your level increases, your perception of magic becomes sharper. Your mental reach extends to a terrifying extent. Through your third eye, you clearly see a tall figure dressed in luxurious clothes, approaching the master bedroom gracefully. However, the semi-transparent red magic aura surrounding him still makes it hard for you to breathe. King's Domain. A term jumps out from your fragmented knowledge. It's a sign of reaching the king level. Only a king can begin to merge their magic with the rules, forming a domain with a strong personal mark. Elizabeth is also awakened by this overwhelming aura. She instinctively shields her abdomen with her hand. Child, Mom believes in you. Suddenly, the door is pushed open. Roland Golden, dressed in a dark gold-embroidered nobleman's suit, stepped in like a lion returning to its territory. He had no expression on his face and immediately focused on Elizabeth's slightly rounded belly. The air in the room suddenly turned icy. Elizabeth, Roland's voice was unnervingly calm, without any emotion. But he roughly grabbed her slender wrist. His magic seeped into her body, and his eyes widened in shock. You dare to? He almost spat out these words through clenched teeth. His voice was no longer steady, filled with suppressed, murderous intent. A bright red fire magic circle began to form faintly in the palm of his free hand. The destructive heat caused the room's temperature to rise sharply, and the air twisted. Elizabeth fought back tears, forcing herself to look steadily at the mad golden count. She knew the final moment had arrived. Roland, if you kill the baby in my belly, the witch's bloodline will be lost. Are you sure you want to do that? Hearing this, Roland's violent aura indeed subsided. He looked at the woman before him with interest. But he has already been tainted, just like you. How can he be a proper sacrifice? Elizabeth smiled slightly. Why don't you come and see for yourself? Yes. You guessed right. At this moment, the unborn child inside you watched the scene with joy. You knew that normal pleas or arguments would be useless in front of Roland, who was furious and had a clear goal. You had to show your value, show that you are equal in worth to Elizabeth. You used a dream to ask Elizabeth many questions about her uniqueness, her origins, and Roland's needs for her. But you gained no answers. Just like the saying, big breasts but no brains, Elizabeth knew nothing. I only know that he is grabbing me to offer as a sacrifice to the demon in hell. I am just an ordinary succubus. What could a demon see in me? You smiled. Yes, what could they see in her? Your mind slowly recalled what Kai Golden had said. To get the ticket to enter here, I worked very hard. I found a descendant of a witch. Just as Roland was about to check the fetus inside her belly, you focused all your mental energy and muttered words. Buzz. The air around Elizabeth suddenly became restless. Several semi-transparent wind blades materialized out of nowhere. In the next moment, they shot toward Roland. Of course, the result of this attack was predictable. The wind blades didn't even touch Roland's body. They were easily dispersed by his faint red domain of kingship. But Roland's face showed shock and confusion. The fetus is casting spells on its own, he muttered, and the killing intent in his eyes faded like a tide. A child with better talent and purer bloodline. Could it replace me as the new sacrifice? Elizabeth nervously spoke according to the script you gave her. Roland took a step forward. He placed his palm gently over Elizabeth's belly. A more delicate flow of magical probing energy seeped out. The probe lasted about a minute, which felt like a century to you and Elizabeth. Finally, Roland withdrew his hand. His expression had completely changed, now showing pure joy. A king-level creature. With innate king-level potential, the origin of life is pure, with no signs of curse contamination. He whispered, each word making Elizabeth tremble slightly. Perfect. So perfect. I never expected, Elizabeth, that this succubus with such a thin bloodline could still produce such an outstanding offspring. He waved his hand. Rest well, and take good care of your health. Starting today, there's no need to drink the calm spirit soup. I will have the maid bring you real, nourishing food. After speaking, he looked deeply at Elizabeth's belly again. His gaze seemed to be examining a precious piece of art that had been lost and found again. Then he turned and left the room with big steps. Inside, a quiet silence filled the space, as if everyone was holding their breath. Elizabeth sank weakly onto the soft carpet, clutching her stomach tightly, tears finally flowing freely. And you, Lei, in the darkness of the mother's body, took a long, silent breath of relief. The first challenge was temporarily over. Did they really solve it with this method? Lei looked at himself, who had just passed the test. If he followed the same steps as in the simulation, he could temporarily escape the danger of killing. Yes, temporarily. After all, it's just a temporary measure, he muttered. Roland never thought of letting him go easily. In the next simulation, he had to work even harder. Thinking this, he continued to read on. First month. Roland did not go on another campaign, but stayed inside the castle, like a careful dragon guarding its treasure. Apparently, after experiencing a home invasion, the Count, who had a lush green top, had to be more cautious. Elizabeth's personal freedom was still restricted, even more than before. Notably, he tried to find out from Elizabeth who the father of the child was. He was not someone to swallow insults quietly, determined to uncover the person who was trying to steal his partner. But he made a wrong move. Elizabeth, who was completely love-struck, would say only one thing no matter what threats or bribes she faced. I have nothing to say. The Count was furious, but what could he do? He was helpless against Elizabeth. With her, born to be a queen, Aura, she was quite delicate. To vent his anger, a strong smell of blood spread throughout the castle. Roland executed all the servants, maids, and guards who once served Elizabeth, accusing them of dereliction of duty, failing to stop external enemies, or knowing but not reporting. Blood stained the castle steps. In the eyes of this noble count, human lives seemed so insignificant. Although new servants arrived, they were even more obedient and clever. But the cage remained a cage, imprisoning these two wingless birds. 2 months later, to pass the dull days, you frequently used your dream entry ability to enter the dreams of various beings. Besides chatting daily with Elizabeth, you also pretended to be God, giving the chef dream messages about what dishes to prepare each day. You added terrifying elements to the guards' dreams, causing them nightmares every night. You even made the maids wear special, maid outfits in their dreams. Your dream-invading power was incredibly useful. By day, you played the role of a son. By night, you became everyone's dad. You kept trying new tricks, eager to use all the methods of bloodline inheritance in dreams. How can you know if the inheritance is right without trying once? There's a saying, right? Practice is the only way to test knowledge. With such a rigorous spirit of proof, the dream demon race has you. What are they to fear? Seeing this, Lei was completely speechless. Could he really be such a person? How could he tarnish others' reputation for no reason? System. Actually, you can still play like this, you know, You also once tried to use dream invasion to create an escape opportunity, but your abilities are limited. First, you can't enter others' dreams from a distance, so finding outside help is impossible. Second, although you can kill people in dreams, you cannot enter Roland's dream. He's too strong, so strong that you have no chance for a stealth attack. As for manipulating the guards and maids, that's not really feasible either. They are all under some kind of restriction from Roland. Once they leave the castle, they will, bang, turn into a pile of flesh. Because a powerful priest who was controlling things exploded, it also caught Roland's attention. This made your escape plan more difficult. In short, your way out is completely blocked. Damn it, third month. Because you frequently and carefully used the Dream In skill, it finally made a breakthrough this month. Dream In, Beginner, Major Hypnosis, Proficient 1/1000. Major Hypnosis. You can actively influence the target, induce, or even force them into a deep sleep, making it easier and more stable for them to enter their dreams. Your control within the dream is stronger, allowing you to create more complex scenes. A very useful skill for control and stealth. It perfectly solves the problem of not being able to dream during the day. Although the name gives you a strange sense of déjà vu. It's as if the next moment, you should dye your hair blonde and say to the maid. Your husband probably wouldn't want to know. At the same time, the proficiency of two other skills is rapidly increasing. They are Mind's Eye and Appraisal. To observe the surroundings at all times, Mind's Eye has been kept on. After all, as a fetus, you can't see the outside world. This was an unexpected improvement. The increase in Appraisal was intentional because you want to know Roland's specific level, status, and weaknesses. But currently, the Intermediate Appraisal gives either or very vague outlines when used on someone like Roland. You still need to gather more experience to level up. Sigh. The road is long and difficult, but you keep going. You swear you will not die at the hands of these Western-style cabinets. 5th month. Thanks to Elizabeth eating nonstop day and night, your growth has received good nourishment. Your level has reached green LV.24. After a long time of interaction, your feelings for Elizabeth are quietly changing. The initial self-protection mindset is gradually replaced by a more complex emotion. You see her incredible courage to protect her loved ones in this beautiful succubus. You feel her gentle care and love conveyed through dreams. This pure and strong maternal light is very different from your stereotype of a succubus driven by desire and lust. Of course, this feeling is not related to romantic love. It is a bond of dependence and closeness through blood. If given the chance, you really want to save her as well. 6 months later, daily use of your abilities has caused your Mind's Eye to evolve again. Mind's Eye, Skilled, Omnipresent Vision, Mastery January 5000, Omnipresent Vision. You can create a spherical absolute visual field. Within this area, your vision ignores most physical obstacles and can process all visual information from all directions at once. At the same time, all moving objects within this field will appear 10 times slower. This ability is very powerful and greatly useful in real combat. In high-level battles, crises can happen in seconds. On the other hand, it can also give you more time to react. Whether attacking, defending, or escaping, it is a true God-level boost. You look forward to how it will improve when it reaches the ultimate level. 7 months later, with enough nutrition and your persistent training, you finally reach the moment of birth. The birthing process is supervised by Roland and assisted by several priests. When you leave the mother's body, a powerful magic flows naturally within you and stabilizes. Level, LV24, Leader Level. This is 1 level higher than before. Thanks to your solid foundation from long-term practice of the Golden Meditation Method in the womb, you are gently cleaned and placed into a soft swaddle prepared in advance. With your new, clear vision, you see the bright sunlight. You are freed from the constraints of amniotic fluid. This was your first time embracing the world. Wow, this feels amazing. You said this right after you were born. Your appearance perfectly inherited Elizabeth's stunning beauty. Because of your mixed heritage, you also have a unique elegance and charm. Your soft black hair and eyes like shining rubies. A small, slender tail with a cute black heart-shaped tip unconsciously sways behind you. Most eye-catching are the tiny bat-like wings on your back, now folded at the edge of your blanket. Honestly, apart from the small meat that shows your gender, there are almost no features of your father, Kai. You are a perfect display of demon bloodline. Roland stood by the bed, looking at you being held, with a smile that seemed very proud or even excited. He reached out, as if to touch your cheek. Roland, can I hold you first? Elizabeth asked carefully. Roland ignored her. He didn't even glance at the weak Elizabeth on the bed, just casually raised his other hand. Gently, he clenched his fist. No spells, no magic circles, just a simple gesture. Suddenly, Elizabeth's beautiful head exploded with a loud bang. Poor little Ray, your sharp eyes clearly caught everything. Mother, is she gone? Just like that. Casually. She was killed? A cold wave of fear and an indescribable feeling froze your heart instantly. Your body even started trembling. Oh, God will forgive your moment of fear. This was your first time facing such a bloody scene. It was a slow-motion replay, 10 times slower. But Roland seemed to brush away a speck of dust. He turned to look at you, still held by the maid, with that eerily gentle smile on his face. He gently stroked your wet black hair, moving softly. Perfect container. Pure vessel. He licked his crimson tongue, his eyes shining with excitement. Grow up well, my dear child. Next month, on the night of the full moon, the grand sacrifice will begin. Haha, sacrifice? Full moon. Besides the simulation, Lai once again reevaluated Roland. This man was more cold-blooded and ruthless than he had imagined. He's just a madman, Lai muttered to himself. Being born into such a family was a great tragedy, but it also made him realize that if he wanted to survive, the only way might be to kill Roland. After taking a deep breath, he continued reading. The full moon night seems to be a key point for the ritual. Before this condition arrives, you are safe. How long you stay safe, no one can guarantee. It feels like a sword of Damocles hangs over your head, ready to fall and take your life at any moment. Faced with the threat of death, you show resilience beyond normal. Once you realize you can't call out during the system simulation, you understand. You are inside a simulation. Since I can't kill you this time, I will next time. If not next time, then the time after that. You say this to yourself. Since it's already a hopeless situation, you decide to use your remaining strength to help your real self still in the world. So, you start practicing the appraisal technique desperately, day and night. By the 8th month, the full moon night did not arrive. You happily increased your proficiency for a month. During this time, Roland refused to leave your side, even a step. His strange eyes kept scanning you, filled with indescribable emotions. It made you feel sick. By the 9th month, your hard-earned skill finally broke through the last barrier. Intermediate appraisal technique, proficient, advanced appraisal technique, mastery 1/20,000, advanced appraisal technique. Your insight penetrates deeper into the rules. You can identify detailed information about targets up to 40 levels above you. You can also glimpse some past experiences or closely related hidden information about the target. This is a huge leap. After reading this, you'll be so excited you can't contain yourself. The appraisal limit increases from 20 levels at intermediate to 40 levels at advanced. This means you can now appraise targets up to level 64. More importantly, with the ability to see fragments of the past, you can learn much more about Roland. At this moment, Roland is still holding and admiring, muttering to himself. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon. I envy you so much, my child, to see the legendary master. You ignore his rambling words completely. Taking advantage of the close distance, you focus your mental energy. Suddenly, you cast the advanced appraisal technique directly at Roland Golden. A flood of information pours in. Name, Roland Golden. Title, Count of Gold. Race, human, transformed. Level, LV59, Royal Peak. Status, seriously injured, excited. Main talents, Golden Law, purple. Crimson Gold Domain, purple. Demon Contract, purple. Main skills, too many to list, mainly fire, metal control, high-level curses. Equipment, mostly rare, perfect grade gear and accessories. History, 1. The target is performing an ancient forbidden ritual to harness the power of the great desire to break through to hero level. 2. The target has signed a contract with an unknown entity, involving power borrowing and sacrifices, with some souls already transformed. Level 59. Royal Peak. Just one step away from hero level. Lai Yi's eyes widened in shock. Wow, he couldn't help but curse out loud. He thought Roland's strength was at most at the king level peak. I never expected it to be at the peak of the royal level. My strength is really far behind his. But Lai didn't give up hope. Because besides strength, he noticed other things too. For example, serious injury. On the Starfall continent, making a contract with a demon is a serious crime. Roland is an Earl of the Empire and has a brother from the church. With such a background, Colluding with demons is risky. Unless there's no way out, I would never take such a dangerous step. From this, we can see how serious this serious injury is. How much of his strength remains, that's hard to say. He pursed his lips, his eyes shining with a dangerous light. He kept watching. In the simulation, you are obviously also shocked. Can an earl really be a royal-level expert? What about the marquis, duke, and king? After a deep sigh, you temporarily accept your fate. Right now, there's no way to escape. But you can make him disgusted, like now. Ah, priest. Priest. Inside the golden castle, Roland's loud shouts echoed through the empty room. Lay Golden, this beloved eldest son of the earl, under the earl's careless moment, bit his tongue and took his own life. Considering he still has the healing gift, he also shot a few corrosive arrows at his heart. His body was on the verge of death. He was barely holding on with his unyielding will to live. Honestly, with this, he could be saved. As long as a powerful priest came, but unfortunately, he blew himself up. Haha. You watch Roland panic and look anxious. Mockingly, you said, cooked duck flies away. You died. The simulation ends. Final status, deceased, suicide. Survival time, about 9 months in real time. Final level, LV24. Unlocked achievements. Midwife in the womb, dream realm traveler, master appraiser, blood sacrifice, secret observer. Rewards obtained. 1. Magic genius, blue. 2. Skills, advanced hypnosis, proficient, omnidirectional vision, expert, advanced appraisal, expert. 3. Cultivation result, golden meditation method, with 9 months of mastery. Overall rating, E-evaluation. This is a classic case of survival in a very dangerous environment, using wisdom and patience to gain vital information. You successfully attracted Roland's interest by leveraging your unique traits, earning valuable time to grow. But unfortunately, you did not live to see the end. Reality, inside the mother's body, lies digesting a vast and heavy flow of information. He blinks. This simulation's data overload is quite intense. Roland's terrifying strength, his future as a sacrifice, Elizabeth's which bloodline. Everything is suffocating. There's no time to think more. He quickly calms his mind. The strategies tested in the simulation must be executed immediately in reality. The golden count could arrive at any moment. He immediately focuses his thoughts on the newly acquired skill, great hypnosis. Unlike the gradual exploration in the simulation, he now masters this skill fluently. He carefully extends his mental tendrils, sensing Elizabeth's mental waves. She seems to be in a shallow, restless sleep due to long-term mental stress. Great Dream Master, please allow me to glimpse others' dreams. I pledge my loyalty. Enter the dream. Unlike the quick casting in the simulation, real magic requires chanting. The more skilled the caster, the shorter the chant. The process of entering the dream is more fantastical than imagined. His consciousness seems to pass through a layer of colorful film, entering a constantly flowing, shifting world. Everything here is like a reflection in water, rippling. Like bubbles, it seems they will burst at a touch. Fortunately, countless experiences of entering dreams and simulations helped him steady his form and adapt to this unique rule. He stood in a deep darkness, which is the main tone of Elizabeth's dream. It represents her repression and despair. But in the darkness, a small area was shining with light. At the center of the light, Elizabeth's face was blushing shyly. In front of her was a man kneeling on one knee. He was wearing golden armor and holding a golden sword. It's Kai. His handsome face was full of deep affection, and his voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with tenderness. Elizabeth, I love you more than anything in the world. Roland, that hypocrite, has been completely defeated by me. Come with me, leave this prison, and you will be my only true love in this life. She nodded softly, reaching out with trembling hands, as if she wanted to fall into Kai's arms. Such a love-struck fool. Seeing this scene, Lei almost gagged. He moved his mind, twisting the rules of the dream with his thoughts. A huge sickle suddenly appeared above Kai's head and slashed down without warning. Thud. Kai's head, still showing deep affection, fell off with a loud sound, rolling away like a ball. Blood burst out in the dream, staining the small shining area red. Ah! Elizabeth let out a scream of extreme terror. The entire dream world shook violently, and the edges began to break apart. This is a sign that the dreamer is extremely frightened and about to wake up. Calm down, Lei shouted softly. His powerful mental strength formed an invisible net, instantly covering the collapsing dream. He forcibly calmed Elizabeth's frightened soul and reinforced the boundaries of the dream. Elizabeth, still pale, looked at you suddenly appearing. Her face was still pale, but the fear in her eyes was replaced by confusion and caution. Dream enchantress, why are you invading my dream? After all, she was a succubus and very sensitive to the aura of her kind. She immediately saw through Lei's little trick. And in her understanding, when a succubus enters a dream, it usually involves plundering or killing. Mom, don't be afraid. It's me, your child. Lei tried to speak kindly and gently with her. Whether he could survive depended entirely on whether this mother was willing to cooperate. Child, Elizabeth sneered. Don't try to fool me. My child is still in my belly. How could it have such a solid dream body? Lei scratched his head in frustration. It seemed words alone were useless. But he was prepared. 3 months ago, in the garden on the west side of the castle, you and Kai were there, acting wildly, not knowing what the world is. The position you used was. Details available with a subscription. Elizabeth's face instantly turned red, almost as if blood was about to drip. And also, Lei seized the moment and continued. Since then, you often feel lonely. When you relieve your loneliness, you use your middle finger and ring finger. Enough? I believe you. I believe you are my baby. Please stop talking. Elizabeth covered her face with her hands, so embarrassed she almost wanted to hide underground. Her voice leaked out through her fingers, full of embarrassment and a hint of disbelief mixed with a shy tone. Being able to say these things showed that Lei had been paying close attention to her life. And being able to do this without the guards noticing meant either he was very powerful or, as Lei suspected, he was indeed her child. And if he was so powerful, why bother tricking himself? Seeing that the mother believed him, Lei stopped his detailed broadcast and withdrew. Mom, I'm in such a hurry to find you, because Roland is about to return. From now on, you must trust me completely. Only then can we have a slim chance of survival. Lei shared his strategic plan from the simulation with Elizabeth. The plan went smoothly, just as it had in the simulation. When Roland finally said, "You're carrying a good child," and left the room, she, leaning against the bed, finally took a deep breath, her cold sweat soaking her nightgown. She gently stroked her slightly rounded belly. A relieved smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. To avoid repeating the same plot points, this part is skipped. After this event, Elizabeth began to see Lai as an old monster who had been reborn with memories. In this world of swords and magic, many stories like this are told. For example, the story of the wise hero who was born knowing everything. In any case, she fully accepted Lai's existence. That night, after Elizabeth's emotions settled and she fell asleep, Lai used deep hypnosis to pull her into a dream. The simulations are always brief. Unless it's a very important issue, they are summarized quickly. So, some questions need to be clarified in real life. Mom, I need to ask you something. Lai spoke directly. Go ahead, dear. Elizabeth replied softly. About our bloodline. Do you know about the witch? Lai cut straight to the point. This term, mentioned several times in the simulations, made Lai pay attention. Maybe the key to solving everything is related to this. Witch? Elizabeth tilted her head, showing confusion. She thought hard. It seems my grandmother mentioned a long time ago. Our family was very glorious, serving a remarkable great person. But the details, who they were or what powers they had, have been lost over time. Lai understood. It seemed the secret of the witch bloodline was deeply hidden. Even Elizabeth didn't know much. He changed the question. What did you give to Kai? What did he take from you before he left? When mentioning Kai, Elizabeth's eyes brightened, and she seemed to reminisce. He took a necklace from me. It's a family heirloom called Medusa's Tear. She paused, a shy look in her eyes. The necklace itself doesn't have any special powers, but he said he wanted to use it as a token of our bond. Her voice grew softer, as if lost in memory. Medusa's Tear. Lai didn't care how his mother fantasized about it. He quietly remembered the name. A family heirloom with more symbolic meaning than actual power, yet Kai wanted to take it. That should be the key to the Wonder Dungeon, he muttered to himself while activating a high-level appraisal spell directed at Elizabeth. He wanted to see more clearly and confirm some information. A light screen appeared in his mind. Name, Elizabeth. Level, LV37, Lord level. Race, desire succubus. Status, healthy, pregnant. Talents, charm, purple. Desire, blue. Good pregnancy physique, blue. Magic resistance, green. Skills, advanced illusions, mind suggestion, pain transfer, basic healing. Mainly mental, illusion, and support skills. Hidden key information. 1. The target is the 13th descendant of the Desire Witch, with very faint witch blood flowing in her veins. 2. The target's magic power is sealed. 3. The target's bloodline is being cursed, gradually awakening, and will fully erupt on the night of the full moon. Descendant of the Desire Witch, Lai nodded. Giving Elizabeth medicine was to awaken her faint bloodline and prepare her for the ritual. And the object of Roland's worship was called the Grand Duke of Desire. All clues connected. Lai finished the appraisal and looked at Elizabeth, who still seemed a bit confused and sad in his dream. His heart was filled with complex feelings. This beautiful, innocent woman, toyed with by fate, was his mother. If he could protect her, it would also fulfill his sense of gratitude for her giving him life. Mom, rest well. After saying this, he slowly exited the dream. He firmly addressed the system. System, start the simulation. Simulator starting. Drawing simulation target. Target is Dark Elf. Dark Elf. They call themselves Trist, meaning child of the night. They are a sub-race of ancient elves that evolved over a long time in the dark underground regions after their fall from the surface. Their skin resembles dark silk, and silver or white hair is common. They retain some of the elves' beauty and long life, but lack their kindness and compassion. Currently drawing talents. Congratulations, the host has obtained a white talent, Skin Hardening. Skin Hardening. The skin becomes tougher, greatly increasing defense. Huff. Lai relaxes and exhales. This species is quite good. It's a rare humanoid creature. It's just a pity that the simulated rating is too low. After many simulations, Lai has figured out the pattern of the ratings. The key factors are survival time and level progress. Otherwise, even if the performance in the simulation is excellent, the rating won't be high. Hopefully, this will be a good start. Lai prays and makes the sign of the cross on his chest, following local customs. No choice, Roland's pressure on him is just too great. He must grow into a royal-level powerhouse within 7 months. Entering the simulated world. Location, Black Market Slave Trading Post. Initial level, LV11. Carrying talents, Charm, purple. Wolf King's Will, purple. Plunder, blue. Super Healing, blue. Simulation begins. You open your eyes. A strong smell of sweat, rust, and cheap spices hits your nose first. Around you are the muffled sobs and cries of various creatures. What's going on? You look down and see that you are naked, only a dirty, torn cloth around your waist. Your hands and feet are shackled with heavy iron chains, locked inside a rusty iron cage. Nearby are cages holding various goods, strong orcs, timid goblins, and handsome human boys and girls. You understand your situation. You're a slave in a slave market. Damn it, faced with such a hellish start, you have no strength to complain. Those who don't kill you only make you stronger. Your skin is darker than wheat color, but it strangely fits you. Your short silver hair is messy and pressed against your forehead. The slender, graceful figure of a dark elf, made even more fragile-looking by long imprisonment and poor nutrition, still carries a delicate beauty that seems easily broken. Dark skin, silver hair, are you still a young boy? How long will such adorable creatures continue to dominate the world? Ahem. Thanks to the charm talent you carry. Even in this dirty, messy environment, you naturally emit a sense of sadness. Let's guess. How long before this sad beauty attracts attention? A day? No, just an hour. Look at that dark elf. Such beautiful skin, like black obsidian. His eyes are so intense. Taming him must be exciting. TSK, such a rare find. Once trained, he'll be a top-tier toy. Listening to these reckless comments, your face grows paler. Especially the lustful looks from some male buyers make you instinctively tighten up. Oh heavens, please don't sell me to a perverted noble with strange hobbies. You pray desperately in your mind, thinking even a plump owner might be better than this. But it seems Lady Luck has taken a break. Once the bidding starts, more male buyers show interest, and the price keeps rising. Finally, a middle-aged human gentleman, dressed in a well-fitted black suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with neatly combed hair and a gentle, refined demeanor, wins with an overwhelming bid of 200 gold coins. Lady Luck, you bitch. 200 gold coins. In this world, 1 gold coin is enough for an average family of 3 to live comfortably for a month. It's a huge amount of money, but you're not happy at all about being sold for such a high price. With a dead heart, you are fitted with a special shackle and taken away like an object. Starting in hell, Lai mutters to himself. He didn't expect that his special charm would have such an effect, but he couldn't blame anyone else. Which good system would send the host to such a place? Every time he received a low score, the system would increase the difficulty. Next time, he really needs to be more careful with his ratings. System, what do you think this man wants to do? System, On the way back, you did think about escaping. But the special shackles on your hands sealed all your magic. Dark elves aren't known for brute strength. So, you had to accept the unknown future. The middle-aged man's home is in a relatively busy part of the city. He calls himself Mr. Vincent. He looks at you from a distance with a judging gaze, like evaluating a product. Finally, he pats your firm hips and begins to speak slowly. Unique aura, youthful face, and perfect curves. Even someone like me, who usually prefers female partners, has to admit you're very attractive. Your heart alarms, and you watch the man carefully. So, what do you want to do? You would rather die than do such things. Anyway, the alternate space simulation is unlimited. If he says a word you don't want to hear, you will immediately bite your tongue and end your life. He pauses, a sharp business-like glint in his eyes. Don't be nervous, little one. I run a high-end social club called Moonlight Courtyard. Simply put, it's a kind of entertainment venue, and you, he points at you confidently. With professional training, you can become my brightest star. Star? Entertainment venue? You widen your dark red eyes. Does this mean making you a performer? Ordinary people might see this as a huge humiliation, but you breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Vincent's words are very clear. He wants to train you as a tool to make money. So, in the short term, your chastity is protected. As for whether you'll have to meet unwanted clients later, maybe. I still have a way out. You force yourself to stay calm and think clearly. Since this is a fantasy version of a brothel, the core is probably similar. If I could meet a powerful client who is truly obsessed with me, maybe I could buy my freedom. You nod, thinking this idea could work. In real life, I am a charm demon. Seducing someone to be my loyal companion is just basic skills. So, your plan to train a loyal companion begins now. First month, your life is filled with training. Vincent's chosen mentor teaches you manners, speech skills, and even flirtation techniques. But compared to your vast knowledge, these are simple. Charm demons are born masters of desire. What takes ordinary servants months to learn, you can do effortlessly. And you do it even more captivatingly. Both your trainer and Mr. Vincent, who is secretly watching, are shocked. They expected at least 6 months of training. But in just half a month, you already show a natural, stunning charm. Mr. Vincent adjusts his glasses more often, eyes shining with excitement at his discovery. You're a genius. A natural-born star performer. He immediately decides to seize the moment and hold a grand auction with the theme, Your First Night Rites. Second month, the most luxurious banquet hall of the Moonlight Courtyard is decorated to the utmost extravagance. All invitees are the most powerful people in the city. You are dressed up, wearing a semi-sheer dark purple silk robe, your silver hair carefully styled, making your mysterious purple-black skin even more enchanting. Your shackles are removed and replaced with decorative silver chains. You stand on a high platform covered with velvet, under a spotlight shining on you. Your slender figure, a blend of innocence and maturity, gives off a unique charm. Under the full display of enchanting talent, you don't need to pose deliberately. Just stand quietly with your eyes slightly lowered. This alone makes the seasoned nobles gasp and their hearts race. When did this city produce such a beautiful person? Both men and women guests look at you with intense desire, some even with a wild wish to possess or destroy this beauty. This is a 15-year-old dark elf, someone says. His charm probably needs no introduction. Starting bid is 200 gold coins. Who can spend a wonderful night with him? 300 gold coins. The bidding heats up from the start. 500, 700. I want to win this little elf. 850. Don't anyone try to steal him from me. 1,000 gold coins. The price skyrockets like a wild horse, quickly surpassing 1,000 gold coins and continuing to rise. People on the Starfall continent seem to have a special obsession with young boys, pure, innocent, untouched by the world. Not only the Godfather likes him, but every noble wants to be his first in life. The atmosphere below is very excited, as if they are not buying a slave for one night, but a rare treasure to show off for a lifetime. You are also shocked by the crazy price, but remain calm, observing the bidders carefully. Most are wealthy old nobles who are not the ideal targets. Finally, when the price reaches an astonishing 1,200 gold coins, a cool, slightly hoarse female voice comes from an unremarkable box on the second floor of the banquet hall. 2,000 gold coins. Her voice is quiet, but has a strange penetrating power, instantly silencing the noisy scene. Everyone falls silent and turns their gaze toward her. The curtain of the box is slightly lifted, but you can't see her full face. You can only faintly see a figure dressed in dark hunting attire, wearing a half-face silver mask with rare ice blue long hair. But the cold, aloof aura that kept others at a distance, along with her calmness when making the bid, showed she was not an ordinary person. Mr. Vincent's face lit up with a big smile, and he made the final decision. Sold. Congratulations to our distinguished guest. You are led by a maid to a private room on the second floor. Your heart is filled with nervousness and a faint curiosity about this mysterious female buyer. What kind of person is she? The door to the private room slowly opens in front of you. The scene inside makes you pause. Deep red velvet curtains hang from the ceiling. The air is filled with a rich, slightly sweet incense. The guest who bid 2,000 gold coins stands in the center of the room. She still wears that outfit, with a silver mask covering the upper half of her face. She doesn't speak, only uses her eyes to look you up and down. Her gaze lingers for a moment on your revealing silk robe. Then she steps closer, carrying a fresh, sea breeze-like scent. One hand casually rests on your shoulder, with fingertips showing the calluses of a martial artist, feeling cool. That hand doesn't stay. It moves along your slender neck, then gently touches your cheek. Her thumb even teasingly brushes the corner of your lips. TSK, indeed a rare little beauty, she says with a smile, her voice husky and lazy, leaning in closer so her warm breath nearly brushes your ear. Spent so many gold coins on me. Tell me, how do you plan to reward me tonight? A feeling of disgust at being treated like an object rises in your heart, but you quickly suppress it. You lower your head slightly, your long silver eyelashes trembling. Miss, you can do whatever you want, you say softly. This submissive attitude, combined with your dark elf youthfulness, is enough to make most people lower their guard. Oh, anything at all? She laughs softly, seeming pleased with your obedience, and raises her other hand as if to wrap around your waist. Now is the moment. You slightly smile at the corner of your mouth. Activate illusion magic. The woman seems to be momentarily stunned. Then, almost at the same time, you focus more mental energy. Use a powerful hypnotic spell. The target's mental strength is clearly strong, but your attack is too sudden, and it's controlled by double illusions. Even a level 30 professional would fall after taking 2 of your advanced skills today. The woman suddenly pauses her action of holding your waist and slowly falls backward. You breathe a sigh of relief and quickly check her. She is breathing steadily and has fallen into a deep sleep. The shackles on your hands were removed before entering the room for convenience, so your magic is functioning smoothly now. You never planned to do anything serious with a stranger buyer. Apart from psychological resistance, hygiene and safety issues are enough to make you back away. You only need to weave a realistic, romantic dream memory into her subconscious afterward to handle the situation. However, you are very curious about this generous female buyer. Gently, you remove half of her mask. The face beneath the mask surprises you slightly. It's a young face full of both heroism and delicacy, probably around 20 years old. Her skin is a healthy wheat color, her nose high and straight, lips beautiful, and even with her eyes closed, her brows seem to hold a sharpness. She is very attractive, but what puzzles you more is the huge contrast between her age and her mature aura. Without hesitation, you activate a high-level appraisal spell on her while she sleeps. A light screen appears in your mind. Name, Mia. She title, Ocean Hero, Rising Star. Race, Human, Sea Hybrid. Level, LV40, King Tier, Early Stage. Ocean Hero. You gasp in shock, feeling stunned inside. A hero. This profession, symbolizing the highest talent, unlimited potential, and national hope among humans. Appearing in a place like this? Did you become your benefactor? What makes you even more nervous is that you just used hypnosis and mental attacks on a brave hero, casting a spell over 30 levels. Then it seems to confirm your worries. Mia, who should be asleep, suddenly curves her lips into a sly smile. Her hand shoots out like lightning and grabs your hand holding the mask. You cry out in pain, caught off guard. Mia opens her eyes, with a big smile and a hint of teasing, showing no sign of being hypnotized. She even lazily yawns, and then pulls your arm casually. You are no match for her as a top-level hero. You lose your balance and fall into her arms. Little Beauty, her voice, full of satisfaction, whispers in your ear, warm and playful. Your tricks are quite varied. Hypnosis? Deep sleep? When did dark elves gain such talent? But your sister, just like a little claw. What's the fun in a gentle toy? The rest of what happens. The author prefers not to describe in detail, only leaving 3 big words for everyone to enjoy. Start, big car. The next morning, Mia wakes up refreshed and slowly gets dressed. Meanwhile, you are curled up on the messy bed, covered with marks from love and some faint bruises. She walks to the door, looks back at you, and pauses for a moment at the marks on your body, with an even deeper smile. Rest well. I will come often in the future. Her tone is light, as if she's just saying she'll come back for dinner tonight. After saying that, she pushes the door open and leaves. In the days that follow, the news that a mysterious buyer has become a dark elf's exclusive benefactor spreads like wings through the upper-class circles. Everyone, except you and Vincent, is curious about her identity. As the only 2 people in the know, your Daddy-san, Vincent was practically beaming with happiness. His mouth almost stretched to his ears. He immediately ordered that you no longer need to participate in any public auctions or entertain other guests. You only need to focus entirely on serving the brave hero. Your treatment was also upgraded to the highest level, with a private luxury suite and a dedicated maid. No wonder he was so exaggerated. The hero, as a symbol of potential and one of the highest sources of military strength in the human kingdom, holds an extremely noble status. Not every great nation has a current hero born, but those that do will see their national power and influence greatly increase. The Blue Empire you are in is such a powerful coastal nation. It's the 3rd month. Mia, as she said, visits frequently. It seems that her experience of driving a big car has made her crave more. She enjoys relaxing with you and experiencing interactions that feel like complete control, even a bit of conquest. After so much interaction, you finally understand why Mia is called the Ocean Hero, because that water is incredibly turbulent and powerful. Looking at your fallen self in the simulation, Ray smiled weakly. Maybe I can be a hero too. The staff hero. Even though she always plays very intensely, making you recover afterward, there's no denying she is very generous to you. Besides the generous tips she leaves each time, what she truly gives you is a piece of equipment. The Ocean Crown, headgear, rare, effects. 1. Reduces spell casting/chanting time by 30%. 2. Deep Sea Shelter. Summons a durable water bubble that surrounds the user, capable of completely blocking a single high-level attack, not exceeding LV50. During the water bubble's existence, the user can breathe and move freely underwater. A rare-grade piece of equipment. This is the highest-grade weapon you have encountered so far. Looking at the description, you can only marvel. Powerful attributes and practical skills. This is indeed a rare and valuable weapon, exceeding expectations. Even though Mia has been generous to you, you feel no warmth in your heart. You know well that in the eyes of the proud hero, You are just a fun and useful toy. When he is interested, he holds you in his hand. When bored, he can discard you at will. Because of this, you have never lost yourself and have always kept your original goal, freedom. By the 5th month, Mia's visits have noticeably decreased. It seems that her curiosity and desire to conquer you are fading over time. Even more, because your body is gradually developing, she has become somewhat disinterested. You are not worried about this. In fact, you are pleased. These days, she has given you enough money. The wealth hidden in your room has grown to a level that would make ordinary nobles jealous. This has started to make you think a little. By the 6th month, she no longer appears. There are rumors that the mysterious person has a new interest. Vincent, who lost his source of income, is furious. He vents all his anger on you, blaming you for being useless. Who bought you, you lowly slave? Who gives you food? Is this how you repay your master? He insults your race and status with the dirtiest words and issues a final warning. If Mia does not change her mind within half a month, you will become the lowest and most public tool in this courtyard. You listen quietly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of your lips. You know his time has come. In the 6th month, shocking news spreads throughout the Moonlight Courtyard. Vincent has died by suicide in his bedroom. There are no signs of struggle, and the handwriting on the note is clear, stating he leaves all his assets to his newly adult daughter. He also pleads for the experienced dark elf, Lei, to assist in managing them. Of course, this was your doing. Vincent, a merchant in his 20s, is fragile compared to the countless skills you possess. The puppet master skill allows you to easily manipulate him into taking his own life. You could have taken his life long ago, but you hesitated, fearing Mia's attention. Now that the hero's gaze has shifted away, he has no more value. Interestingly, his daughter, an aristocratic girl with long seaweed-like hair and eyes like the first blue waves, has inherited the family business. Along with her graceful and dignified mother, they quickly show you extraordinary trust and closeness. This is not just because of your effective assistance. Your charm, a purple talent, is very powerful. Combined with shallow hypnotic suggestions in her dreams, it's enough to leave your mark on their minds. This trust becomes deeply rooted with a little effort. Miss, from now on, I will be your new father. Madam, has your husband been here? Under your skillful charm, they have both become your lookalikes. You have become the true hidden master of the Moonlight Courtyard. As for why you don't leave immediately, a dark elf surviving alone in a human country under the sun is like a target for danger. Here, you at least have a layer of protection, a base, and endless resources. As for freedom, holding a brothel, who could be freer than you? I'm free now. People in the city play more extravagantly. Lai sighed, rubbing his forehead. It seems his simulated self has truly let go, but he would never sink to the same level as his simulation. I'm a pure love supporter, system. I don't believe it. In the 7th month, you officially began reshaping the Moonlight Courtyard as the behind-the-scenes master. The huge wealth left by Mia became your starting capital. You boldly introduced many new ideas. For example, the Earth version of QQ uniform, black stockings, white socks, double pair combinations. Various daring and innovative outfits that highlight endless styles. The old residents of the Starfall continent have never seen such a spectacle. When the ladies of the Moonlight Courtyard appear, they immediately catch everyone's attention. The noble gentlemen are dazzled and captivated. They willingly spend money without hesitation. You also established a strict membership ranking system, where higher spending means a higher membership level. The higher the level, the better the services members can enjoy. You even announced that at the highest level, you would personally host the members. This move strongly appeals to the noble's natural sense of superiority. It turns comparison and vanity into direct motivation for spending. Memories from your past life have become your greatest wealth in this life. In this land with limited entertainment, your marketing skills, even if not perfect, are enough to outshine everyone. So, your daily routine is simply, come wealth, come wealth. Money comes from all directions. By the 8th month, the reputation of the Moonlight Courtyard has spread across the coastal cities of the Azure Empire. Many noble families want to visit and enjoy the experience. Since operations and customer flow are no longer issues, you handed over daily management to Vincent's wife and daughter, stepping back completely from the front lines. Becoming a wealthy person was never your goal. It was just a step for you to gather strength and climb higher. You began to focus most of your energy on becoming stronger. Using your large funds, you bought the highest quality magic crystals, rare monster blood and flesh, and secret medicines that help increase mental power. Dark elves are humanoid creatures, which allows you to practice the golden meditation method. Dark elves are naturally suited for nighttime environments. Plus, you have the blessing of the Wolf King's will. Your meditation at night is incredibly efficient, like a rocket. It's worth mentioning that this mental training technique is also highly regarded among elves. Your mental strength has become more solid and stable because of it. The Old Gold family has a deep background. Old Gold family, cough, ignore that detail. Your plundering talent has also started to work, allowing you to absorb various attributes from each magical beast's flesh and blood you consume. Sometimes, you even gain 1 or 2 white or green talents. As for higher level talents, forgive it for only being a blue talent, but it still benefits you greatly. In the first year, your level steadily increased to level 15. Your body, which had been thin due to long-term poor nutrition to match distorted beauty standards, became more balanced and powerful through plenty of food and exercise. That year, you learned a skill, night vision, beginner. Night vision. You can see as clearly in the dark as in daylight. The elegance and agility of the dark elf are gradually returning to you. From the night, the elf is rising. In the second year, life continued to improve steadily. Your level reached 18. You learned a skill, phantom, beginner. Phantom. You can hide in the moonlight and become invisible at night. A very good skill. It can be used for surprise attacks or for escaping. It added a bold new element to your skill tree. However, the business at the Moonlight Courtyard sometimes faces setbacks or competition because of your disappearance. Honestly, Vincent and his daughter are not very good at business, but they are okay at this kind of work. At this time, you would timely appear, hosting a very private small auction. The item for sale is simple: the right to spend a night with a dark elf. This always ignites the most passionate competition among your old clients. In reality, the winner only gets an incredibly real, dream experience. They wake up feeling completely satisfied, thinking it was worth every penny. And they publicly declare, "The Dark Elf is very charming." The Moonlight Courtyard has overcome many difficulties and even advanced to a higher level. You sit quietly in your luxurious suite, unconsciously running your fingers along the cold edge of the ocean crown. It rests silently in a jewelry box, like a drop of frozen deep-sea tears. This is Mia's gift, and it is now your most powerful talisman. Over the years, stories about her have often reached your ears. In just 2 years, she has already reached level 51, officially becoming a top-tier creature. Such speed is unheard of. You even start to wonder who the real protagonist is. How come someone is leveling up faster than me, even with all my cheat skills? Besides that, she has done many heroic deeds, helping people and fighting evil. If you hadn't had deep conversations with her, you might have thought she was a good person. Year 3. Your level has reached 21. Congratulations, you are now a leader-level creature. Dark elves are a subspecies of elves, and they have strong natural talents. At least, you feel that you won't hit a bottleneck before reaching level 40. This year, it seems you have grown a bit. Your height is nearly 1.7 meters. You've outgrown the childish look, but you're still not tall. But that's not your fault. Elves are a very long-lived race. You still have to wait decades to become fully adult. This year, you spent a lot of money to have a black attribute bow and arrow made for you. The Night Owl, a rare grade. Effects: 1. Night Arrow Rain. Can release shadowy arrows to a designated location. 2. Autolock. Your arrows can automatically lock onto a target without aiming. It's very powerful, and you are very satisfied with this forging. As your level grows, you become more eager to develop the Dark Elf path. Ranger. You have learned many skills of warriors and mages. Your survival and damage output at this level are definitely top tier. But what about speed? It seems you don't have any impressive cards to show. So, this time, you decide to focus all your energy on the Ranger path. You work hard to shape yourself into a 6-sided warrior. Year 4. In your private training room on the 3rd floor of the Moonlight Courtyard. Sweat and shadows intertwine. You are shirtless, your well-toned muscles moving under the magic crystal lamp. After years of training, your level has reached 24. Your physical strength has become even stronger. You have also learned many racial skills of the shadow elf. Among them, your favorite is shadow control. Shadow control. Beginner, you can control shadows to bind targets. It is a good control skill. In short, now, in every way, you are a qualified ranger. Sir, a guest has arrived. Mom asked me to check with you. A soft report comes from outside the door. Vincent and his daughter, under your careful guidance, have become very capable helpers. With them working in the front, you feel at ease. Because they will listen to your advice on any important decision. You are the ruler of this paradise. Who is it? Funt Heinrich's butler, saying he wants to discuss a partnership. You smile slightly. This is the third person this month who wants to collaborate. Being popular attracts trouble. You murmur. It seems more and more people are eyeing the Moonlight Courtyard, this money-making tree. But you have no obligation to share this wealth. Refuse it. The Moonlight Courtyard will not allow any forces to interfere. Year 5. Things start to become strange. Your business faces many difficulties. First, all the local fashion houses begin to imitate your business model. Launching fashion lines, holding membership events. Some empty rumors are spreading wildly in this city. They say, the servants of the Moonlight Courtyard all have contagious illnesses. It seems to be a revenge from the families who refuse to give in to you. Faced with such a difficult situation, you stay calm. First, you issue a reward notice. Anyone who can find a biological mother within the courtyard will receive 1,000 gold coins, paid with both hands. You know exactly which servant you chose. Such a situation is impossible. So, you decide to let the public verify it. In just a few days, the rumors will naturally be proven false. As for those scheming scholars, you don't care at all. They can only steal some small gains. The big clients have long been dependent on this place. Of course, this is the illusion you have fed them. Everyone who has spent a night with you can't help but stay. After all, in dreams, everything is possible. In this year's campaign, you did win. But, dear, there is an old Chinese saying, people are not happy every day, and flowers do not bloom all year round. Even you can have setbacks. In the 5th year, your opponent used the simplest business tactic, attack and kill. You didn't foresee this danger because your attention was focused on dealing with business rivals. When Vincent and his daughter's deathly presence filled the 3rd floor, you finally realized the threat was near. Their bodies were sprawled on the ground, still warm with blood. Anger rose in your chest, but you quickly suppressed it with reason. You sensed another person in the room. That person almost blended into the environment, breathing so quietly it was almost inaudible. But you have 360-degree vision. Simple invisibility can't escape your eyes. That person also seemed to want to attack you. You didn't give him a chance. Suddenly, all the shadows in the room surged. They stretched and twisted into black ropes, binding his legs. Darkness from under the bed spilled out, wrapping around his arms. The shadow in the corner of the wall formed into a hand, covering his mouth just as he was about to shout. He struggled and was terrified. He didn't expect someone as ruthless as you to be in the moonlit courtyard. But you just looked at him coldly. You had never seen this person before. In fact, you were quite sure that the moonlit courtyard and he had no past conflicts. Yet he still came late at night and killed the apparent leader, Vincent, and his daughter. There was only one reason. He was hired by someone else. Sleep now? You whispered. The killer's eyes lost focus. You thought, even a dog needs its owner. Let's see who dares to harm the dog you raised. You reached out and touched the person's cold temple with your fingertip. Over the years, you often used hypnosis to deal with clients. Because of this, in just 5 years, it had transformed. The spirit of nightmare, proficient. You can freely enter people's dreams, peek into their memories, and even change them. But be careful. If you touch their deepest inner thoughts, you risk being harmed in return. Your consciousness sank into a deep sea, surrounded by twisting, shifting shadows. You focused and pushed through the fog. A scene appeared, a dark, damp underground tavern, filled with the sour smell of cheap beer and sweat. Shadow, a silver-ranked assassin from the Assassin Guild, sat in the corner. Opposite him was a man cloaked in a hood, Funt Heinrich, who ran several brothels. A heavy bag of gold coins was pushed across a greasy wooden table. Moonlit courtyard, go eliminate Vincent and his daughter. You muttered softly, following the memory of that person. Then, a slight smile appeared on your lips. That same night, in the Heinrich estate by the sea, everyone was sleeping peacefully in their sweet dreams. Font, the estate owner, was no exception. He was having an unprecedented, wonderful dream. In his dream, he lay in the most luxurious room of the moonlit courtyard, flanked by two stunning beauties. Flowing wine, piles of gold coins, and rivals kneeling in fear. He laughs loudly, feeling the sweet taste of power and desire fill every part of him. Suddenly, the beautiful face in his arms becomes blurry. He blinks, and the lovely face begins to melt and change shape. His skin turns pale, and dark red blood starts to seep from the corners of his mouth. It's Mrs. Vincent's hollow eyes staring directly at him. He screams and pushes her away, but the beautiful woman on his right makes a creepy, giggling sound. Turning his head, he sees the young face of Vincent's daughter, with a deep cut on her neck, bubbling with blood. No. The shadows in the private room start to move and gather, forming a tall figure in black clothes. You step out of the shadows, holding a dagger made of darkness. How? How could you? Punishment for murder, you say calmly. You interrupt him, raising the dagger slightly. I'll join in the business fight, but you've crossed the line. The dagger turns into a streak of black light. He looks down, and the shadowy blade has pierced his heart. An endless cold spreads, swallowing all his dreams of luxury and happiness. The dream shatters. In reality, Font suddenly twitches on his big bed, clutching his chest with wide eyes. He never wakes up again. Although you have avenged yourself and let go of your hatred, when you see Vincent's body and his daughter's corpse on the third floor of the moonlight courtyard, the thrill of revenge quickly cools, leaving only the cold reality. You know that an era has ended. You could find another puppet, hide the truth of the murder, and keep running this profitable place. But what will you face next? Today, you dealt with Viscount Heinrich. Tomorrow, there will be other viscounts, barons, and Chamber of Commerce leaders. The moonlight courtyard has become a thorn in the side of the city's entertainment industry. They will unite, using dirtier tricks and more ruthless assassins. How much effort will it take to handle investigations? How much planning is needed for the next attack? How many schemes are required to deal with different groups? You don't know. But during this time, you should have been seeking the true meaning of strength. Staying here goes against your original goal of becoming stronger. You stand by the window, looking at the dark alley behind the moonlit courtyard. A few drunken guests are being led out by servants, their laughter echoing in the night. This place used to be your refuge, your source of wealth, your disguise. Now, it has become your prison. It's time to leave. But where to, you wonder? Your gaze falls on the body of a person named Shadow. You have seen his memories. He was a lone assassin with no family or friends. He came into the world alone and died lonely. Few people knew his true identity, and even if they did, you smile slightly. You are confident you can change their memories. Being an assassin is dangerous, but high risks bring high rewards. Many rare treasures that money can't buy are easily found here. Plus, it can give you valuable combat experience. This is exactly what you need on your journey as a wanderer. So why not continue his work as an assassin in his place? You know that the Assassin Guild includes many subhumans and cursed individuals. It's a group made up of sewer rats who care only about skill, not background. Even if your dark elf identity is exposed later, they won't reject you. Who walking in shadows is cleaner than anyone else. You kneel down and take off his clothes. They fit perfectly. From now on, I am Shadow, you say to yourself. 3 days later, you are fully prepared. You burn all personal belongings from the moonlit courtyard, then disappear into the night with all the gold coins you've earned over the years. It's worth mentioning that the fire also destroyed all slave contracts. This means all the slaves are now free. You know this will cause chaos, but you don't care. Once you leave this city, everything here will be none of your business. At dusk, you arrive at the coffin shop in the west part of the city. This is one of the disguised bases of the guild, handling real bodies during the day and making bodies for business at night. You push the door open, and the bell rings softly. Behind the counter is a hunched old man, busy writing in a ledger. He looks up at you with dull eyes. showing no emotion. 1 glass of whiskey, he says. You lower your voice, speaking in the husky tone typical of shadows. Sir, this is a coffin shop. Then give me a Bloody Mary, you reply. You take out a gold coin and 3 silver coins. This is your secret code. You know all the shadow's memories well, and you won't make mistakes on these details. Who are you looking for? One-eyed. The old man nods knowingly and points to the back door with a feather pen. The morgue, freezer number 3. You walk through a dim corridor and push open a heavy iron door. Cold air hits you, mixed with the smell of preservatives and death. 20 or more bodies lie on carts, covered with white cloths. You find freezer number 3. It's not a real freezer, but a disguised door that looks like one. You press a hidden mechanism, and the door opens inward, revealing a staircase going down. You step inside. At the bottom of the stairs is a large underground space, bigger than you expected. It looks like an underground tavern, but darker and quieter. Over 20 people are scattered around. An orc hybrid sharpening a knife in the corner, a human woman with a mark on her face cleaning crossbow bolts, and even a short gray dwarf drinking a large mug of ale. Your appearance draws a few glances, but they quickly look away. Shadow, a voice comes from the shadows. You turn and see a one-eyed human man stand up from behind a stone table. He is the leader here, and all tasks go through him. This is also your first big challenge in your career as a killer. It's me, you say. You mimic the tone of a shadow. He looks at you thoughtfully, as if trying to see through you. After a long moment, he finally speaks. There is a task that suits someone like you who just finished a job. A silver-level mission, a tax officer in the North District. Someone is paying to keep things quiet. You take the rolled parchment in your hand. It only has the target's name, address, daily routine, and the reward, 800 gold coins. You look at the parchment carefully. Gradually, a smile appears on your face. And so, the first mission of the talented assassin begins. 7th year. You have been a killer for 2 years now. So far, the targets you focus on always die in your dreams. Their deaths are very strange. They happen unexpectedly and are hard to trace. All your old clients who worked with you praise your skills. As for whether this dangerous life has hurt you, you have a strong healing ability. As long as your limbs aren't broken, any injury will heal. Your code name, Shadow, is becoming well known in the Assassin Guild. You grow stronger with each kill. Your skills in hiding and assassination have reached a terrifying level. Your main skills, Phantom Mirage and Shadow Control, have improved. Phantom Mirage, skilled. When invisible, your speed doubles, and your first strike after appearing deals double damage. Shadow Flash, skilled. You can control shadows and move quickly underground by transforming into a shadow. Your level has risen to 26. Now, you are a rising star in the assassin world. 8th year. This year, you don't rush to take on new missions. The wealth from the Moonlight Courtyard and the Assassin Guild's rewards are enough for you to live comfortably. But joining the guild was never about the gold. Backed by a big support, it's easier to enjoy comfort. If you want to truly become stronger in this dangerous world, you need to learn how to use the right opportunities. The Assassin Guild, a secret organization as famous as the Mage Association, is the support you need. Over the past 2 years, you've completed 23 silver-level missions, earning enough credits to exchange for rare resources. The Guild's reward vault has granted you higher access. There, you can find not only gold coins but also secret information, lost potion recipes, ancient ruins coordinates, and even special bloodline beauties. What you exchange for is an opportunity, a chance to become a Full Moon Dancer. The Full Moon Dancer is a rare branch of Dark Elf bloodline, named for their elegant appearance in battle. Similar to Goblin High Priests or Elf Sword Dancers, this is a special blend of racial traits and profession. What you value most is that this branch grants you a talent, Full Moon's protection. On full moon nights, you will be blessed by moonlight, allowing you to resist a fatal injury once. Great skill, Lei said happily as he looked at the skill description. He felt that his simulated self was becoming smarter. In the past, he blindly increased his strength. Now, he is targeting what he needs. He has broken free from the simulation's limits and is starting to solve his real problems. If I keep going like this, I won't fear that mere gold count, he smiled, thinking this was a sign of growth. This skill may seem insignificant now, but it is crucial for his real self. because Roland is also planning to sacrifice himself during the full moon. Having this talent as a backup could give him a fighting chance. Therefore, this talent is something he must get. The guild has recommended an alchemist to make moonlight dew, but he needs to provide the raw materials himself. Want to become a full moon dancer? Sounds interesting. I haven't seen that graceful figure in years. The 70-year-old old man smiled warmly as he looked at you. He spent a week studying ancient books and finally came up with a recipe. Moonlight condensed dew requires 7 main ingredients and 13 auxiliary materials. Moonlight flowers must be with night dew, high-level magic crystals at least the size of a fist, and the agate from the Dalarang River must be uncut raw stones. Alchemy is a very advanced subject. No matter what is being made, the materials must be chosen carefully. But this is not being picky. It is about responsibility, because if the ingredients are slightly off, the result will be bang! The entire potion explodes. You carefully record everything. But the most important one, Murphy paused, requires Tears of the Night God Butterfly. In the remaining 8th year, you spent all your time searching for treasures. You visited all the monster markets, black markets, and even underground auctions in the capital and the 7 surrounding city-states. Moonlight flowers, high-level magic crystals, Dalarang River agates. These items are rare, but they can still be found. It just costs more gold coins. But Tears of the Night God Butterfly are nowhere to be seen on the market. This magical creature is mainly for decoration. Nobles and officials like to keep one as a pet. You personally bought over 30 night god butterflies to collect their tears. You fed them, scared them, used special sound wave frequencies to stimulate them, and even made them touch magical waves of sadness. You tried every method, but none of them cried. These fragile lives, under torment, would only die faster, turning into useless ashes. In the spring of the 9th year, you began to doubt if Murphy was playing you. Do night god butterflies really cry? Or is he subtly refusing to help you make the potion? But you have no proof. Murphy is a highly respected alchemist. No one can force him to make potions. By the end of summer, you almost gave up. The desire for promotion and the frustration of reality made you feel unusually irritable. At this moment, the one-eyed man found you. Shadow, I have a task for you. One-eyed man looks at you with anticipation, using his only remaining eye. I don't want to go, he says. He hasn't finished telling his story yet. You respond with little interest. Right now, your mind is full of thoughts about becoming a full-fledged dancer. You have no intention of accepting any tasks. The one-eyed man raises an eyebrow. He speaks teasingly. If I tell you that the extra reward for this mission includes night god butterfly's tears, your eyes suddenly widen. What did you say? A nobleman values your ability to enter dreams and eliminate targets. He specifically requests you to take on this task. The one-eyed man lowers his voice. Because of this, he is willing to pay you with night god butterfly's tears. Hearing this, your heart beats faster. Finally, is this what you've been waiting for? You change from your lazy tone and ask excitedly, what is the mission? The one-eyed man pulls out a scroll wrapped with black gold silk. This isn't an ordinary mission document. It's a high-level encrypted contract. A transnational commission issued by the Chris family's eldest son. Target: Lily Chris, the most beloved young daughter of the family. You take the scroll and pause slightly. Lily, Lei, who is nearby, also questions. He recognizes the name. It's the noblewoman who helped him during that human simulation. But why is she on the assassination list? He remembers Lily was killed by an assassin around this time. Could it be that he was the one who did it? And if he himself went to assassinate her, would he encounter his human mage self? System, you ask, hoping for a good explanation. The system responds, simulations are designed for the host to play various creatures and undertake different adventures across the continent. Each simulated character is real, but their souls are replaced with yours. Your every choice leads to a different path in the fixed destiny. But each simulation is independent and does not affect the others. Lai listened and nodded. He barely understood. Since the simulations are independent, there is no paradox of time. However, each of his choices causes the known story to deviate to some extent. For example, in all timelines, Lily Chris will be attacked and killed soon. But in human simulations, he is the protector. In this simulation, because he rose in the assassin world, he was entrusted by Chris's eldest son. He became the assassin who was sent to kill her. Therefore, he feels no guilt. Even if he refuses, Chris's eldest son would hire other assassins, and Lily's death would still happen. It's like a planned play. You can't change the final scene where the character dies. Lai thought this and continued to watch. He values your special ability to enter dreams, so make her death look like an accidental sudden death, this noble doesn't want to be blamed for killing his own sister, the one-eyed man relays the employer's words, also, bring back her necklace as proof of the murder, this is a simulation, you tell yourself this, then you put away the dossier and say firmly, I accept, in early winter of the 9th year, you set out on a journey to the Holy Empire. The Blue Empire and the Holy Empire are separated by the long Dragon Spine Mountains. A normal caravan takes a month to cross. But you, a swift dark elf, are different. Rest during the day, travel at night, jumping in shadows, rushing under the moonlight. After 21 days, you reach the border of the Holy Empire. White Dew Castle is deep in the Emerald Valley, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing a lake on one. The castle is built of white marble, shining brightly in the sun, like a pearl embedded in emerald. At night, the full moon hangs high. You move like a true shadow along the corridor leading to the bedroom. You are always filled with lingering fear. After all, you are afraid of meeting your human self. But in the end, you did not meet anyone. After your careful investigation, there is no sign that another version of you exists here. Your heart finally feels at ease. Then you avoid the patrolling guards and slowly appear from the shadows on Lily's bedroom balcony. She is asleep. Moonlight shines through the glass door onto her face. Her blonde hair spread on the pillow, breathing steady and gentle. On the bedside table, there is a half-read poetry book and a half-drunk glass of milk. You stand by the bed, watching her peaceful sleep. I will give you a good dream. A death without pain, you say softly. Remember, last time, Lily died in a real fight. The pain she experienced must have been terrible. 10 years later, you return to the Azure Empire. Having completed your task, you push open a heavy oak door. Inside is a secret residence of the Chris family in the capital. The fire in the fireplace flickers, casting shadows that dance on the wall decorated with ancestral portraits. The eldest son of the Chris family, Aaron Chris, stands with his back to you, by the window. He has many family members to hide from, so he can only stay in this neighboring country for a while. He's making an alibi to clear his name. Mr. Shadow, he says without turning around, voice calm. I heard everything is settled. Yes, you reply. You place the family heirloom necklace with a sapphire gemstone on the carved tea table. Lily passed away peacefully in her sleep. The doctor diagnosed a sudden heart condition. The funeral was held a month ago, and no one doubts it. Aaron finally turns around. He is in his early 30s, with neatly combed blonde hair, handsome face, but with a cold sharpness in his eyes. Good, he says. He walks to the tea table, picks up the necklace, and gently touches the smooth gemstone with his fingertips. This was once a treasured belonging of my father. He always said it should be left for my sister. Now, it's mine. You didn't respond, waiting for him to keep his promise. Alan took out a small box wrapped in black velvet and gently pushed it toward you. This is your reward. You open the box. The lining was deep purple silk, with a tiny crystal bottle in the center. Inside the bottle was a drop of silver blue liquid that seemed alive, slowly flowing and shining with a dreamy glow. The tears of the night god butterfly. You stared at the drop of liquid, feeling the long year of travel, countless disappointments, and setbacks all condensed in this small crystal bottle. You could almost feel a deep connection and longing in your veins. Can I ask a question? You suddenly asked. Alan raised an eyebrow. How do you make the night god butterfly cry? Alan turned around, looking a bit surprised. I've tried many ways, but they only die, they never cry. Your voice was calm, but a hint of frustration from the year's failures still lingered. Although this question seemed unimportant, you really wanted to know how it was done. Alan looked at you for a moment, then suddenly smiled softly. I can't do it, he said. This tear is inherited from my ancestors. It's one of the many strange collections of the Chris family. But Alan walked over to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of amber-colored strong drink. There is a legend about how to make the night god butterfly cry. He took a sip of his drink. It is said that the night god butterfly is a creature without pain nerves. It cannot feel pain. But they have very faint emotions, like a thin film almost invisible, covering the surface of their soul. When they see other beings suffering great, unbearable pain, that thin film is pierced by resonance. Alan swayed his glass. The tears do not flow for oneself, but for others. When Murphy saw the drop of shimmering silver-blue liquid, he held his breath for a moment. 200 years. No, at least 300 years of pure butterfly tears. The old man's voice trembled rarely. Where did you get this? Alchemy. You interrupted him. TCH, stingy. Murphy looked at you deeply, then stopped asking. The alchemy array was activated before the full moon. Silver runes lit up on the workshop floor one by one, and all materials were added into the crystal cauldron in the ancient order. As the butterfly tears fell into the cauldron, the entire space was filled with gentle moonlight, and even the air seemed to solidify into liquid silver. For 7 days and nights, Murphy almost exhausted himself. On the 8th day, when the full moon was high in the sky, finally, a drop of silver-white liquid the size of a thumb condensed in the cauldron. It did not reflect light, but glowed naturally, as if a condensed night of the moon was sealed inside. Moonlight condensation dew. Murphy's face was pale as paper, but he smiled happily. You took the moonstone bottle and turned to leave. In the abandoned observatory on the outskirts, atop the mountain without cover, you sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center, looked up, and drank the dew. At first, it was cool, then it turned into a fiery flow rushing through your veins. Not the heat of flames, but the cold burn of moonlight. Silver-purple patterns emerged from beneath your skin, spreading over your body like living creatures. You felt your flesh being torn and reassembled, shadow power clashing fiercely with moonlight. Your soul was repeatedly pulled between these two forces. The intense pain knocked you unconscious. When you woke up again, a month had passed. You lay among the broken stones of the observatory, morning light shining on your face. Your body felt incredibly light, your senses so sharp you could hear the tiny footsteps of ants, see the trail of every dust particle in the wind. As for magic, you reached out your hand, and magical particles flowed around it. This time, the tip of your finger was no longer just a pure dark color, but a flowing stream of moonlight mixed with silver-white sparkles. You succeeded. The full moon dancer has leveled up to level 28. You awakened a new talent. Full moon's protection. Full moon's protection. Purple on the night of the full moon. You are protected by the moon and can avoid a deadly attack once. Finally, after years of hard pursuit, you have completed your goal. But when you return to the capital, you notice something strange. It seems that the whole country, no, the entire world, is excited. Wherever you go, the streets and alleys are talking about the same thing, the miracle dungeon. While you were sleeping, a huge beam of light connecting heaven and earth pierced through the clouds from the central continent, visible to all creatures across the 5 continents of Starfall Land. The light lasted a whole day, and even from thousands of miles away, you could feel its powerful magical energy. The miracle dungeon has opened. In the tavern, mercenaries are excitedly talking. Miracle Witch, one of the strongest single fighters in human history, a legendary and controversial woman. And this dungeon contains her lifelong collection. I heard you can get legendary gear if you go in. Ridiculous. The witch's legacy isn't so easy to take. You quietly drink your wine, but your mind is stirred. Could it be that the Miracle Land really opened this year? There are indeed many good things inside. You've only cleared 3 floors. Your own stats have already changed dramatically in reality. If you keep going, you can't even imagine how strong you'll become. But more than that, you want to know if Kai has starved to death. The adventurer at the neighboring table lowers his voice. The king has already entrusted the ocean hero, Lady Mia, to form a team, a level 70 hero. Her teammates must all be monsters. You lift your head. Mia, the pillar of the Azure Empire, ocean hero, and a young boy fanatic. If even she personally gets involved, this competition will likely be much bigger than expected. Thinking back to the details of her acting as a wolfman there, you realize you underestimated its value. A few days later, the announcement spreads throughout the capital. The king awards Mia the title of Expedition Commander, and she will lead 4 chosen teammates, carrying the token of the Death Witch to the central continent. It turns out each of the 12 witches has a token, and only those holding a token can enter the dungeon. The token in the king's possession was, coincidentally, given by a traveling merchant. You vaguely sense something is wrong, but can't quite pinpoint the issue. Let them go, you finally say. Level 28 is not enough to stand before true strong people. This storm sweeping across the continent is beyond your current ability to join. Year 11. The topic of this country always revolves around Mia's expedition. She has cleared the 10th, 15th, and 20th levels. The newspapers update her progress daily. The people see her as a hero, firmly believing she will bring back the witch's treasure. Besides that, the king has been unusually active lately. The monthly, royal tour, has become a regular event. The monarch, riding a huge deep-sea magic whale, parades through the streets with the knights. The people cheer along the streets, flowers showered everywhere. You once used appraisal magic to check the king, but all you got in return was a foggy response. This means he is at least 40 levels higher than you, above level 68. This news makes your heart tighten. Such a gathering of strong people. This gives you a new understanding of the overall strength model of this world. Year 12. Nothing happens, at least on the surface. You have grown into a veteran assassin of the guild, with a steady group of clients. The one who contacts you most is Alan Chris. No, now he should be Count Chris. His father passed away, and he successfully inherited the title and territory. However, it is puzzling that he remains in the Blue Empire for a long time. You have much stronger abilities than your level suggests, and you are very careful in your work. He likes you very much. He has given you many tasks, all related to the troubles within the Holy Empire. These include the sudden death of political enemies, the bankruptcy of business rivals, and even sabotaging noble marriages. He could handle these issues himself when he returns home, but he chooses not to. You diligently take care of domestic affairs for him, but your doubts are growing. The turmoil has long passed, so why doesn't he return to control his power? Is he afraid his noble title might become unstable? Every time you ask, he just smiles and says, there are still some things to handle. You faintly sense that something is brewing. Year 13. Your level has broken through to level 30 this year. Level 30, a lord-level creature. You have the strength to rule a territory. But you are special. You hide many secrets and have many cards up your sleeve. Even as a new lord, you are capable of fighting against king-level experts. Of course, only in a contest of strength. Because of this, you successfully advanced to become a gold-level assassin in the Assassin Guild. Your value has skyrocketed, but you didn't feel happy for long. Because suddenly, the Blue Empire faced a major change. First, news of Mia's death. The newspaper dedicated an entire page with a black border obituary. Ocean hero Mia was caught in an unknown disaster on the 43rd floor of the Miracle Dungeon, and her entire 12-person team was wiped out. Her body was not recovered. Only a shattered communication crystal sent back the last image, a dazzling gold light, then eternal darkness. The capital fell silent, then erupted into panic. The hero is a symbol of the nation, a pillar of national defense. Her death was not just the loss of a strong warrior, but a heavy blow to the country's fate. Although the king quickly clarified that it was just a rumor, the rumors continued to spread wildly. It seemed as if someone was deliberately fueling them. This caused chaos within the country, and even the king's efforts couldn't stop the people's voices. Honestly, you seem to have trouble understanding the current situation. 7 days later, you realize everything. The Holy Empire's declaration of war is delivered to the palace by magic message, along with news that 30,000 troops are stationed at the border. The declaration is very harsh. It accuses King Blue of conspiring to kill our noble daughter Lily Chris. It also claims he intends to seize the witch's inheritance and disrupt the continent's balance. The timing is frighteningly precise. When you hear this news, you suddenly understand something. You immediately start packing your things, planning to escape overnight. The capital city is about to become a battlefield, and you don't want to be caught in the crossfire. But when you open the door, 2 people are standing in the shadows of the corridor. Count Chris and his old butler. Ray. Chris smiles. Where are you headed? Looking at him, all your doubts vanish. All the clues suddenly connect. His delay in returning, his secret dealings, Mia's death, rumors in the country, the declaration of war from the Holy Empire. It's you. You realize. The reason Alan has been staying here is clear. It's to start the war. What could make a newly titled noble abandon his country to strengthen his power? Only the king's order. To stay here and gather intelligence on the Blue Empire. And to spread rumors before the war, to disturb the army's morale. Most importantly, to distract the hero. Your eyes suddenly brighten. This was my father's most treasured possession. He always said it should be passed to Lily. Now it's finally mine. Killing Lily was not just about reclaiming territory, but also about the inheritance her father left her. That necklace is a symbol of the witch. That's why old Chris called it his most precious thing. And that's why the reason for the war is that the king murdered Lily Chris. The merchant who gave the token to the king was you. Ocean Hero Expedition is your plan. You staying in the Blue Empire isn't to avoid suspicion, but to work from within and outside. Chris claps, still smiling gracefully. Smart elf. Then you should also understand why I am here. You step back half a step, hands on your waist with a bow and arrow. Why? I've done so much for you. Exactly because you've done too much. Chris sighs, seeming regretful. You know too much about my internal affairs and my methods. Now that the two countries are at war, if you still live. He steps back, and the old butler steps forward. Previously, you never paid attention to this butler. But now he releases his aura, level 49, king rank. For the sake of the count's reputation, his voice hoarse. And so that the queen's iron cavalry can smoothly conquer this city, please die here. He makes his move. He knows you have the ability to fight across levels. So he doesn't test. He strikes with a deadly move right away. The pressure of the king rank crashes down like an avalanche, causing the small safe house to shake violently. You draw your bow, but realize the enclosed space limits your movement greatly. You switch tactics, covering a dagger with shadows, the silver-purple glow tearing through the pressure cage. Close combat, quick attacks, using the speed advantage of the shadow dancer to strike repeatedly. The butler slaps out with his palm, the palm wind carrying dark red bloodlight. Brushing your left shoulder, sharp pain, your shoulder bone cracks. Level 30 versus level 49, the gap is too big. Even with your skill and strange techniques, the sheer power difference causes you to fall back step by step. The room collapses in the fierce fight, walls falling apart, and you are slammed into the next room's storage. Opportunity. Open space. Moonlight streams in through the broken window. You perform 3 consecutive moon shadow teleports, creating distance, then clasp your hands together. Shadows weave into a net. Moonlight condenses into sharp spikes, covering the butler from all directions. For the first time, he shows a serious expression, his palms glowing with blood-red light, tearing through the shadow net with difficulty. The moonlight's sharp spikes left dozens of wounds on his body. They were not deep, but blood kept flowing. Truly a blade chosen by the count. The butler wiped the blood from his face. Unfortunately, the gap in rank is insurmountable. His muscles swelled, and his skin shimmered with a metallic shine. And you, surprisingly, began to move more slowly. The king-level domain, Blood Steel, doubled your defense and strength for a short time, while weakening your opponent's highest attribute. He stepped forward quickly, his speed increasing dramatically, and threw a punch at your face. You couldn't dodge. You crossed your arms to block, and you heard the bones crack. Your body, like a broken kite, crashed through 3 walls and fell into the alley behind. It's over, elf. Chris looked down at you. You did very well on your mission, especially with my sister. She left without pain, and I am pleased. You coughed blood and stared at him. Go in peace, Chris smiled. When His Majesty Caesar promotes me to Marquis, I will remember your effort. The butler lifted his foot, and his bloodsteel boot aimed at your head. You took one last look at the night sky. The moon was not full, so the blessing of the full moon could not be triggered. The boot descended. Darkness. Simulation ended. Final status. Dead. Political purge. Survival time. 13 years. Final level. LV30. Lord rank. Unlocked achievements. Full Moon Dancer. Gold level assassin. Chris Family Shadow Blade. International assassin. Target eliminated. Rewards received. 1. Talents. Full Moon's protection, several green talents, several white talents. 2. Skills. Phantom Trail, Proficient, Nightmare Spirit, Master, Shadow Blink, Master, Night Vision, Beginner. 3. Items, Ocean Crown, Rare, Dark Night Bow, Rare. 4. Cultivation Results, 5 years of experience as a duck, 8 years of assassin experience. Overall rating, B. Comment. You have grown from a fugitive in the underground world to a dancer in the shadows, transforming from a brothel owner to a cross-border assassin. You have learned to use opportunities, be patient, and grow stronger in difficult situations. But in the end, you failed to see the full picture of the game, and in the struggle between two great empires, you became a discarded pawn. 13 years, Lai quietly muttered, closing his eyes to organize his thoughts. This was the longest he had ever lived. At the same time, his experiences with dark elves over the years flooded his mind like a rushing river. He exhaled slowly. It took him a long time to process all of this. Political schemes between nations, noble conspiracies, are indeed more deadly than swords. Lai sighed. He began to carefully analyze what he gained from this simulation. First, his strength had greatly increased. From level 20-something at the start to level 30 at the end. He could even hold his own against a level 49 king-level expert for a short time. Such rapid growth would probably make him seem like a monster in real life. Lai smiled with a hint of pride. Second, was the intelligence he gathered. The war between the Holy Empire and the Blue Empire, these national-level conflicts, are not worth discussing. Next time, the simulation might not involve these two countries, so knowing in advance might not help. But there was one piece of information that was crucial. The Miracle Dungeon. Lai opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. In the simulation, the beam of light connecting heaven and earth, the madness across the continent, Mia's expedition and fall. All of this indicated that the opening of the Miracle Dungeon was a major event affecting the entire Starfall continent. No matter if his next simulation takes place in a human kingdom, orc tribe, elf forest, or fairy wilderness, he would inevitably be involved. The legacy of the miracle which was enough to drive all living beings into madness. But then, a question arose. Why could some people know about it in advance? Empress Caesar could plan ahead, letting Alan hide in the Blue Empire, using the witch's token to lure away the ocean hero Mia, and precisely timing the war. Kai could even enter the dungeon early. Lai frowned. Their strength, based on the simulation, should be between the king level and the emperor level. This rank is already considered top among humans. But looking at the entire history of the Starfall continent, it's not enough to access the secrets of such levels, Lai muttered to himself. If that's the case, how do they know about it? Questions like vines tangled in his mind. But soon, Lai shook his head. Forget it. Thinking about this now is useless. If I'm not strong enough, knowing more secrets is just a burden. He looked at the empty space in front of him. There, a simulator interface floated, visible only to him. After this simulation, it seemed, the simulator had upgraded. The simple interface now had silver patterns, and the crystal core in the center glowed faintly. He focused his mind and checked the update log. Strongest Otherworld Simulator version, 3.0, update details, 1. Initial level increase. The minimum starting level of simulated objects is adjusted to LV20. 2. New feature, expanded gender options for simulated objects. When the host draws a simulated object, a female character may appear. 3. The drawn objects will be more precise, possibly including certain professions. Lai was surprised. All the other updates were very positive, but the second, female characters? His expression became a bit strange. Although this is just a simulation, gender isn't an unbreakable concept, but experiencing life as a woman with a male consciousness. It felt a little awkward. System, why did you add the option for female characters? He asked. System, to expand the host's experience and growth possibilities. Some races on the Starfall continent only have one gender, such as element spirits, harpies, some ocean races, and certain special professions or inheritances also have gender restrictions. If the host only simulates male characters, they will miss out on the unique traits of these races and professions, including skills, talents, and information. Lai fell silent. The system made sense. The main goal of the simulation is to become stronger and gather intelligence. Missing out on key races or professions because of gender restrictions would be a huge loss. Elemental spirits' affinity for natural elements, the aerial advantage of the harpy, and the sea witch's illusions. All these could help him grow in real life. But living as a woman always feels a bit awkward. Lei smiled wryly. Oh well, it's better to focus on getting stronger than worrying about that. He took a deep breath and convinced himself. Simulations are just experiences, like a real dream. It's like watching a play where he's the main character. Only this time, the main character might be a woman. Next, let's start the next simulation. Drawing simulation target. Drawing in progress. Lei felt a rare sense of nervousness. Although he accepted it logically, emotionally, he still hoped to get a male role. The screen flickered and finally settled. Simulation target. Human. Priest. Introduction. A clergy member of the Light Church. They lead Mass, perform sacraments, and serve as spiritual guides for their community. They listen to confessions, spread teachings, and comfort souls through prayer and words, acting as a bridge between believers and the divine. Usually dressed in black robes, symbolizing dedication and humility. Drawing talent. Congratulations. You have drawn a purple talent. The Lord cares. The Lord cares. The Lord values your existence. Your prayers are more likely to be heard than others, so all your divine-related skills are doubled in power. Fortunately, it's not a woman. Lei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But this identity is still a priest of the Light Church? Interesting. Unlike the previous dark elf shadow path, this time it's a path toward light. He recalled information about the Light Church. It is the largest religious organization among the human nations on the Starfall continent. They worship the eternal light, emphasizing order, devotion, purification, and redemption. The church's influence spreads across human countries and even extends into some elven and dwarf city-states. Its internal factions are complex. There are radical inquisitions, gentle relief organizations, and secretive groups studying theology and ancient texts. Light and darkness, an interesting contrast. A thoughtful gleam appeared in Lei's eyes. He hasn't learned the auxiliary skills yet. This time, he plans to fill that gap. Without hesitation, he begins. Start simulation. Simulation initiated. Initial level, LV27. Carrying talents. Wolf King Will, purple. Charm, purple. Super Healing, blue. Plunder, blue. Location, Light Church, Eastern District, Dawn City. You open your eyes. The morning prayer bell rings through the morning fog of Dawn City. As a new clergy member of the Light Church's Dawn Cathedral, mainly responsible for book organization. First month, you spend most of your time in the library. The faith system of the Light Church is more complex than you imagined. They mainly worship the Holy Trinity. The divine king at the top of the heavens, God. The goddess of light and life, Luna. And the 7 archangels serving the divine king. Each deity has corresponding scriptures, prayers, and holy days. The books in the library are piled high. Genesis Light Chronicle, Goddess Proverbs, Archangel War Records. You bury yourself in the sea of books, day and night, not stepping out. But this is not out of devotion. It's because you don't know how. What will you do when it's time to pray if you don't learn? ABA. That stubborn old traditionalist would swallow you alive if they could. As an atheist in your past life, coming here feels very disconnected. Because this is a world of swords and magic, gods are not just illusions. Historical records show miracles, angels appearing, and even divine punishments destroying nations are not rare. Although the gods have gradually hidden themselves over the past 1,000 years, the church's holy magic and temple blessings still prove that they are watching over the human world. What truly makes you feel it is the weekly 3-group prayers. Almighty Divine King, grant us order and guidance. During the 3rd group prayer, you suddenly feel a warm light falling from the void, covering your whole body. The power of light within you slightly increases, your mind becomes clear, and all the tiredness from reading ancient books disappears. At first, you thought it was just an illusion. But the 4th, 5th time, each time you pray sincerely to a certain depth, that light appears as expected. Although the increase is small, it definitely exists. So, does the power of the church come from the gods? Lai looks at this scene thoughtfully. System. Priests or clergy are like that. But if you're a holy knight or a saint, you still need to level up on your own. Hearing this, Lai nods. It seems every force on the Starfall continent has its reason for existence. He still knows too little. Thinking this, he continues to read. Mr. Lai, you are truly devout to the Lord. A young nun blushes and says after a prayer, I have been praying for 3 months and only occasionally felt the blessing of holy light. You've only been here half a month, and you can feel it every week. Looking at her envious eyes, Lai feels a bit confused. The amount of blessing received is directly related to devotion. This girl is even less devoted than you. Could she be a heretic from a cult? But then you understand. It's not about devotion, it's about talent. The Lord cares a lot. Even if your faith in the gods is only a general belief, acknowledging their existence but not necessarily worshiping, as long as the God is willing to notice you, you will find it easier to connect to the sacred source. In the eyes of other believers, this is proof of being a fanatical believer. This makes you feel a bit ironic. It's like in your past life, hardworking and talented people ending up overshadowed by relatives or connections. Ridiculous. But luckily, this time, you are the one with the connections. Having someone backing you feels great. Your days here are quite happy, full of new experiences, but some people are different. For example, Bishop Morris. I don't know when, but I noticed that the church I managed had changed. I saw that during prayer, nuns would secretly glance at me. Sister Mary, sitting in the front row, would always look toward where I was standing when she prayed. Then she would quickly look away as if burned, blush, cross herself 3 times on her chest, and quietly confess. While organizing the books, nuns would often happen to pass by and ask if I needed help. After I politely declined, they would stand by the shelves pretending to look for a book but secretly watch my figure through the gaps. In this church, which emphasizes abstinence, self-denial, and devotion to God, I feel like a mischievous spirit that has wandered into a sacred place. It's not my fault. I have never tempted anyone. It's the fault of that constant display of charm and allure. But Bishop Maurice doesn't think so, because I am the object of their secret fantasies. Now, someone has started spying on my shower. If this continues, I wouldn't doubt that the crazy nuns might climb into my bed. A prayer about love under God's watch. This can't be allowed. Can I just watch as this young man and the nuns grow closer and closer, turning the solemn Dawn Cathedral into some unspeakable place? Such betrayal of the Lord must never happen, Maurice swore before the statue, vowing he would never be a powerless husband. No, a powerless bishop. At the beginning of the 2nd month, Bishop Maurice directly kicked you out of the church. Ray, there's an assignment for you abroad. The details are written in this sheepskin scroll. Your top priority now is to leave immediately. Your Grace. You listened to his hurried words, feeling a bit confused. Just as you were about to speak, you realized he had already closed the door. When you finally reacted, all you faced was a cold door and the chilly wind. Sometimes, having too much charm can also be a trouble, right? Sigh. You sighed as you were kicked out. Open that worn parchment scroll slowly. It hints at your near future. You unroll the slightly damaged scroll, and the writing appears a bit messy. To the new guardian. The former priest of the Blackstone Chapel died mysteriously 3 months ago. The body was terrible, and the killer is still unknown. The local sheriff is unable to handle the case, so you are appointed to take over the chapel. Your 2 main tasks are: 1. Lead the church activities, guide the believers, and help orphan children find faith. 2. Find out the truth about the priest's death. If there are any heretics or evil influences, report them immediately. May the Lord grant you wisdom and courage. Am I being exiled? You wonder, feeling helpless as you arrive in Blackstone Town. Then you open the small chapel door. Inside the prayer room, 7 children look at you, but their eyes show a rare emotion: fear. Pure, unhidden fear. To break the awkward silence, you clear your throat and try to speak softly. Children, I am the new priest. From today, I will take care of you and teach you. Silence falls like cold waves. You try to step closer and gently touch the head of the youngest boy. He recoils suddenly, like a frightened rabbit. You stop, standing awkwardly with your hand in the air. Night falls. The children go back to their attic dorm early, and the wooden stairs are silent again. You close your eyes, but do not sleep. You want to see what is really happening here. Why are the children so afraid of you? The nightmare spirit awakens, and your consciousness seeps into their dreams like a gentle stream. Then you see it. fragments of memories soaked in tears. The Lord gives us joy. Children, I will lead you to eternal happiness. Ugh. My dear, what did you see? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. These are two very cost-effective skills. You think they will also have great potential after upgrading. Besides that, your work as a priest is progressing smoothly. Because you helped children overcome their childhood fears, their fear is starting to melt away. Everyone is beginning to accept you slowly. They start to make the sign of the cross during your prayers, copying your actions. They help you pull weeds in the yard, even if clumsily. They ask innocently if God really exists. Oh, what a group of little angels. You say this affectionately. Everything is thriving, except for the bishop's task, to investigate the cause of the previous priest's death. There are no clues. You didn't find any in the children's memories. The local sheriff also can't help much. So, you decide not to interfere. After all, you don't have time to seek justice for troublemakers. Until, one day, on a night in the 3rd month, on that full moon night, you lie in bed, practicing the golden meditation method. Your all-around vision is open as usual. It has become a habit. Your awareness spreads like mist into every corner of the church. You see the children sleeping in the attic, hear the moonlight shining through stained glass on the empty prayer room, and also see Leo quietly sit up. He walks to the window, the moonlight giving his golden hair a silver edge. He's pretending. A deep, hoarse voice suddenly vibrates in the air. Just like the previous priest, outwardly holy, inwardly rotten. What he does in his dreams to others, you see it. He's altering memories. That's the work of a demon. Leo clenches his small fist. Shut up. Why won't you let me finish? Are you afraid to admit it? That voice laughs softly with a hint of temptation. He is using sweet lies to deceive you. Waiting until you fully depend on him and trust him, and then he will show his true face. Do you want to go through the pain from last time again? Leo, shut up. Leo growled softly, his voice trembling. Why are you in such a hurry? Or, are you starting to like this gentle father too? His voice suddenly became sharp. Don't forget what you are. The blood flowing inside you, the curse you carry. Kill him again, just like last time. Leo's eyes suddenly glowed dark red in the darkness. He quickly turned around and looked toward your bedroom downstairs. Under the moonlight, his young face showed struggle and pain, with dark red spreading in his deep eyes. Just as the dark mist was about to take shape, Leo suddenly shook his head fiercely. No, mister. Lei is a good person, the one who should disappear. Is you, Leo said, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. What are you trying to do, idiot? Stop. Leo suddenly rushed down the attic stairs, barefoot into the dark wilderness. System, what's going on? Lei, who was watching the scene, asked confusedly. Why are there two different voices appearing inside Leo's body? It's like there are two different souls. System, this is Leo's companion demon. Companion demon? That's a new term. Yes, some people are favored by higher beings at birth, and their clone or main body will descend to the mortal world. This is how companion demons and guardian angels come about. Lei nodded as he listened. How strong are they, System? It depends on the strength of the higher being itself, with no upper limit. Is it that powerful? Who's cheating? Lei muttered softly and continued to watch. You silently stand up, looking confused at the empty attic. What did you see? Your perfect vision can see everything here, but you can't hear any sounds. So, from your perspective, it looks like that obedient Leo suddenly starts talking to himself wildly, getting more and more excited. His body also shows various degrees of change. And then he runs out into the night? What's going on? You mutter. You put on your clothes and start chasing the runaway child. Leo is running around the forest like a careless little deer. He keeps running and hurting himself with dark magic. But the sharp sounds still echo in his mind. Leo, listen. No one in this world loves you for real. No one. They're all liars. Shut up. His nails have become sharp and long without you noticing. Frustrated, he suddenly stabs his nails into his heart. I don't need you anymore. With a strong grip, the world finally becomes quiet. He kneels by the creek, overwhelmed by pain, his dark red eyes calming. He returns to his innocent angelic look. Just as he is gasping for breath, planning to rest for a while, suddenly, there is a rustling sound in the bushes. 3 goblins with green skin, pointed ears, and rough stone axes emerge, their small red eyes gleaming with greed. They smell the scent of a human child, tender and defenseless. The leader goblin is especially tall, over 2 meters, covered in scars. It grins, showing yellow-black sharp teeth, and makes a cackling sound in its throat. Yum yum, delicious human child? TCH. Leo wipes the blood from his mouth and says fiercely. But right now, he doesn't look like he can handle these monsters. The goblins step closer, about to attack. A loud foreign language was heard. A few big fireballs, along with corrosive arrows, flew past. The goblin, only level 15 at most, was kicked aside and killed on the roadside. Phew, I finally caught up. You pant and speak. Then you turn your gaze to the strange boy. Last time, you played as a ranger in the simulation. So, you learned many speed-related skills. Plus, it was nighttime, and with the Wolf King's blessing, your speed should be very fast. But strangely, you just couldn't catch Leo. And with the strange events you saw tonight, even a fool would sense something was wrong. Yet before you could speak, Leo cried and ran to hug you. Mr. Lay, sniffling, I'm so scared. Tears in his eyes, looking pitiful, facing a frightened child. Even if you had many questions, you had to hold back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Will you always be here? You smile and gently stroke his golden hair. I will always stay with you. This phrase sounds so familiar. Besides the simulation, Lay looked at everything, unsure what to say. He had a bad feeling. Leo seemed to be like a little son. Yes, that overly attached child. Same blonde hair, same goblin, and the same dangerous lines. Of course, I also set a flag. He muttered with a bit of misfortune. In previous simulations, he learned this child's traits. Usually, it didn't matter, but if one day he said something that hurt his fragile heart, then Lay didn't want to think about it anymore. The saying goes, the one involved is confused, the onlooker sees clearly. Without the god's eye perspective, you obviously didn't think so deeply. You just reached out your hand, not wanting to hurt a little kid's heart at this moment. The night was deep, but around you, a faint glow seemed to naturally flow. The pure white robe, gentle eyebrows, and the warmth in the palm that soothes the soul. You smile at him, and that smile is so pure under the moonlight, free of any dirt. Let's go home, Leo. Leo stares blankly at your palm, then looks up into your eyes. Deep in those green eyes, he seems to see the angel praised in the Bible. I think I have seen my faith. The moonlight stretches the two figures, one big and one small. The demon's whisper echoes for the last time in Leo's mind. You will regret this, Leo. One day, you will be begging me to come back. It is the 4th month. After last month's events, you are pretty sure about one thing. The person who killed the former priest is Leo. But you do not plan to report him to the church. Because that priest was a terrible person, and abusing children should be punished severely. Still, you need to investigate Leo's secret, at least to make sure he won't lose control again. You have tried many times to look into Leo's memories. But each time, you hit a wall. You can't find anything suspicious. It's like the memories have been carefully edited. If you try to go further back, to when he was 5 or 3 years old, all you find is complete nothing. It's not blankness, but something carefully painted over by a powerful force. It's like someone has covered his entire life story with black ink. You can feel that beneath the cover, there were once raging storms. But now, only a silent, dead lake remains. This makes you more certain that inside Leo's young body, something resides. It seems to hold a sign that says, no entry here. Of course, you also tried asking Leo, but he just looked down, his golden eyelashes covering his eyes. Mr. Lay, the things I told you, you might dislike me. Every time you come here, your conversations end because Leo chooses to respond with silence. Ah, you sigh, feeling helpless in this situation. As a priest, you can't force a child to do anything. Except for Leo. Your own state of mind is also subtly changing. Months of prayer and weekly holy light baths have not only strengthened your light powers, but also quietly shifted your mood, temperament, and way of thinking. You find yourself more easily feeling compassion. You naturally stop to heal injured animals. You listen patiently to the complaints of poor believers in the town. Even when children act out, you no longer feel true anger, only see it as a natural expression. You seem to be immersed in warm spring sunshine, and your words and actions naturally carry a pure, holy aura. At first, You thought this was just role-playing getting better or a mental suggestion from long-term identification as a priest. But one day, while sitting alone in the prayer room, a cold thought suddenly slithered into your mind like a snake. Is this kind kindness and compassion really me? You recall the eyes of the passionate believers, the holy knights willing to fight for their faith, the monks who dedicate their lives to the church without complaint. You once believed it was all because of strong faith, but now, you are touching on another possibility. Could the long-term, frequent contact with holy energy have a kind of assimilation effect? It soothes pain and dispels darkness. Could it also be subtly eroding the sharp, rebellious edges of individual souls that don't conform to the holy order? Like a stream washing over stones year after year, making them smooth and rounded. You take a deep breath. Even heaven might manipulate the minds of mortals. This thought makes you shiver. But soon, you suppress this strange feeling. I don't care, you muttered to yourself. Simulation is just a simulation. Small changes in personality are only temporary. They won't truly change Lai. Besides, your fingertips unconsciously brushed the raised cross pattern on the cover of the sacred book. The Holy Light Church's magic is one of the few that can counter dark magic. Facing Roland in the future, I also have a bit more assurance. You temporarily pushed down your caution about mental assimilation and focused on the current role and task. It's the 5th month. Your dedication and effort have paid off. This month, your motivation finally upgraded to the Horn of Courage. Horn of Courage. Proficient can grant courage to targets within 10 meters, increasing all attributes by 30% and making them fearless, unafraid of death, an ultimate team skill. That's how you would describe it. Really, if a team leader has this skill, the team would be unstoppable on the battlefield. Besides that, you also received a blessing from the gods. During a prayer, you gained a gift, Protection of Light. Protection of Light. Blue increases the power of light magic by 100%. All damage caused to demons, undead, and fallen beings, those aligned with darkness, is doubled. It's a very practical specialized talent. Although limited to light magic and fighting certain enemies, you needed just such a skill. Roland is indeed a servant of demons, an accomplice of darkness. Apart from that, you've also gained a lot regarding Leo. The mystery that troubled you for months finally revealed a clue through a chance discovery. You found an ancient book in the library titled, The Book of Hell, The 72 Demons. You don't know why a church would have such a book. But now you understand why Leo suddenly behaved abnormally. The great demon lord seeks to rule the human world. Demons will be the vanguard. They are eager to escape the confines of hell, possessing others to bring disaster to the world. The descriptions of possession closely match Leo's symptoms. Red eyes, extraordinary strength, and talking to oneself at night. Could this mean he is possessed by a demon? Finally found it, you said excitedly. That night, you took out a feather pen and wrote a letter to the Dawn Chapel. Exorcism is a complex ritual only senior clergy of the Light Church can perform. As a priest who has been only a year into training, you clearly lack this ability. You need help. In the letter, you asked the church to send an exorcist to handle the situation. At dawn, you handed the letter to Sheriff Old Jack and asked him to deliver it to Dawn City. After that, you just had to wait. The church's system is slow and full of bureaucracy. It takes a long time for things to be approved. Amen. What am I even saying? 6 months later, surprisingly, the response came quickly. Sheriff Old Jack didn't return alone. He was with a strange nun. She looked about 30, with a pretty face but pale skin. Father Lay, I am Evelyn, sent by Bishop Morris to handle the suspected possession case you mentioned in your letter. She handed over an official reply sealed with the bishop's stamp. You took the letter, surprised at how fast the church responded this time. Thank you for coming, Sister Evelyn. You must be tired from your journey. Please come in and rest. No need. Evelyn walked straight toward Leo, who was quietly reading in the courtyard. The children gathered around out of curiosity but kept their distance because of her calm, distant aura. Leo seemed to sense something, looked up, and met Evelyn's gaze. Evelyn knelt in front of him, her eyes level with his. For a moment, she extended her finger, which glowed faintly, and gently touched Leo's forehead. A few seconds later, Evelyn withdrew her finger. There is indeed a demon. And it's quite powerful. She looked at Leo, whose face was still pale, and continued. I need time to find out the true name of the possessed demon and prepare the holy items and magic circle materials. During this period, she turned her gaze toward you. I will stay here. Time passes quickly, and it is now the second year. Evelyn's sister's investigation has lasted a full 6 months. There is still no clear conclusion. She occasionally comes to ask if Leo has shown any special behavior recently or to request some strange materials. Also, she seems to be quite familiar with old Jack, often asking him to find certain items. During this long waiting period, your main focus in life has been caring for the children and practicing your own skills. Perhaps because you have done many good deeds, or because you have been praying consistently, you feel that your connection with the holy light has reached a new critical point. One sunny afternoon, you suddenly feel an unprecedented clarity and emotion in your heart. It's as if you can hear the light singing and see the light weaving the threads of life. A majestic holy light surges from the void, no longer just a gentle glow, but like a warm waterfall enveloping your entire body. Within the light, illusions of wings unfold, and the echo of sacred songs reverberates. Conditions met. Your profession has been upgraded. Priest-light priest. You gain a new talent. Heart of holy light. Heart of holy light. Purple deep within your soul. A never-dying lamp of holy light is lit. Any damage from attacks originating from or directly related to dark planes is reduced by 50%. Your resistance to curses, debuffs, mental control, and illusions is greatly increased. Level up. From LV28 to LV33. You have learned a new skill, Judgment Beginner. Judgment. Gather your firm belief and divine will to designate a target you deem guilty. After chanting, summon a shadow of an angel to execute a beheading judgment on the target, causing massive light damage and dealing extra damage to enemies aligned with darkness. Is this a blessing from the heavens? You stand still, feeling a surge of bright energy inside you, much stronger and purer than before. No wonder the Light Church's influence spreads across the entire Starfall continent. They have power and appeal far beyond any empire. It's easy for them to upgrade so quickly. You take a deep breath, feeling grateful for the gift from the Lord. The Heart of Light is definitely a strong defensive talent, like a timely help in need. And the new skill, Judgment, is probably your strongest attack so far. Though it takes time to charge and uses a lot of energy, the damage it deals is real. Once used, even a king-level target can be judged. Would it be strange for a charm demon to have so many light-related talents? You imagine that scene. Cough. You shake your head, dismissing those tangled thoughts. Back to the main point. Strength is the real key. Who wouldn't want this gift of light? Sister Evelyn briefly congratulates you on becoming a light priest, but her attention seems more focused on Leo. Father Leo seems to like you a lot. Really? Yes, he said if I try to seduce you, he would kill me. That's not something a child should say, is it? Sometimes, you feel there might be some issues with how you're raising the kids. After half a year of investigation, she seems to have made some progress, going out more often and starting to assist you. In a cellar beneath the church, originally used for storage, she draws a complex and dazzling large magic circle. Everything was fine at first, but by the end of the year, things changed completely. This remote, poor town seems to be experiencing something terrible. The cattle and sheep kept by the residents begin to die in large numbers. Such strange events naturally catch your attention. At the residents' request, you went to check on their condition. The scene was tragic. The victims were badly injured, bleeding continuously, their bodies drained of blood, leaving only shriveled skin. It felt strangely familiar. Leo, you thought. You couldn't help but think it looked just like him. The way they died was exactly the same as the previous priest's death. Plus, the method of attack didn't seem like something a person could do. Is he losing control? You wondered, narrowing your eyes. Leo had always behaved normally, so why now? It seems the demon is getting desperate, Evelyn said. The big ritual to banish the demon was almost complete. At this point, if the demon didn't make a move, it would be strange. What should we do? You asked. It's best to leave professional tasks to experts. In exorcism, you should listen to Evelyn's advice. Go back and watch over him. I'll finish the exorcism circle quickly, so no more trouble happens, you said. You nodded and prepared to act. But just then, old Jack blocked your way. Something's wrong, Father Ray, he exclaimed. The townspeople. They're all dead. Blackstone Town had never been so silent. Not even the wind seemed to be swallowed by something. The houses on both sides of the street were wide open. You saw Mrs. Martha from the tailor shop lying behind her counter, her skin a frightening pale gray, like dried leather. The blacksmith, a huge man, was crouched beside the forge. His hands, once able to lift heavy anvils easily, now looked thin and withered. Blood. Everyone's blood had been drained. It was a ritualistic extraction, a systematic theft of life itself. Damn it, you muttered. Your steps quickened involuntarily, your heart pounding in your chest, as if it wanted to break free from your ribs. The church is still some distance from the small town. Children. Please be safe. Father Ray. Wait. A nun calls out behind you, her voice sharp in this silent atmosphere. But you do not turn back. Your cloak flutters in the wind, like an injured crow rushing to its nest. The church door is half open. You have pushed this door open many times before. Each time 6 small figures would rush out from different corners, shouting in uneven voices. Mr. Ray, John runs the fastest. Thomas hides in a corner and suddenly jumps out. The youngest, Carl, always stumbles behind the older children. But you push the door open. There are no running footsteps, no innocent laughter. Only 6 tiny bodies lie scattered in front of the altar like discarded dolls. Their skin is tight against their bones, cheeks sunken, eyes once bright now wide with frozen fear. Thomas's hand still reaches toward the altar, as if seeking shelter in his last moments. You stand there, unable to breathe. Oh, Father in heaven. Sister Evelyn makes the sign of the cross behind you. Father Ray, please mourn your loss. Old Jack walks into the church crying. He approaches you with a worried face, gently pats your shoulder to comfort you. Your gaze slowly shifts from the children to old Jack. Your voice is deep, not like your own. My children are gone, old Jack. Old Jack lifts his tearful face. And you? You step forward, your shadow stretching and twisting eerily in the candlelight. Why didn't you die? Sister Evelyn looks at you as she pulls out a small knife. Ray, what are you talking about? Uncle Jack was just lucky. Lucky? You cut her off. Your eyes fixed on old Jack. Blackstone Town, 174 people, 173 dead. And he's the sheriff who is still alive? You shake your head. Is that luck? Or your shadow moves. It breaks free from the ground and rises like a living thing, casting twisted shapes on the wall. Old Jack's pupils suddenly shrink, and he stumbles backward. For sharp shadow spikes shoot out from the ground, piercing his wrists and ankles, pinning him to the church wall. Or you finish your sentence, complicity. There's no more waiting. Evelyn, act now. As soon as you speak, a blade slices through the air, heading straight for your throat. Your shadow splits again, wrapping around her wrist like a black snake, and suddenly throws her against another wall. Shadow spikes appear again, pinning her in the same way. I'll say it again, you say calmly, eerily calm. My 6 children are dead. You speak with a frightening calmness. If I find any strange things in your memories, both of you will pay the price. You reach out, summoning dream magic in your hand. Old Jack and Sister Evelyn's eyes begin to lose focus. You see, deep in Jack's memory, 3 figures in black robes are talking to him at midnight on the town's edge. You see them give him a bag of coins, and you see him nod in agreement. Sister Evelyn's memories are more complicated. You see her in a strange church, making a vow, not to God, but to an upside-down cross. The last ritual didn't fail. Find him, bring the master back, 7 orphans. You withdraw from the memory and look at the bodies on the ground. Leo is not among them. The basement. You repeat what you've seen. You took Leo to the basement. Suddenly, old Jack laughs wildly, even though he's pinned to the wall. It's too late. Ray, you can't save anything. You can't do anything. The demon lord will open the gates of hell. And the world will. Your gentle grip causes the shadow spikes to suddenly expand, blooming like black flowers on the wall. The sound suddenly stops, leaving only silence. You turn around and run toward the depths of the church. The air in the basement is cold and biting. It was once filled only with dust and silence, but now it is full of whispers and a sickly smell of rust, like blood. 3 people in black robes stand around an upside-down cross. On the cross is Leo, tied up. Great blood ancestor. We offer our blood to show our respect. Please return to us and deliver the demon lord's teachings. The black-robed figures murmur incomprehensible words. A magic circle drawn with human blood glows with strange red light. Sharp teeth appear, inching closer to Leo's fair neck. Embrace blood, embrace lies, embrace death. At this critical moment, bang, a powerful fireball spell, enhanced by various talents, blows open the locked basement door. A wave of heat and sound rushes into this hidden corner. What are you doing to my child? Your voice echoes in the basement, making the candles on the wall flicker. The three turn around, their faces hidden in shadowed hoods. What's wrong with old Jack and the others? The person on the left hisses, his voice rough like sandpaper. Can't even handle a priest. He's not an ordinary priest, the middle one says, removing his hood to reveal a pale face and bright red lips. A priest wouldn't use elemental magic. Let go of my child. You step forward, shadows creeping along the stairs into the basement. Sorry, the middle person smiles. This boy is very important. You didn't speak, just tilted your head slightly. Then, in the blink of an eye, your shadow moved. A thin, fast shadow spear shot out from beneath your feet. Shadow magic? A priest actually knows this kind of spell? The three of them hurried to dodge, but they forgot about their shadows underneath. The shadow tendrils suddenly snaked out and wrapped around their ankles. Protect with bloodlight. At the moment of contact, the leader immediately cast a spell. The shadow hissed like touching hot iron. Dark red runes lit up under their black robes, resisting your magic. But your attack was not over yet. You formed a symbol with both hands in front of your chest, and the temperature in the basement suddenly dropped. Your breath turned into white mist, and frost formed on the walls. Third-level magic, extreme cold storm. A snowstorm erupted in the enclosed space. Ice blades formed in the air and shot toward the three. The person on the right waved their arm, and a wall of fire rose, melting and evaporating the ice blades. But you had more tricks. Your true target was the ground. The ice spread across the floor, climbing up their feet and freezing them in place. Meanwhile, you cast a second spell, illusory speech. The person on the left suddenly screamed, clutching their head as if seeing something terrifying. Mind attack, the person in the middle shouted. Protective charm, all three glowed purple on their chests, as if trying to dispel your illusion. But you seized the moment. You rushed forward, shadow transforming into a blade, slicing the ropes binding Leo. You pulled him into a tight embrace. The person in the middle reacted. He reached out and conjured a solid black spear from the air, throwing it at you. You sidestepped, and the spear grazed your shoulder, tearing through your robe and flesh. The pain was sharp and familiar, but it began to fade almost immediately. Flesh at the wound was writhing and healing at a visible speed. Damn it! You didn't let him finish speaking. You clasped your hands together. Free from the constraints of others, you began chanting various magic names. Second-level magic, gust slash. Second-level magic, fireball. Third-level magic, corrosion arrow. Third-level magic, shadow blink. Equipment magic, arrow rain. Your magic power was like an endless ocean, never running out. If you hadn't deliberately used earth magic to reinforce the space, this small basement would have been destroyed by your powerful spells. Cough, cough. How is this possible? The last remaining man in black was lying on the ground, vomiting blood. One person, how can they have so much magic? You looked at him with no emotion in your eyes. From the moment you reached out to innocent children, your fate was sealed. Ha ha. Do you think you can escape? The Count already knows the demon's secret. Wait for death. You and that little rabbit, Mr. Lay. Leo fearfully grabbed your sleeve. Close your eyes, you said softly. A golden light gathered in your hand into the shape of a sword. Fourth-level magic, judgment. An angelic shadow appeared behind you. In the name of the angel, I sentence you to death. Golden light burst from your fingertips, filling the entire basement. The man let out an inhuman scream as his body began to disintegrate. But before he died, he smiled and used his last strength to speak. Useless. The master will come. He will keep chasing. Until he didn't finish, turning into ashes. Using such a powerful spell beyond your level made you feel a bit dizzy. But luckily, your magic reserves were much larger than others, and you quickly recovered. Mr. Lay, Leo worriedly supported your body. I'm fine. You gently touched his head and wiped the blood from his face. Come with me to Dawnlight Church, now. From the words of those evil cult followers, even if you're slow, you know you're being watched by a powerful organization. They are in the shadows while you are in the light. The best way to handle this is to go to the big church for safety. You don't believe that even a strong enemy can overpower the bishop there. But Leo looked at the bodies and ashes in the basement. Who are those people? Why did they do this? I'll tell you on the way. From your memories of old Jack and the others, you already know their identities and goals. Unlike the Light Church, they are heretics who believe in the demon lord of hell. Like Roland, they want to gain power from demons. Their goal is to free the demon that is bonded with Leo, one of the 72 demons of hell, Onius. He is the ancestor of vampires, a demon lord skilled in lying, deceiving, and causing trouble. You pause, realizing that their memories aren't enough to show you the full story. You look at the obedient Leo. But first, I need to know the truth. Start from the earliest thing you remember, Leo. Don't lie to me. The boy nods and tightly holds your hand. You walk up the stairs, leaving the basement and returning to the church. 6 small bodies are still there. You don't want to look at them too long. After burying them, you take the book from the library, the Book of Hell, and head out. Then you leave the church, walk out of Blackstone Town, and enter the forest. Behind you, the town is silent in the morning light, like a huge grave. You don't know what is chasing you, or Leo's true identity, or what your future holds. You only know one thing. You will not let the last child die. Never. In the forest of Blackstone Town, you are quickly moving through the trees with Leo on your back. You used almost all your speed-boosting skills. But the Dawn Chapel is still very far away. Even you would need a whole day to run there. Leo is very close to you. The wind is howling past his ears. He seems to enjoy this moment of closeness. Leo, you can start talking now, about your memories. You're still some distance from the Dawn Chapel. So, you decide to exchange information with Leo while on the road. After all, some things are hard to say once you arrive. He first remains silent as usual. Then he nods. Okay. The following story will be told in the first person. If it feels uncomfortable, I won't use this style in the future. My name is Leo. I was born in Blackstone Town. My father is the town's priest. According to the teachings, priests are not allowed to fall in love. But my father fell in love with my mother. However, neither of them loved me. My father never calls me his son. He calls me, that thing, that cursed child. Or simply, she. It's as if, through my face, he always sees another face. A beautiful face I've never seen before. Your mother died. That's what my father often told me. She died because she had to give birth to you? Why? Why can't you bring her back? I don't understand. I just stare at him blankly. He always gets this hysterical way of talking. When I was just a baby in swaddling clothes, he performed a ritual. These memories don't belong to me, at least not to my conscious self. They are given to me by Onius, that demon. He wanted to tell me that in this world, only he cares about me. In the dimly lit basement, the ground was marked with a blood-red magic circle that glowed faintly. I lay in the center of the circle, a naked baby with the same symbols drawn on my body. My father stood at the edge of the circle. A few other people were there, some villagers and others I had never seen before. They formed a circle and whispered softly. In front of the circle, a strange man stood. He wore a fancy black suit, his face pale like moonlight, but his lips were unnaturally red. When he spoke, his voice sounded like it was coming directly from my mind, not through my ears. Watcher from the depths, one of the 72 pillars, the keeper of the past and sorrow, Onias. Your devout followers call upon you, using pure blood as a guide, and untainted souls as boats. The magic circle grew brighter, and the blood on the ground started to boil and bubble. In the center of the circle, space began to twist like ripples on water. My father stepped forward excitedly. Master, has it worked? The vampire stopped chanting and looked at him. The magic circle turned into a blackened stain. My father fell to his knees, crying and clutching his hair. They didn't know that the ritual had actually succeeded. It was just that Onias had entered my body. Your name is Leo, right? From now on, we are one. Ha ha ha. This was the beginning of my life. A ritual, a demon, and a crazy father. After the ritual, I was treated as an orphan and, kindly, taken in by the church. The villagers praised his kindness, but only I knew the truth. He hated me. I wish you had never been born. I should have drowned you in the river. You little brat. But I survived, like weeds growing between cracks in the stone. My father refused to acknowledge me as his child, so I was called Leo, a name he picked at random, without a surname, like naming a dog. Life at the church was not easy. I sleep in the storage room, eat leftover food, and do all the chores at the church. If it were only that, maybe I could endure it. But as I grow older, the face in the mirror looks more and more like a person, my mother. My father's madness also worsens. The first time was in the winter when I was 7. The church's fireplace was broken, and my father asked me to get a blanket. I rarely went into his room. It was a place filled with the smell of alcohol. I found the blanket and turned to leave, but he stopped me. "Turn around," he said. I turned around. At that moment, he was holding a pocket watch with a photo of my mother inside. He looked at the photo, then at me, his eyes becoming distant and unfocused. "Lena, sir, I am Leo," I whispered. He stood up and approached me. "You're back," he whispered softly, with a strange gentle tone that made my skin crawl. He pulled me to the mirror, stood behind me, and placed his hands on my shoulders, forcing me to look at our reflection. "Look, same eyes, same hair." His breath brushed against my ear. "You're back, right? You've finally forgiven me." "Sir, let me go." I struggled. But how could a 7-year-old fight an adult man? I don't want to remember that night in detail. After that, Onias once again told me, "Kill him." I curled up in the corner of the storage room, my whole body aching, tears dried up. That voice sounded again, strangely gentle and full of sympathy. "Leo, he hurt you. He will keep hurting you. Trust me, I can give you strength. If you accept me from your heart." I admit, it was tempting. But in the end, I refused. No matter what, he is my father. I cannot associate with demons. My father returned to his usual cold attitude the next morning. He looked at the bruises on my body with a blank expression. "Wear a high-necked shirt, so no one can see," he said. It seemed like just normal discipline. But once started, it led to a second, then a third time. Each time, he was drunk and calling out my mother's name. Onias would whisper in my mind, tempting me to accept his presence. I always refused. Until I was 9 years old. "What did you do to them?" I saw that other children in the church also started wearing high-neck clothes. And in their eyes, there was fear. "When will it be your turn to tell me what to do?" My father, not that terrible person, responded with violence to my questions. In endless pain, the tempting voice spoke again. "Leo, my poor child. If you had killed him earlier, those children wouldn't be in danger. Now, every scar on their souls is partly your fault." I broke down. In the storage room, I clenched my fists and cried silently. I am a sinner, an accomplice, because I am weak and afraid, and those children have to suffer. Next time he comes for me, I close my eyes. In my mind, I ask Onias, "What should I do? Let me into your heart." Power surges within me. My eyes turn blood red, my nails sharpen, and my teeth grow outward. With endless strength, I lift him up, looking at his neck, uncovered and vulnerable. "Go, Leo. Trust me. It will be delicious. You will love this feeling." Ha ha. The string of reason snaps. I bite down. Blood floods my mouth. I want more. I want to tear him apart. I want him to feel pain. "Leo, my dear Leo." Ha ha. I spent that sinful night laughing with the devil. My father died, but I didn't feel relief, only deeper guilt. I killed him myself. I'm a monster, just like Onias. Onias said he would love me in place of my father. He promised to stay with me forever. But I'm so scared. After my father died, the town council decided to find a new priest. And I, as an orphan adopted by the late priest, could stay in the church until the new priest decided what to do with me. Then Mr. Ray arrived. He was so gentle. His kindness erased our terrible memories. He was so warm. His warmth melted the coldness of the church. Onias always said, "He wants to earn your trust. Everyone will hurt you eventually," but I wanted to believe. For the first time, I really wanted to trust someone. Days passed, and Mr. Ray was completely different from my father. He patiently taught me to read and write, and sat by my bed when I had nightmares. He noticed my scars, both physical and emotional. But he didn't ask questions, just gently hugged me. Some wounds don't need to be spoken of. They will heal in time. I'm here, Leo. Being with him, I felt safe for the first time. Onias's voice grew quieter because Mr. Ray was like an angel from the Bible. I started to smile and speak. The church in Blackstone Town grew bigger, louder, and brighter. And I finally had a real family. I no longer needed Onias. You'll regret it, Leo. One day, you'll be begging me to come back. I pushed him out of my heart. But my very existence is dangerous. Even if I refuse to speak, Mr. Ray can sense that something is wrong with me. He decided to seek help from the church, hoping to find a way to purify the demon inside him. He wrote a letter and asked someone to deliver it to the nearest Dawn church. He thought this was the right way to solve his problem, but he didn't realize that the letter would become our disaster. Old Jack, the sheriff of Blackstone Town. He is a friend of the father and also a member of a secret cult. He secretly looked at the letter. He learned about Onias and discovered that a demon was living inside the orphan. Later, he contacted his accomplices. He swapped the letter and sent in cult members disguised as church workers. And Mr. Lay, who trusted the church, never suspected anything. Scum, scum, scum. That's where the memory ends. Outside the simulation, Lay couldn't hold it anymore and shouted out his feelings loudly. How can a child's childhood be like this? He seemed to vent his frustration with a few more local slang words. Seeing this, Lay finally understood the reason behind the little son's delicate nature. With such a past, who can stay mentally healthy? Damn it! After taking a deep breath, he temporarily suppresses his emotions. The situation is not looking good now. Those heretics who worship demons will do anything to find little Sunday. Now, Lay is very worried about how the simulation will unfold. He doesn't want to see tragedy again. This isn't just about the simulation, it's about Leo. This kind boy, who is kind to everyone. Lay really doesn't want to see him suffer anymore. I hope the me in the simulation can change his fate. With this thought, he continues to watch with a very nervous heart. Sorry, it's all my fault. The townspeople will die because of me. Leo's big tears roll down his face. Hearing these stories, you feel uneasy inside. You didn't expect that his unwilling past was actually like this. Don't be like that, Leo, you sigh. You know this is not his fault at all. It's all that damn heresy. Previously, you always thought the light church was too extreme in dealing with demons and heretics. Now, you only think these radicals are too conservative. Heretics should be burned by fire, damn it. Your speed is very fast. In just one day, you took Leo through the forest of the Black Market Town. The city where the Morning Light Church is located appears far ahead. You're almost there. You're almost there. Just as you are about to step out of the forest, your nose suddenly catches a faint smell of rust. With the help of danger perception, your body reacts faster than your mind, and you quickly roll to the side. Boom. A large crimson crystal spear, as thick as an elephant's leg, whizzes past your ear and strikes the ground, causing stones to fly. The spear is made entirely of solidified blood, with a dark red glow flowing on its surface. Damn! You steady yourself and look up. A black figure slowly descends from the treetops, with bat-like wings elegantly folded behind him. He wears a well-tailored black suit, a white collar tie, and a pale face with a calm smile. Good evening, Father, he greets softly. He bows slightly. I am Dracula. Could you kindly do me a favor and hand over the clone of Lord Blood Ancestor? He's been eager to regain his strength. Your pupils narrow slightly. In just one glance, you sense that this person is not to be underestimated. Without chanting, your appraisal skill has already sent his information into your mind. Dracula 7 level. LV 49 skills. Flesh and blood joy. Bloodbat summon. Blood prison. Talents. Child of the Red Moon. Purple. Ancient heritage. Purple. Authority. Realm of the King. Special notes. 1. Devotee of Aeonius's firm faith. 2. Dracula Eyes satisfied experimental product. Warning. There is a significant gap between a lord and a king. Within this realm, anyone who is not a king is like an ant. This is a king-level being. And at the peak of king level, you take a deep breath, gently set Leo down, and stand in front of him. Run. Your voice is low and urgent. Towards the city-state. Don't look back. Mr. Lay, run, you shout sternly. This is the first time you've used this tone with him. The child bites his lip and turns to run toward the lights outside the forest. Dracula does not stop him, only watches with interest. Such a touching sacrifice. But do you really think a lord can stop me? Humph, you'll find out if you try. You no longer answer. You reach into your pocket and take out a bottle of the dungeon's rage potion. You uncork it and drink it all in one gulp. Fire burns from your stomach through your limbs, and your pupils turn blood red. But that's not the end. You quickly form magic seals with both hands on your chest, stacking a series of buff spells on yourself. Second-level magic, wind control, second-level magic, strength enhancement, divine technique, horn of courage, equipment magic, deep sea shelter. You draw the shadow bow, ready for battle. At the same time, the crown of the ocean appears floating above your head. Oh, Dracula raises an eyebrow. Quite unexpected. Well then, let's begin. He lifts his right hand, and the skin on his wrist automatically splits open. Blood gushes out, but does not fall. Instead, it hovers in the air. King's domain. His voice becomes solemn. Crimson blood. A hum sounds, centered on him. A dark red light shield rapidly spreads out, instantly covering a space of several hundred meters. The forest turns into a blood-red world. The leaves are red, the trunks are red, and even the air is filled with tiny blood droplets. You feel a terrible pressure pressing down on your whole body, as if countless hands are pulling your limbs, slowing your movements, and weakening your strength. Child, this is the domain, someone says. It is the insurmountable gap between a lord and a king. Dracula reaches out and clenches his fist in the air. The floating blood droplets quickly gather together, forming a long, crimson spear nearly 3 meters long. The spear's tip points at you. Round 1. Leo, are you really leaving like this? As Leo runs, a sinister whisper suddenly echoes in his mind. Quiet, demon. This is Mr. Lay's order. He wipes the sweat from his forehead and keeps running. Oh, I was just trying to help, and you say that? I'm so hurt. The demon's voice sounds playful, but its tone is malicious, echoing repeatedly in Leo's mind. Help me with what? The demon pauses, then speaks with a mocking tone. The priest will die. Leo stops in his tracks, a different look appearing in his eyes. What did you just say? The demon laughs. That fool will die, with a lord's strength. Challenging a king alone, he will die without a burial place. Leo turns to look at the forest, which has turned red, and his breathing quickens. Now you can see him one last time. In the dark forest, you feel very troubled. The opponent is just too strong. And it seems that their magic has a healing blocking effect. Healing magic doesn't work at all. While you're thinking of a plan, the air around suddenly solidifies. No, it's blood. Countless tiny blood droplets have surrounded you. And now they are contracting inward, forming a dense, blood-red cage. Your magic slash hits the cage, only splashing a few drops of blood. The Lord level can fight me for so long. You should be proud. Deeper voice of Dracula comes through the cage. But the game must end now. Inside the cage walls, dozens of blood spikes grow out simultaneously, stabbing toward you. You struggle to move, but the space is too small, and 3 spikes pierce your body. One in your shoulder, one in your stomach, and one in your heart. Worse still, you can feel the blood spikes actively drawing your blood. Your strength is draining away along with the blood. Already badly injured, you are now at your limit. Mr. Leo, who has just returned, sees this scene. Leo, you open your mouth, blood spilling from your lips. Why are you back? What are you doing? He looks at Leo, then at you, and smiles. He casually releases the spell, since your current state means you won't survive anyway. Child, come here to Uncle. Dracula the Seventh smiles gently. But Leo ignores him. He desperately supports you as you fall to the ground. Mr. Please, he whispers softly. Helplessly, he covers your bleeding wound with his hand. You feel the world turn red, then gradually become blurry. In your final moments, you weakly raise your hand to wipe away his tears. Foolish child. I'm sorry. Now I have to become a person again. Blood and a smile. But the raised hand falls to the ground. Your life force completely fades away. After a long time, Leo finally stands up. He stares fixedly at Dracula, with no expression on his face. Onias, give me strength. What did you say? I said. Please, give me strength. Simulation ends. Final status. Death. Sacrificing protector. Survival time. 2 years. Final level. LV33 unlocked achievements. Shadow of the Loving Father. The Judge. Guardian of Light. The one who broke promises first. Rewards obtained. 1. Talents. The main cares: purple, heart of holy light; purple, blessing of light; blue, 2. Skills: judgment, beginner; horn of courage, proficient; healing, beginner; strength boost, beginner; speed boost, beginner; purification, beginner. 3. Items: Book of Hell, 72 demons, tears of extreme pain. 4. Cultivation results: 2 years of experience as a priest in caring, teaching, and healing. Overall rating: A. Comment: You could have chosen a safer path, but you chose to protect, to be the only light in that child's life. Because of this, you faced enemies far beyond your limits. Your death is not a failure. It is a victory of love. Lie quietly read these words. Sacrifice to protect. He softly repeated this cause of death, a bitter smile on his face. Very fitting. This complicated simulation made him involuntarily feel some genuine emotion. System: Lie asked mentally. I want to know what happens after Leo. After a brief silence, information flowed into his mind. System: Querying subsequent developments. After witnessing your death, Leo merged with a demon and caused Dracula the Seventh to die from torture. Later, he asked the demon to revive you. Lie frowned slightly as he listened. Revive me? Yes. Oni is indeed has the power to revive, or the former priest wouldn't have summoned him. But this isn't his true form. He even has to hide from his true self, afraid of being absorbed. So he made a deal with Leo, to find one of his friends and try to stay whole. Lie nodded vaguely, understanding. No wonder that demon didn't seek out the cult members, but kept bothering Leo. But Lie sighed deeply. Leo, does this count as following in his father's old footsteps? Probably. Driven by love, he headed toward the dark extreme. As for what the ending might be, Ray didn't want to think about it anymore. Fortunately, this is just a simulation, he told himself, as if trying to comfort himself. In the real world, without his presence, Leo's life might be better. Thinking this, he calmed his mind. The simulation was over. It was time to look forward. Then he began to review what he had gained. Although the simulation only lasted 2 years, he gained a lot. The development of the priesthood faction was happening too fast. Every day, he didn't need to level up or practice skills. As long as he was devoted to the God King, that was enough. He had completed in 2 years what would normally take over 10 years in other simulations. Although there was the Lord cares deeply bonus, it was still incredible. This made him realize that the reputation of the Bright Church as the top power on the continent was not unfounded. But he didn't plan to follow that path anymore, because taking shortcuts also meant paying the same price. His thoughts would be influenced and shaped by the blessings he received. Brother, that's really scary. Phew. Luckily, the influence can't pass through the simulation into my mind, Ray said, feeling relaxed. Having a system was really good. Getting back to the main point, his level had increased to 33. His skill library was also updated. First, there were various skills, support skills and buffs, that boosted his overall strength. He also gained a particularly powerful skill, judgment. It was already strong in its initial state, and Ray was very curious about how it would evolve in the future. Next, there were his talents. The light-based talents could be said to be the perfect counter to demons. Thinking about the descriptions, such as dealing double damage to dark creatures, it was like a timely rain. It gave him more confidence to face Roland. But he didn't become arrogant or complacent because of this. Recent simulations had shown him a sad fact. The power of king-level creatures was immense. From the simulation data, king-level creatures truly lived up to their name. They are the rulers of the world. He has absolute control over all non-royal creatures. This control is based on mechanisms. No matter how high the numbers stack, it's very hard to break. The steward's domain is blood steel. Dracula's domain is crimson blood. What about Roland? As a top-tier monarch, his domain will only become stronger. He needs to think carefully about his strategy. Suddenly, he remembered he had another reward, the Book of Hell. Roland is also planning some kind of demon sacrifice, right? It seems I also made a contract with a demon. This Book of Demons was a collection from the former priest, containing a lot of information about demons. It might even reveal their weaknesses. At worst, learning more about this group is beneficial. Lai chuckled softly and probed his consciousness into the system space to check. Reading an amniotic fluid isn't convenient. Anyway, after experiencing 2 simulations, His mind was about to explode. He figured he should rest a bit, and maybe look for information about Roland inside. Ha ha ha. Fear, Green Hat King. Meanwhile, in Blackstone Town, inside the church, Leo rubbed his sleepy eyes. He looked around at the familiar surroundings and muttered, "Is it just a dream, sir?" Lai closed the heavy book of hell. The yellowed sheepskin pages recorded stories from the Starfall continent over thousands of years. He exhaled slowly and then spoke. Demons and angels, no matter their rank, cannot actively project power into the mortal world. They can only be summoned, needed, or invited, like guests who cannot break into a locked door. Only when the person inside pushes the door open can they enter. This is the foundation of the world, something even the Demon Lord and the God King cannot violate. After a whole night, Lai finally finished reading it. He gained a lot of new knowledge. His understanding of the Starfall continent deepened once again. So Roland must have actively sought help from demons. Lei's finger brushed over the entry about full moon ritual in the book. That is the most common way to summon demons. It involves using moonlight to strengthen the connection to hell, along with offerings, souls, flesh, and other things. Reciting the demon's true name. Then you can pull him out of hell. Based on Roland's earlier words, Lei found the demon called the Lord of Desire. Asman, he muttered, commonly called Amon, the demon of lust. It is one of the 7 deadly sins. A being above the 72 demons. Legend says it has no fixed gender, only appearing in the form you find most attractive, if you even slightly desire him. Seeing this information, Lei's brow furrowed even deeper. According to the Book of Hell, even a fully summoned 72 demon is rare in the history of the Starfall continent. The world's rules do not allow divine-level beings to fully descend. For many years, only a few have broken level 100 and become gods with mortal bodies. Vivian Yang is the most famous among them, but such anomalies are rare, with only one in 1,000 years. So, what about Roland? Why does he want to summon the Lord of Desire? Even if Lei has witch blood, that only makes him a more valuable sacrifice. But that is far from enough to reach the top of the pyramid. Could it be? He's not summoning Amon himself, Lei muttered to himself. What is he summoning then? A fragment? A clone? Or some lower-level subordinate? Curiosity tickled Lei's heart like a kitten's paw. He really wanted to know the answer. Just then, a familiar mechanical notification sounded in his mind. The reality simulation cooling has ended. Would you like to start a new simulation? Lei paused slightly and looked at the system panel. Otherworld Simulation System Level 3. Host. Lai Golden. Race. Dream Succubus. Template. King Level. Level. 33/50ths. Skills. Judgment. Beginner. Shadow Blink. Proficient. Nightmare Spirit. Proficient. Marionette. Beginner. Corrosion Arrow. Master. Illusion Heart. Master. Crying Sorrow. Beginner. Various magic. Omitted. Talents. Holy Light Heart. Purple. Charm. Purple. Magic Absorption. Green. Unyielding Healing. Blue. Plunder. Blue. Wolf King's Wool. Purple. Omitted. Evaluation. You are a very powerful embryo, but unfortunately, with such parents, you are destined to die young. Reality Simulation Count. 1. Can only be used once a day. Otherworld Space Simulation Count. Max. Unlimited. 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 Saying it 3 times is important. A smile curved on his lips. He wanted to know the answer. The simplest way was to see it with his own eyes. He had countless chances to try again. Start simulation, he said. Reality simulation starting. Detected that your last simulation achieved an overall rating of A-. Unlocking advanced reward pool. You have gained 1 chance to draw a red talent. Lai's heart beat faster. Red. He had never had a talent of red quality. The help from purple talents was already great, with a kind of perfect numerical beauty. But what about red? What kind of help would it bring? Drawing talent in progress. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a red talent. God's favorite. God's favorite. Your luck will become very good. Lai. He stared at those words for 3 seconds, confirming there was no follow-up. No trigger conditions, no special mechanisms. Not even a decent number. Your luck will become very good. Is that all? Lai's mouth twitched. He knew red talents wouldn't really be just this, but this minimalist style made him feel uncertain. Is it a constant luck bonus? Is it the cause and effect interference at a critical moment? Is it Schrödinger's good luck or a real increase in value? The system did not answer. At least it's red, he told himself, trying to convince himself to accept this result. Give me some strength, okay? No response. He sighed and sank his consciousness into the initial simulation interface. Reality simulation starting. Good luck to you, literally. You wake up in the Golden Castle. Realize you've entered the simulation. Begin your adventure. With the full moon's protection blessing, I believe you can go further. First month. Because of previous simulations, your mental strength has reached a frightening level. This mental power is comparable to some king-level creatures. So, your all-around visual perception easily covers the entire Golden Castle, even surpasses some. Your mental force penetrates walls, floors, and ceilings, like invisible ripples spreading outward in all directions, greedily searching, unwilling to miss even the smallest detail. Everything here seems normal, except your perception stops in front of a certain wall. No, not the wall. It's behind the wall. There is an invisible barrier, like a glass cover, holding it tightly. Your mental tendrils try to approach, but as soon as they touch, they are repelled by some rune formation, unable to penetrate. No matter how many times you try, the result is the same. In the end, you can only withdraw your tendrils and sigh. Darn, although you can't get in, your intuition tells you there is a big secret inside. Something Roland Gold doesn't want anyone to see. But you're just an unborn embryo. What can you do? Just as you are frustrated, Roland arrives. Such coincidence, system. What a coincidence. Lai nodded, feeling like his luck was really improving. He stops in front of the barrier. His lips move silently as he recites something. You hold your breath. This is a rare chance. If you miss it, you won't know how many days you'll have to wait. You decide that as soon as he opens the door, you'll activate your visual enhancement to 10 times slow motion, so you can see everything inside clearly. Then, the barrier opens. At the moment the door is fully open, your mental energy floods in like a bursting dam. You see it. The secret room is deeper, colder, and more like a forgotten tomb than you imagined. A blood-red crystal lamp hangs from the ceiling, pouring light down and illuminating below. There are dozens of stone statues. They sit, stand, kneel, or look up, each in a different pose. The only thing they have in common is their faces. Each face is withered, like a dried-up riverbed, with deep eye sockets and prominent cheekbones. All their eyes are fixed on the same spot, an empty high-back chair directly ahead. The chair is empty, but the carvings on the back of the chair make your pupils shrink suddenly. It's an upside-down cross, wrapped with thorns and roses. It's the badge of the Desire Grand Duke. You want to see more clearly. Count how many statues there are, and check if they have any clues on them. Bang! The barrier closes. Your perception is suddenly pushed out as if by an invisible hand, shattering your view into countless snowflake fragments. In the final scene, Roland stands in the center of the secret room, with his back to the door, his back straight like a tombstone. What is that place? Honestly, you are shocked by what you saw. Because those statues are too strange, too realistic. So realistic that they look like real people. 2 months later, you are still spying on Roland. During these days, your attention has been entirely on him. Many secrets you didn't know before are gradually coming to light. During the day, he mostly stays in his study. Most of the books he reads are about curses. You know, curses are his strong point. It's normal for him to deepen his knowledge in this area. But at night, when it's almost time to sleep, Roland becomes different. His eyes turn slightly red. Every day, he takes out a small crystal bottle about the size of a thumb from his bedside. He drinks the liquid inside in one gulp. The liquid is a beautiful blue color, seeming to have some kind of magic. You don't know what's in it. After taking the potion, he sits quietly for 10 minutes. His breathing slows down, and the frown between his eyebrows relaxes. Then he lies down, closes his eyes, and sleeps with a very proper posture, like a statue in a martyr's coffin. But you've never seen him dream. As someone skilled in dream magic, you can't detect any mental energy waves from dreams. That's very strange. How can a person not dream? Besides this, you notice more odd things. For example, every morning during prayer time, Roland always appears on time at the small chapel attached to the castle to pray. Yes, A person involved with demons kneeling before the goddess in sincere prayer every day. It feels very contradictory. You think so too. What does this mean? Blasphemy or self-deception? But this happens inside Roland's own castle. You believe he doesn't need to perform for others. Yet, his actions really confuse you. In the third month, apart from observing Roland, your life remains unchanged. Elizabeth's belly is very large now, and she often touches her stomach. She hums a lullaby in a demon language. The melody is gentle, but the lyrics make your skin crawl, that you will devour the flesh and blood of your enemies. You will crush the gates of the divine realm. Is this something for children to hear? You decide to ignore this song. Recently, Roland's movements have been very regular. You can't find any more clues from him for now. So, you try to communicate with Elizabeth through a dream. You want to ask her about her relationship with Roland or her impression of him. You hope to find some answers here. Roland has been looking for me, or rather, the Golden Clan has been searching for me. This is what Elizabeth told you. She doesn't understand what she did wrong. Because she is being hunted by the Golden Clan, she has to hide. She's been running around, and as a newcomer, she hasn't even had time to charm anyone. Elizabeth's tone carries a nearly sad and frustrated feeling. Because of this, I have become a disgrace among charmers. It's so unfair. She looks angry, upset that a charmer's pure nature is being questioned. But soon, her face shows a shy expression again. Luckily, I met Kai. Stop talking. Get to the point. Oh, as for my impression of Roland. Oh, they are very short-lived. Short-lived? Elizabeth nods. She says that at first, Roland's father was the one hunting her. But he was a very powerful person who died in his prime. Then Roland took over and continued to hunt her. She has struggled here and asked Kai many questions about the Golden Clan. From what Kai told her, she gradually realized that men of the Golden Clan seem not to live long. You nod thoughtfully. Your mind drifts away. It drifts to that secret room. At first, you only glanced inside quickly and thought the statues looked very realistic. But now, after thinking carefully, it seems their facial features are quite similar. A strange idea suddenly comes to your mind. Could they be? You don't finish your thought. Instead, you turned around and asked Elizabeth another question. What's the name of the token you gave to Kai? It's that pendant. Elizabeth was startled by your sudden serious tone, but she still hesitated and spoke up. Medusa's tears. For months later, you have some guesses about the secret of the Golden family. In the secret room, statues, and all clues point to one thing. A curse. They are cursed, and it is a hereditary curse, passed down through bloodlines until no more Golden surname appears. Roland is so skilled at understanding curses because he has been sickly for a long time. This idea is very bold, but it also gives you some new leads. For example, the Golden Clan's library. Since the curse has troubled the family for hundreds of years, how could it not be recorded? How could no one have tried to find the answer? Hee, I'll go too. You smile and send your mental energy toward the library. Your consciousness begins scanning through the books. The castle's collection is large, enough to make any scholar jealous. Your mental energy turns into countless fine tendrils, sweeping through each page. Books like Curses, Bloodline Curses, The Glory and Decline of the Witch Era. There are so many books about curses that you start feeling dizzy. But books that admit the curse on the Golden family. There are none. Not a single one. All records stop at academic topics. None connect these curses to the Golden family, as if someone has deliberately hidden them. They seem unwilling for future generations to uncover the story behind it. This is so frustrating, you mutter to yourself. I spent so much time with almost no results. Just when you were about to give up, snap, your mind suddenly shifted. In the corner of the desk, a plain black notebook was pushed onto the floor. The cover was half open, revealing pages filled with tiny writing. A black cat sat on the edge of the desk, lazily glancing at the fallen book with amber eyes, then turning away to lick its paw. You froze in surprise. This notebook had always been there. It was tucked under a pile of papers in the corner, just showing a narrow spine. Every day, you looked around the study and checked Roland, but you never paid attention to it. Because it was too unnoticeable, like an old ledger casually placed aside. Until this cat knocked it over. Why not take a look? You told yourself. Your mind eagerly reached into the half-open cover. The first page was my diary. This is Roland's diary. You were overjoyed, not expecting to find such a valuable clue here. Maybe this was divine luck helping you. You chuckled mischievously. It felt great to have Lady Luck on your side. Although secretly reading someone else's diary was a bit unethical, at this moment, your life was at stake, and there was no time to worry about morality. With excitement, you opened the diary. December 3rd, 1727, in the Holy Calendar. My father took me to the secret chamber. We are cursed, my father said calmly. The witch Medusa has placed a curse on our family bloodline. Every man in the Golden Clan turns to stone before age 40. He pointed at the statues. Your grandfather died at 31. Your great-grandfather was 29. Your great-great-grandfather. I looked into the eyes of the statues. They all seemed to be looking in the same direction, at that empty chair. What are they watching? Year 1727, December 9th. I can't sleep. I am only 12 years old. How many more years can I live? What about Kai? He's only 6. He doesn't understand anything yet. I pray my father won't tell him, at least not yet, so he can grow up happily. Year 1732, June 21st. Father found a way. His eyes haven't shined this brightly in a long time. He laid a black-covered ancient book on the table, his finger trembling as he pointed to a certain passage. Medusa didn't curse us out of nowhere, he said. She is seeking revenge. Now that her bloodline is scattered, her descendants are the key to breaking the curse. The key? I didn't understand. We need to hold a full moon ritual. Using her descendant's body, we can summon Medusa back. Father took a deep breath. And then, we will ask her for forgiveness. Will she forgive us? I wonder. Father didn't answer. Year 1735, February 17th. Father died. I watched as his body turned from his ankles upward into grayish stone, inch by inch. His eyes kept looking at me, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak anymore. February 18th, 1735. Why didn't they let me see my father one last time? Kai asked me. I opened my mouth, but couldn't find the words to speak. Father doesn't want you to see him like that, he said. No, that's not true. You must have killed your father, he stated, not asked. Your title is yours now. Are you satisfied? He ran out. I knew my answer wasn't enough. But rather than let him share the same fear I felt, I preferred he hated me. August 3rd, 1740, in the Holy Calendar. The curse is starting to affect me. It first affected my right pinky finger joint. When I woke up in the morning, it was stiff, as if it didn't belong to me, and it took a long time to regain movement. I stared at that finger, my heart pounding. I'm only 25. I haven't found the descendant of Medusa yet. I can't die now. I'm scared. October 9th, 1742, in the Holy Calendar. It's happening more and more often. It's happening more and more. My right knee, my left shoulder blade, the end of my tailbone. These parts sometimes lose sensation. Then they slowly recover. But I can feel it. They're building up. Today, recovery took 3 seconds longer. Next month, maybe 5 seconds longer. One day, they might never recover. I started taking medicine, a drug that can slow down the petrification process, but the cost is that I can't dream. I looked at myself in the mirror and suddenly understood why my father always looked expressionless. It's not because he's cold, but because his facial muscles have petrified to the point he can't make expressions anymore. July 1st, 1747, in the Holy Calendar. I caught her, a descendant of Medusa. A faint-hearted little demon with a bloodline so thin it's almost impossible to trace. Her name is Elizabeth. She is weak and foolish. But she is indeed the key. Bloodline tests don't lie. I locked her in a room at the top of the castle. Her bloodline is too thin. Using her as a sacrifice has a very low success rate. I need to transform her, using a curse to reverse purify her bloodline, to restore her closer to Medusa's state. This process is very painful. She cries every day. But do you know who should be crying? It's me. Yes, me. I am almost destroyed by her ancestors. Year 1748, September 12th. My body is no longer in good shape. My left arm below the elbow is completely petrified. My right leg below the knee is hardened by about 60%, and I feel a dull pain when I walk. The most frightening part is my head. The curse has started to eat away at my mind. I can no longer sleep normally. I haven't had a good dream in a long time. Year 1749, January 17th. I don't have much time left. But Elizabeth's bloodline purification is only 43% complete. Kale still hasn't returned. He hasn't forgiven me. I really want to see him. Year 1749, December 17th. Elizabeth is pregnant. When I found out, my first reaction was disbelief, and my second was anger. Who? When? I clearly sent someone to watch over her. Then I found out. Kale. Fortunately, the gods protect us. The child in her womb has great talent. Her mental strength far exceeds normal humans, even in the embryonic stage. No, it surpasses normal creatures. It's Kale's child, and it's also from the Golden clan's bloodline. And my nephew. I looked at Elizabeth, slowly calming all my anger. The full moon festival requires a pure offering. What could be purer than a baby? Year 1749, December 18th. I locked myself in a secret room and sat all night facing the stone statue. My father also looked at the empty chair. My grandfather looked at the empty chair. Grandfather looked at the empty chair. They waited their whole lives for a pregnant demoness. Suddenly, I laughed. My laughter echoed in the secret room, like crying. Year 1750, March 16th, I want to live. Not for myself. My body is already broken. Living would just mean continuing to suffer under the curse. But Kai is still young. He hasn't been corrupted by the curse. He doesn't even know that he carries Medusa's curse inside him. If I die before the curse fully takes over, the curse will transfer. Kai will be the next. Then the unborn child. Then the child's children. Generations after generations, endlessly, dragged into the abyss by stones. I must live. I must complete the ritual. I must bring Medusa's consciousness back, no matter what it costs. Year 1750, June 17th, brother. Someday you will understand me. I'm leaving these words not to defend myself, nor to ask for your forgiveness. I just want you to know, I have done many things in my life, most of them wrong, and some are dirty. But one thing is different. I love you. I am willing to bear the curse for you, to live as long as possible in hell for you, to do all the things you don't need to know. And when the day comes that I can no longer hold on, please live happily and unaware and finish your life. End of diary. Your consciousness pulls away from the notebook. You don't know how long you've been reading. So that's how it is. Behind the story of the Golden Count is such a tale. All the puzzle pieces now fit perfectly into their places. Just one last step, and you'll understand everything. 5th month. The ritual preparations keep going wrong. The moon dust used for the magic array became ineffective after getting damp. The incense reserved for the ceremony was stolen during transport, and 3 sorcerers assisting with the ritual all contracted a rare contagious fever. Every day, Roland reviews urgent reports flying in from various places, his brow furrowed so deeply it seems he could trap a fly. You watch all this and smile unkindly. God's favorite. It turns out this talent isn't just about making yourself lucky. It can also make your enemies unlucky. Isn't it the greatest joy when your enemies suffer misfortune? You say with a smile. But suddenly, you feel a strange sense of sadness. You now know all of Roland's secrets. You understand his fears and his loneliness. You can't hate him like you would a pure evil person. In the future, when we face each other with swords, I will give you a proper ending. You say this. 6th month. Elizabeth's belly has grown so large, she can hardly move. She lies on the bed, repeatedly caressing her stomach, humming a lullaby in demon language. The melody is still so gentle, but the lyrics are still so terrifying. You will devour the flesh and blood of your enemies. You will crush the gates of the divine kingdom. You've become used to it. This is probably the best blessing she can think of. And this month, your all-seeing vision has evolved. It was an ordinary afternoon. Suddenly, in your consciousness, a faint, porcelain-like crackling sound rings out. Then, the world changes. God's perspective, peak perfection. New ability. Mental power can penetrate any restriction array not exceeding 40 levels above your own. You are stunned for 3 seconds. Then you let out a very satisfying cry. Awesome. No matter how many simulations you've experienced, since gaining the ability to ignore perspective, you've never turned it off. Its proficiency has naturally grown the fastest. Now, just before your birth, when you still have time to explore the deepest secrets of this castle, it has evolved. This is still your first skill to reach the peak perfection level. It is a sign of a skill reaching its highest point. No matter how you use it in the future, it will not improve further. But for now, considering its current function, it truly deserves the words, peak perfection, and it arrived just in time. You did not hesitate. Your mental energy, like a sharp blade, pierced straight into the underground secret chamber. That is the secret location of the Golden Family. You must see it for yourself. The barrier is still there. The runes are still layered and glowing faintly. But this time, you couldn't be kept out. Your mental power, like a hot iron, cut through the barrier smoothly. The full view of the secret chamber was now clear. Last time, you only had a little time, not enough to look carefully. This time, your gaze focused on that luxurious, empty throne. The throne. That was the thought that came to your mind. It truly qualifies as a throne, made entirely of very pure gold, with armrests carved into coiled snakes. The backrest is a cross entwined with thorns and roses, hanging upside down. It sits there silently, luxuriously, and full of temptation, as if sitting on it could grant the highest power in the world. You used your appraisal skill. Name, Golden Throne rank, Legendary, bound to the user. Effect 1, Witch's Blessing. All family bloodlines gain extraordinary talent bonuses, with level-up speed surpassing limits. Effect 2, Golden Tribute. Family members' wealth increases by 500%. Reputation also increases by 500%. Various magic powers are boosted by 100%. Effect 3, Medusa's Gaze. Anyone with the golden bloodline will be branded by this throne. Before age 40 or reaching hero level, they will turn to stone. This curse cannot be lifted and will be inherited through bloodlines until they end. Description: a throne forged by the first patriarch of the Golden Clan with his lifetime wealth, representing the peak of worldly power. But every gift comes with a price. Dishonest people, relying on it, can turn stone into gold, but it can also turn gold back into stone. The Witch of Desire, Medusa, Golden Throne. A legendary piece of equipment, Lai muttered as he looked at it. This throne offers extremely powerful effects. Any family that owns it, regardless of talent, will surely rise within 3 years. And it will grow stronger over time. But right now, he wasn't interested in admiring its dazzling description, because there was a curse beneath it. According to the description, it was obtained from a witch by the first clan leader, but because he betrayed the witch, he was cursed. Lai stroked his chin. Fair enough, fair my foot. A wave of irritation rose in his mind. Why should future generations bear the sins of the past? Even I, Timmy, have the blood of the Golden Clan. Lai's body also carries the bloodline of the Golden Clan, and he is also the target of the curse. Now Roland has inherited the curse. Then it will be Kai's turn, and after that, it's hard to guess. If Roland dies, and Kai also dies, then the curse will pass to him. Sure, the age limit of 40 is still far away for him, but it's not just one limit. Reaching hero level will cause petrification. With the simulator, how long would it take Lai to break through to hero level? Such a sin. He sighed and continued to look on with a bitter smile. You stared at this description and remained silent for a long time. Indeed, the root of the curse is right here. Look at that dazzling throne. And then look at the only 2 things related to the curse. Intermediate curse resistance, provided by the Heart of Protection set. This can resist ordinary curses. But can it withstand a bloodline curse bound by legendary artifacts, inherited for hundreds of years? You know the answer in your heart. It can't withstand it. There's a wolf in front and a tiger behind. As you speak, you withdraw your consciousness. Now, it's not just about becoming stronger to kill Roland. It's about killing Roland while ensuring the curse doesn't fall on you. After all, you don't know how Kai, who isn't even a hero, can survive in the miracle dungeon. What if he has special methods to stay alive? System. Don't joke, Kai. That makes me laugh. Night has fallen deep. Outside the window, darkness surrounds everything. Roland finishes his day's work and takes out a crystal bottle from his bedside table. He uncorks it and drinks the blue potion in one gulp. A black cat jumps onto the bed, curls up beside his pillow, with amber eyes half open and half closed. You are still spying on him. Then, you feel your body being gently pushed by a warm force. Very softly, like a hand gently patting through the skin of your belly. Elizabeth's murmuring voice drifts into your ears. That'd be good. Wait a little longer. I'll let you out soon. It's getting close. The day you were born is drawing nearer. 7 months. You are born. A perfect vessel, Roland whispers softly, reaching out a finger to gently touch her cheek. I've finally waited for you. Elizabeth lies weakly on the bed, her face pale as paper. She watches Roland pick you up, a complex light flickering in her eyes. Fear, reluctance. Roland, can you let him go? She speaks, her voice hoarse. Roland turns to look at her. He still smiles. But he extends his hand. His finger gently pinches Elizabeth's head. Crack. Blood slowly flows from her 7 orifices, soaking the pillow. This scene has appeared once before. You do not feel surprised. You simply watch him quietly. This time, you want to cooperate with him to complete the sacrifice. You want to know if the path of sacrifice is really possible. 8th month. The entire Golden Castle is busy preparing for the ceremony. Servants clean the square, mages draw magic circles, messengers come and go delivering messages. Roland reviews many documents every day and occasionally comes to the nursery to check on you. He makes sure you are safe. You cooperate very well. You eat when you should, sleep when you should. Sometimes, you think of Elizabeth. You remember her death and her innocence. Next time, I will save her, I promise. 9th month. The full moon arrives. The moonlight is silver white, shining on the open square in the center of the castle. It illuminates every tile clearly. A huge magic circle is drawn on the square. In the center of the circle is the golden throne. The stone statues from the secret chamber are also brought out. They stand at various points of the magic circle with dozens of robed people. Among them are some powerful beings at the king level. Each statue was once at the peak of the royal level. Roland places you on a golden throne. He covers your face with a black cloth. Remember, he whispers, as if to reassure himself. No matter what, do not look at Lady Medusa. Your vision turns dark. But it doesn't matter. Your mental power has already covered the entire square. You can see everything. The clouds gradually disperse, and the moonlight pours down freely. Roland takes out a silver dagger, gently pricks your finger, and a drop of blood appears. He lifts it with his magic, making it float in midair. The great desire witch, the most beautiful being in the world. The robed people respond in unison, their voices forming a deep hum. The power of the desire Duke incarnate. Roland points his finger at the sky, and the blood drop rises higher, beginning to spin slowly. We wait here, guided by your descendants' bloodlines, with 77 sincere hearts as fuel, with the souls of past sinners as offerings, praying for you. Everyone speaks together, their voices rising like a tide. To return once more to the world. At the moment the words fall, the statue suddenly shatters. All the people in white robes draw short knives from their chests and stab their hearts. The process is perfectly synchronized. Blood gushes out, flowing along the lines of the magic circle beneath their feet. As the blood flows an inch, the magic circle lights up an inch. A purple glow spreads from the center outward, gradually forming a complete circle. It looks like an eye slowly opening. Roland takes out a badge from his pocket. It's made of gold, very old, with worn edges, but the pattern is still clear. A round table surrounded by 12 seats. A round badge. Roland holds it with both hands, lifts it high, and with a trembling voice, recites the final prayer. Offspring of sinners, may I offer everything of the noble family, in exchange for you, to return briefly to the world. The badge slips from his hands and flies out. It spins in the air, meeting a drop of your blood, then merges. At the moment they fuse, a crack tears open in the sky. On the other side of the crack is a space you cannot describe with words. Darkness. But in the darkness, there is a figure. It's been 1,000 years. Someone still remembers me. That voice, you cannot describe it. Every syllable is charming to the extreme, making your whole body tingle and your mind tremble. She takes a step forward. Just one step. The crack trembles as if unable to bear her weight. You have a godlike perspective, but you cannot see her. Your view is blocked by something. Finally, he plopped down on his knees. His forehead hit the stone slab with a dull thud. Please, Lady Medusa. His voice was hoarse and trembling, humble like dust. Lift the curse on the Golden Clan. Medusa smiled. That smile was very beautiful, like a silver bell, flowing water, or all the lovely sounds you've ever heard. But to Roland, it sounded like a judgment bell. Do you know what your ancestor did back then? Roland dared not answer. He was as wicked as Vivian, that traitor. Roland trembled all over but still knelt, his forehead pressed to the ground, afraid to lift his head. Please, I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness. His voice was broken, as if squeezed from deep in his throat. Just give the Golden Clan one more chance. He spoke faster. I know you've always wanted to return to the human world, but your power is too strong, suppressed by the rules. His hand trembled as he pointed at you on the stone platform. I found the perfect vessel for you. Your bloodline, pure and high in talent. It can definitely help you achieve your revenge. You felt her gaze settle on you. Though just a glance, it made every cell in your body tense up. It was like being watched by a deadly enemy. Your bloodline? She repeated softly, with a tone that carried something you couldn't understand. Then she smiled. Just a simple smile. But Roland's posture froze. His eyes were still open, his mouth agape, his hand pointing at you. Yet everything was frozen in place. From his feet, a grayish-white color spread quickly upward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Roland Golden, an existence at the peak of the imperial level, turned into a stone statue. Are you using my bloodline to claim credit? She said, her tone tinged with a hint of mockery. Oomph. Then she reached out her hand. No, it was a snake, one from her hair, winding down from the top of her head, swimming toward you through the air. Child, Medusa's voice was gentle like a mother's. I accept your body. Just as the snake's head was about to touch you, suddenly, a barrier rose around you. A golden light, soft, yet unbreakable. The snake hit the barrier and quickly recoiled, hissing in pain. Medusa's movement stopped. Protection of the full moon? She whispered, a hint of surprise in her tone. She didn't finish her sentence. Cracks began to tremble. The magic array was collapsing. The ritual, completed with all the gold of her family, could only hold for a little while. Kid, Medusa looked at you, her snake hair gently swaying. She still couldn't see your face clearly, but suddenly, you felt she was smiling. You're lucky, the cracks closed. The last purple light disappeared into the sky. But you know what that means. Such a useless person. Suddenly, you feel a sharp pain in your temple. Roland's death curse has directly transferred to you. What does this mean? It means, Kai, he died of starvation in the dungeon. You hold your forehead and let out a deep sigh from your soul. How did I end up with such a father? Just as you are feeling upset, a cat's meow interrupts your thoughts. You look up and see a black cat sitting on the edge of a stone platform, its amber eyes staring at you without blinking. Its fur shines like silk in the moonlight. Roland is dead. Elizabeth is dead. Everyone is gone. In the entire Golden Castle, only you and this cat are alive. You stare at each other for 3 seconds. Your master is gone, you say? The cat doesn't move. Do you want to follow me? The cat blinks once. Although animals don't speak human language, you interpret its gesture as, yes. You take one last look at this place. Then, you flap your wings and fly away. This is your first time flying with a succubus's wings, so your posture is a bit awkward. Once you stabilize yourself, you walk to Roland's stone statue and bend down to pick up the fallen golden badge. A round table, 12 seats, worn at the edges, but still heavy and ancient-looking. You hesitate for a moment and tuck it into your bosom. Then, you turn back and pick up the cat as well. The cat is light, warm, and purring softly in your arms. Let's go, you say? Although the Golden Castle isn't built in a town, it's definitely not remote. The commotion from the ceremony might be noticed by outsiders. Plus, Roland was clearly a noble. If someone comes looking now, how would you, a succubus, handle it? Would you act cute and charming? Let's hurry and run away. With a flap of your wings, you take off into the sky. Under the moonlight, the Golden Castle behind you becomes smaller and smaller, eventually turning into a blurry dot. You do not look back. Hours later, the edge of the night sky begins to lighten with a faint white glow. A silver streak of light crosses the sky and suddenly stops above the Golden Castle. It is a unicorn Pegasus, pure white all over, its mane flowing in the wind, and the horn on its forehead glows with a sacred light. Sitting on its back is a girl, golden hair, silver armor, and a knight's sword nearly as tall as she is hanging at her waist. Her eyes are clear lake blue, and at this moment, she is staring at the quiet castle below. Such a strong smell of blood, she whispers, her brow slightly furrowed. A loud flapping sound comes from behind her. A huge dragon slowly lands. This is a real dragon. Its scales are a deep, dark green, and its wings spread wide enough to cover half the sky. On its back sits an old man in a gray robe, with sparse white hair and a long beard that reaches his waist. His eyes are cloudy but sharp, as if he can see through everything. "Light night, Diana," the old man speaks, his voice rough like sandpaper. "Why are you here?" Diana does not turn around, her gaze still fixed on the castle. "The Holy Maiden sensed a strong magical wave here," she says. "Let me see." She pauses, then turns her head to look at the old man. "Mr. Merlin, what about you?" "Just like you." The old man slowly stands up from the dragon's back, takes a deep breath, and sniffs the air for residual scent. This smell, his brow furrows, and a complex light flashes in his cloudy eyes. "Very familiar." Diana looks at him with confusion. "Are you talking about?" Merlin remains silent for a long time. The night wind blows his gray robe, revealing his dry, withered wrists. The hand trembled slightly, as if suppressing some unwanted emotion. Finally, he spoke. "Warlock," he paused. His voice was soft, but like a heavy stone dropped into a calm lake. "They are back." The next year, the spring sun lazily shone on the cobblestone street. A middle-aged man carried a stack of heavy books, walking out of an old bookstore. He wore simple robes and a pointed hat. Clearly, he was a wizard. The bookstore owner peeked out and asked with a smile, "Mr. Luo, you've been very interested in the history of warlocks lately?" The middle-aged man paused, expressionless, and nodded. "Yes, I've been doing some research." He didn't say much, just carried the books through a narrow alley, twisting and turning, until he stopped in front of a tall tower. The Tall Hat Tower, this city's most famous gathering place for wizards. He pushed open the door, climbed the spiral staircase, and finally opened the door to a room. Lord Ray, inside, a person was sitting, flipping through an old, yellowed book. "It was you." The middle-aged man placed the book on the table, respectfully stepped back. "I've brought all the books you asked for." He nodded. "Put them over there." He did as told, then quietly stepped outside, a nearly reverent smile on his face. The warlock's tricks to manipulate minds are no joke. A master-level wizard, a prominent figure in this city. Now, he obeys your commands and willingly turns his own quarters into your hideout. As for why you hid here, there's no choice. Since the news of the Golden Clan's destruction spread, the whole city has been on high alert. Checkpoints at entrances and exits, searches for citizens too. You, a warlock, have become a shadow that no one wants to see. Fortunately, you found this place. The wizard's home is different. No one dares to investigate it. Wizards are known for their quick tempers and love of peace. If someone tries to break into the Tall Hat Tower to search, they can find 100 ways to make that person regret coming into this world. You pick up a thick old book from the shelf, with shiny gold letters on the cover, The Glory and Decline of the Witch Era. You open the pages and glance over the yellowed paper. To break a curse, you first need to understand how the curse was created. All of this is connected to one organization, the Round Table Witch Society. Coincidentally, you saw this book in the Golden Castle. You believe its contents won't disappoint you. Prologue. The Round Table Witch Society was founded in the year 427 before the sacred calendar. It is the most controversial group in the history of the Starfall continent. Its members are all women, each possessing terrifying power enough to match an army. They were active for 3 centuries, influencing an era, politics, economy, culture, war, magic, and faith, all bear their mark. The church calls them wicked criminals, and legends say they are witches who bring disaster. But in some ancient texts, there are faint signs of respect and admiration for them. This book aims to objectively outline the rise and fall of the Witch Society. It only discusses their impact on the times, not their good or bad deeds. Whether they are servants of demons or misunderstood pioneers of history, it's up to the reader to decide. Your fingertips gently brush the paper. The 12 seats. You think of the badge in your hand. So that's it. Is that the badge of the Witch Society? You hum a little and turn the page. The Round Table of Witches, as the name suggests, has 12 core members who are all witches. Among them are humans, dwarves, succubi, and many other species from every corner of the continent. Without exception, each of them is a top expert in their field. You slow down your reading and scan the words line by line. They gather here because of Vivian Yang, a world-class, unmatched, powerful woman. These women share the same great dream. However, What exactly this goal is has been a mystery that scholars have studied for many years without reaching a conclusion. But one thing is certain. They are determined to pursue a power that can completely change the world. In that grand and turbulent history, the wise witch founded the magic society of the continent with her extraordinary intelligence. The miracle witch and her adventure team created the Adventurers Guild. And the iron and fire which crafted wondrous objects that are still known across the world today. Their efforts and dedication truly shaped and pushed forward that glorious era. They even had a deep and lasting positive impact on later times. Because of this, that distant, ancient age is called the Witch Era. So here's the question. As leaders of an era, how did they gradually decline? The text ends here. Such bad writing. You complain helplessly. Then, eagerly, you turn to the next story. All of this is because of a shocking prophecy made by the tarot witch, Anna. The ruler of the world will be born among the witches. This prophecy was like a powerful bomb, instantly exploding across the continent. How this prophecy spread remains a mystery that has not been solved, but it caused panic and fear among various factions. After all, at that time, the witch society was at its peak, with influence across the continent. Now, they openly revealed their ambition to rule the world, which made other groups feel worried. So, led by the Light Church, they secretly planned with the traitorous magic witch. An unprecedented witch-hunting campaign swept across the continent. These high-ranking witches were accused of being evil. All major forces joined the fight. Some witches died, others escaped. The once prosperous era of witches came to an end. However, there was something strange about this bloody storm. That was Vivian Yang, who did not participate in the fight. Before the witch hunting began, she disappeared without a trace. She even took the legendary Holy Grail with her. Since then, people have been searching everywhere for her, hoping to uncover why she betrayed the witch society. Maybe one day, when all clues are put together, we will learn the true secret behind this hidden past. Impressive. Lai didn't expect the witch society to have such a high status in history. He had only imagined it before, but now he truly felt it. He is just as evil as Vivian, the traitor. Based on Medusa's words, Lai quickly understood the cause and effect. It must have been the Golden family that betrayed the witch society during the witch hunting, switching sides to join the hunt. Otherwise, such a powerful witch society would have disappeared. How could the Golden family still exist today? Lai continued reading. Just as you expected, the Golden family betrayed the witch society. This is also recorded in the merit record of the witch-hunting war. Achievements provided 3 key pieces of intelligence about the witch society, helped eliminate the deadly witches, and participated in the final expulsion of the Desire Witches. Rating, A level. Reward, the title of Duke of Gold, with 3 generations of land exemption. You stared at those words for a long time. 666. You closed the book, leaned back in your chair, and took a deep breath. Inside you flows the blood of a witch, but it also runs with golden blood. The curse doesn't show mercy just because you're a half-witch descendant. Progress of the curse, 5.47%. The curse meter is still slowly rising. You know that increasing your strength is necessary. In this magic world, without strength, you won't survive until you find a cure. But once you reach the royal level, you must slow down. Because before finding a solution, further increasing your power brings you closer to death. You don't want to wait until Elizabeth's belly gives birth to a stone statue. That scene is too terrible to imagine. Year 3. The Emerald Kingdom is still upset about the death of the Golden Count. You hear news from the magicians outside. The kingdom's spies are still searching everywhere, especially checking towns near the Golden Castle very carefully. Anyone connected to the Golden family is being taken for questioning. Luckily, you are hiding in the High Hat Tower. No one dares to disturb you. You haven't been idle these years. Besides studying the curse, most of your time is spent learning magic. There are enough books here, and experienced magicians teach you directly. This year, you learn many third-level spells. Common ones like Fire Dragon Ball, Sandstorm, and Tornado are powerful enough to handle most battles. More unusual spells include Illusion Magic, Transformation. You can change your appearance and body shape at will. Dark Magic, Dark Matter Ray. A beam of dark energy shoots from your fingertips, with strong penetrating power and extra damage to light shields. Shadow Magic, Clone Technique. You can create up to 3 shadow clones that look exactly like you, each with 30% of your strength, and they can act independently. You even want to learn light magic, but the light element refuses you. You reach out your hand, trying to gather a ball of holy light. Nothing happens. Those warm light particles spun around you a few times before drifting away, as if avoiding something. Fine, you said. You withdrew your hand and sighed helplessly. It seems even succubi have their limits. Even if you can use divine skills, your natural faction alignment prevents the light element from recognizing you. That's okay. Just because succubi can't do it doesn't mean other species can't. It's the 4th year. Your level has reached 34. This progress isn't very fast, but it's steady. You advanced too quickly before. Many of your skills and spells are still low level. Your highest spells are only at the 4th level. This doesn't match your vast magic power at all. So you decided to improve each skill until it was at least proficient. It's worth mentioning that you formed a research society. Now, 5 mages are under your charm. Trusted friends recommended by Professor Luo. They formed a team dedicated to studying how to lift curses. Scholars in this world aren't necessarily mages, but all mages are scholars. And very smart ones. Your personal research can't compare to a group effort. After over a year of reading documents, running experiments, and even performing a few risky live tests, they concluded, there are 3 main ways to lift Medusa's curse. First, ask Medusa for forgiveness. This was Roland's choice. But as you saw, it didn't work. Second, body possession. This forbidden magic is only used by hero-level strong beings, transferring their soul into another body to escape their original bloodline. But Medusa clearly anticipated this. This path is also blocked. Third, refining the bloodline. You have half demon blood and half golden blood in your body. The curse only affects the golden blood. If you can purify all the human blood inside you into demon blood, then you will no longer be a descendant of gold, and the curse will naturally be lifted. So, the question is, how do you purify your blood? Researchers suggest the answer, the fountain of life. Lord Ray, this is the best solution. The fountain of life is the only way for you to become a pure-blood demon. You are stunned. The fountain of life. You know what that is. It's a sacred relic of the elves. A legendary magical liquid that can wash away all impurities and reshape bloodlines. Other alternatives might also purify blood, but only the fountain of life can do it perfectly, leaving no trace of human blood behind. With enough fountain of life, you just need to sleep, and when you wake up, the curse will be gone automatically. But the problem is, how can a demon get such a precious thing? Probably, you would be cut into pieces by elves before even getting close. No, that's not right. It's not that big. Maybe I should try again with a friendlier species. You're 6. Your skills have been upgraded in bulk. First, healing magic has advanced from normal to major healing. After healing, it also provides a soothing effect, like a continuous healing buff after treatment. The Horn of Courage has evolved into the Warrior Totem. Warrior Totem. Mastery you and a designated target become Totem Warriors, with all attributes doubled. During this time, you are immune to most negative effects, and your courage and morale are always at their peak. This battlefield artifact has become known in your mind as the SP battlefield artifact. The most exciting upgrade is Judgment. This highly anticipated skill has finally made a qualitative leap this year, evolving into a 5th-level spell. Ruling. Proficient, you can transform into a ruler, acting on behalf of an angel to judge sinners. Designated sinners will be immediately restrained by judgment chains, unable to escape. After you pronounce his crimes, the holy light will descend from the sky, causing damage based on the severity of the sins. This is a 5th-level spell. Only a king can cast it, but you, a lord, can also perform it. It has a 100% chance to control enemies strongly and deals huge damage. If it evolves once more, you think. You look at the Judgment skill in your skill bar with a hint of hope in your eyes. What will happen then? Meanwhile, the enchanted mages are very curious about your body structure, because they saw you perform a great healing spell and also a warrior totem. These are divine light magic spells. Normally, succubi are not supposed to use such magic. Lord Lay, one mage stares at you with wide eyes. Are you some kind of succubus subtype? They ask. A few other mages gather around, staring at you eagerly. It's like Columbus discovering a new world. Scholars are very curious, almost more than they are enchanted by you. You can tell they really want to study you now. You pause for a second. Then, you raise your hand and erase their memories of you using divine magic. What just happened? Luo rubs his temples, looking confused. Nothing, you say calmly. Keep studying, you instruct. Year 7. Your level reaches 36. The Jade Kingdom's defenses against this city finally relax. Sometimes, you leave the High Hat Tower to wander around the kingdom for fun. Your disguise magic is perfect now. Walking on the street, you look just like an ordinary person, unnoticed. You visit several cities, experiencing the human world. You also explore some ruins, trying to find more clues about the witch society and curses. But you haven't gained much. Now, for years remain before the opening of the Miracle Dungeon. That is the only place besides the Elven Kingdom where you know there is a life spring. You hesitate. Should I take a risk and go out into the world? You could secretly sneak into Lily's place and take the necklace. Just as you are thinking about your next move, something unexpected happens. 9th year. The Holy Kingdom declares war on the Emerald Kingdom. You hear this news while drinking a mug of ale at the tavern. The merchants at the neighboring table start to panic. They are shouting about border closures and rising prices. You stand there, frozen, holding your drink without moving for a long time. This is something you never expected. Because in your memory, the Holy Kingdom would only declare war on the Blue Empire years later. Why is it happening earlier now? And they have a different opponent? Is the Holy Empire so powerful? You murmur to yourself. Declaring war on two great empires in a row is quite ruthless. Although the Emerald Kingdom is much weaker than the Blue Empire, it has a legendary strongman at level 99, the wise hero, Merlin. That legendary mage who tamed dragons. You know about him. He has lived for at least 700 years. He has been active since the end of the Witch era. Some say he turned himself into a lich to gain immortality. Others say he mastered some forbidden magic that can fight time itself. You don't know the truth, only that you must leave this place immediately. War is the last thing you want to see. Because when a war starts, they won't care if you are a good citizen. Before they reach this city, before the gates are sealed, you must run away. You don't have much luggage. A few ancient books that are most important. A golden badge. A black cat that has been following you. And some gold coins. Let's go, you tell the mages. They look at you reluctantly, seeming confused about why you are leaving. You did not explain. You just snapped your fingers. Several people fell to the ground. Sleep now. When you wake up, everything will be forgotten. Outside the door, the sunset is bright red. In the distance, faint bell sounds can be heard. It's the city gate calling for militia. You take a deep breath, spread your demon wings from your back, and gently leap forward. A black cat purrs softly in your arms. You look down at it. Next, you say, we need to find the fountain of life. The cat blinks. Far away, faint flames flicker on the horizon. War is coming. The two countries have gone to war, and the roads are blocked. You can only take a detour to the Holy Empire. This detour takes more than half a year. You travel along quiet paths, crossing mountains, forests, and rivers. On the way, you hear many stories about the Emerald Kingdom. First, the border was lost. Then, the main forces were defeated. What surprises people most is that Wizard Merlin did not make a move. That old creature, who has lived for over 700 years and is the guardian of the Emerald Kingdom, stayed in his wizard tower the whole time, not stepping out once. Some say he made a deal with the Holy Empire. Some say he is just waiting for the right moment. And others say, oh, actually, he's been dead for a long time, but no one knows. You don't know what the truth is. All you know is that the Emerald Kingdom's army keeps losing. The fall of the capital is only a matter of time. When you finally reach the border of the Holy Empire, the war is almost over. The last news you hear is, the palace has been taken. The Emerald Queen escaped with the young princess, and their whereabouts are unknown. You are enjoying yourself in a tavern in a border town. You always love to drink. Listening to adventurers at the next table discuss the war, they speak animatedly, as if they had fought in it themselves. You look down at your wine glass and suddenly remember to question, what kind of person is Caesar? He keeps going to war with many countries, first with Jade, and now with Azure. His ambition is quite big. Everyone, look over here. The captain has an announcement. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so I want to share some exciting news. Treasure hunting is definitely the strength of adventurers. In the first month after posting your message, you received 17 replies. In the second month, 31 replies. In the third month, 52 replies. Every day, you get all kinds of strange and unusual items. Some relics yield suspected life spring water. Actually, it's aged craft beer. Some alchemists make their own bloodline enhancement potions. Do they dare to drink it themselves? Some merchants sell authentic elven relics. You feel like you're just collecting trash. Very few of these items are actually useful. You don't get angry. You still hope that these not-so-adventurous adventurers will find something valuable. After 3 months, you finally receive a useful clue. The clue comes from an old man wearing a worn-out adventurer's robe with deep lines on his face. He looks like someone who has been living on the edge for most of his life. He doesn't ask for gold. He only wants you to buy him a drink. You agree. After 3 rounds of drinks, the old man's tongue gets a bit tangled, and he starts talking more. Kid, he says, squinting at you. Do you know what the life spring water really is? You shake your head. Life spring water is. After the vitality becomes extremely concentrated, how should I put it? It becomes more real, he hiccups. It's like steam condensing into water drops. When vitality is too strong, it turns into liquid. You stare at the circle, waiting for him to continue. Most of the life spring water eventually flows into the elven life spring, nourishing the world tree. The old man dips his finger into his drink and draws a few small dots next to the circle. Only a small part flows elsewhere, either taken by noble elves or distributed naturally to pixie spirits. Pixie spirits? Yes, pixie spirits. The old man nods. If you can catch one, even if you don't find the fountain of life, you can still get a lot of good stuff from it, said the old man. Where should I catch it? You asked. The old man spread his hands. I don't know. You'll have to find out yourself. You paused for a moment. Then you paid the bill and pushed all your remaining coins in front of him. Thanks. The old man was surprised for a moment. Then he grinned, showing a row of yellow, missing teeth. Kid, you're pretty straightforward. You turned and left the tavern, already planning your next move. The next day, you posted a new bounty on the Adventurers Guild quest board. Long-term, looking for traces of pick spirits. Reliable clues will be rewarded generously. Year 14. The Holy Empire declared war on the Blue Empire. Caius's ambitions are clearly more than that. The border was sealed again, and the shadow of war covered the entire continent. And you still haven't found the fountain of life. Not even a single hair of a pick spirit. Damn, you sat in your room, looking at the pile of clues and intelligence on the table, cursing under your breath. You didn't expect the famous Adventurers Guild to be full of sneaky and dishonest people. This magic world has taught you a harsh lesson. Over the years, you've traveled across the mountains and rivers of the Holy Empire, explored countless forests rumored to be inhabited by pick spirits. But all you encountered were a group of bandits trying to steal your coins, 3 Treant Guardians mistaking you for an intruder, and a Level King Mother Porcupine. Pick spirits? Not even a shadow. But it wasn't a complete loss. Over the years, you've found many substitutes. Some magic plants that can enhance bloodlines, some potions that can temporarily suppress curses. Your level has reached 38. By chance, you also obtained a blank magic scroll. You can inscribe any spell into it. And your bloodline has improved a bit thanks to these substitutes. You have also awakened a new talent from your bloodline. Nightmare Spirit. Purple. You can enter other people's dreams and absorb the mental energy they release while sleeping, which helps nourish your own soul. The more mental energy you absorb, the higher your mental limit becomes. This is a very good talent. However, the way you absorb it is, well, quite seductive. When you first tried it, you entered the dream of a young adventurer. She was on a date with a handsome man whose face you couldn't see. You watched for a while, then gently patted her shoulder. She turned around drowsily. The next morning, the adventurer woke up feeling very tired. She felt like she had a long dream, but couldn't remember what it was about. Meanwhile, you felt refreshed, as if you had slept well. This talent is quite something, you thought, stroking your chin. But it was also a bit embarrassing. You decided to only use it against enemies in the future. Year 15. A curse began to appear on you. That morning, you woke up to find your left ring finger unable to move. You stared at that finger for a long time, then tried to bend it with your right hand. It was stiff, cold, like stone. You sat on the edge of the bed, silent for a long time. This came so quickly, you muttered. But, dear, you should know, it's not that fast. No one is born carrying a curse like you. Roland only started dealing with curses after living for over 20 years. But you are only 15, still growing, and the curse has already begun to act. It's quite sad. You tried to follow Roland's example and took medicine. After drinking the special potion, you did feel a bit more relaxed, but only a little. You looked at that stiff finger inside. 17th year, the outside world's efforts to conquer the miracle dungeon are still ongoing. You occasionally hear adventurers talking about it. Apparently, only 4 of the 12 challengers remain now. Some have already reached the 60th floor. You're not sure if they will succeed, but you don't really care anymore, because your body is becoming more and more stiff. When you look in the mirror, you see signs of petrification on your face, a small grayish patch near your right cheekbone. It feels hard and cool to the touch. You pull at the corner of your mouth and try to smile. The charming demoness in the mirror has a stiff, puppet-like smile now. 18th year, you have come of age. 18 years old. In this world, turning 18 marks a new beginning in a person's life. The major guilds and academies will open their doors to you. Like the rising sun, you sit by the window, looking at the gray sky outside. The drums of the Holy Empire still echo. Caesar's iron cavalry have conquered one kingdom after another, expanding their territory like a growing balloon. Other great nations can no longer stay silent and start sending troops. You fight me, I fight you. The entire Starfall continent has become a chaotic mess. Drink it while it's hot. This year also saw an unprecedented event. A young female hero named Sophia attempted to assassinate Caesar, but she failed. She was captured, judged, and brought to the execution platform. It caused a huge stir. Caesar invited people from all over the country to watch, to see how firm his rule was. No one can shake my position, not even heroes. This was a rare spectacle. People had never seen a hero, seen as the future of the empire, sentenced to death. And you, of course, went to witness it. The brave woman named Sophia had beautiful silver hair. It was very eye-catching in the sunlight. But what you couldn't forget was her proud attitude. Even in death, it didn't fade. Caesar, you will pay the price for your cruelty someday. Since that day, everyone in the tavern kept talking about her. They said she was still smiling as she died. They said Caesar was so angry he broke a glass. They said her body was hung on the city wall for 3 days and nights as a warning. You quietly finish your drink. You admire her courage but feel sad about her ending. That's all. You can't change anything. You can't even save yourself. 20 years later, you can no longer practice magic. Most of your body has turned to stone, and even moving is hard. You lie on the bed, looking at the ceiling, counting the cracks. Sometimes, you hear the sound of drums from outside. Sometimes, there is no sound at all. You turn your head and look at the black cat lying by your bed. It is old now, its fur no longer shiny, and its eyes a little cloudy, but it still stays with you every day, sometimes licking your fingers. Stop licking. That finger is made of stone now, you say? You begin, your voice hoarse and strange. Am I really so useless? The black cat meows. You smile a little. The smile is stiff, but you try your best. Memories from the past flash through your mind like a revolving lantern. Whether it's old grudges or love and hate, you, a person who used to hold grudges, are slowly letting go. After all, what is important in the face of death? You look at the sky. It's gray, with no moon. Still can't escape this cursed fate, you whisper. Then, you close your eyes. The black cat jumps onto the bed and curls up on your chest, purring softly. The sound of war drums outside the window still echoed, but you can no longer hear them. Simulation ended. Simulation complete. Final status: dead, cursed petrification. Survival time: 20 years. Final level: LV38, Lord rank. Unlocked achievements: Cursed Scholar, Intelligence Master, War Observer, 18-year-old coming of age. Rewards received: 1. Talents: God's Favorite, red, Nightmare Spirit, purple. 2. Skills: Ruling, proficient, Major Healing, proficient, Warrior Totem, master, Clone Technique, beginner, Dark Matter Ray, beginner, Transformation, beginner. A few third-tier skills omitted. 3. Items: gold badge, research notes, blank magic scroll. 4. Cultivation results: 8 years of magic research, mastering various magic types. 20 years of experience as a succubus. What do you think is inside? Overall rating: B. Evaluation: you finally escaped Roland's claws, but couldn't escape the bloodline of the Golden family. Oh, the sons of the Golden family turn into stones. Lai looked at the floating settlement panel before him and fell into thought. 20 years of simulation, ending with him lying in bed, mostly petrified. Medusa's gaze. He softly recited the cursed name. It only said petrified before 40 years old, and 20 years old is also before 40. But on the other hand, this simulation, he lived until 20. It was the longest he had survived in any simulation. Not only did he gather a lot of information, but his strength also greatly increased. First, his level reached 38, just one step away from the king rank. Second, various skills underwent major updates. It was a very valuable simulation. But now, looking back, no persecution from Roland, no messy plots, and that overwhelming streak of luck. He actually lived peacefully for 20 years. Red talent really is over the top. Indeed, the shorter the words, the stronger the power. He no longer dares to underestimate any brief description. Since leaving Roland, my life has been quite smooth, Lei joked with himself. This life hasn't had many disasters. But jokes aside, the problem still isn't solved. The curse still exists. It's time to make a plan, Lei said seriously. Then he began to organize his thoughts. The next simulation target was already clear. It must revolve around the Fountain of Life. This is the most feasible method among the 3 that scholars have found. Only the Fountain of Life in this world has the ability to fully purify bloodlines. So, there are 2 possible paths forward. If luck is on his side and he randomly encounters a species with natural affinity, that would make things easier. He could look for opportunities among the elves. If luck isn't with him and he ends up in the dark or neutral factions, then he can only go to another place, the Miracles Dungeon. It is full of treasures, and he believes that after a few more attempts, he can obtain unrefined Fountain of Life water. Is it dangerous? Of course it is. 12 challengers entered, and only 4 survived to the end. He, as a Lord level, would be basically a sacrificial lamb. But since it's just a simulation, what does it matter if he dies a few times? Lei thought cheerfully. Although he just finished a long simulation, he felt pretty good. His mind could easily handle another round of simulation. Since that's the case, system, start the simulation. Diligent Lei quickly began the next simulation. Otherworld simulation starting. Drawing race for this simulation. May the goddess of luck love me again, he muttered as he watched the spinning wheel. It must be a species with natural affinity. As someone favored by the gods, how could he not get his wish? Congratulations. You have drawn the simulation target. Pixie. Introduction. Commonly known as Pixie, a magical fairy. This is a group of magical creatures about 30 centimeters tall, born and raised as natural spirits. They are mostly kind and lively, but also love to play tricks. They rarely appear, and some people spend their whole lives searching for their traces. Oh, and this is a race made up entirely of females. Lai was momentarily stunned. Little spirits? He carefully read the description below. Lai. He looked at the words, entirely female, and was silent for 3 seconds. Is this good luck or bad luck? He couldn't help but complain. But luckily, his wish was granted. Since it's from a female perspective, he couldn't avoid it. So, why not accept it happily, he told himself. Please draw your talent for this simulation. The last time, the overall rating was B-, so you can draw a purple talent. A purple light flickered before his eyes, finally forming into a glowing orb. The orb exploded, turning into a line of text. Congratulations. You have obtained the purple talent, Druid Genius. Druid Genius. You can communicate with plants and animals. Communicating with plants. Understand their needs, listen to their stories, and get their help. Affinity with nature 30%. Natural magic effects increased by 20%. Lai looked at this talent, a slight smile appearing on his face. Nice, really good. Very suitable for a little spirit. He believed this simulation would yield good results. Let's start the simulation, he said eagerly. Otherworldly space simulation starting. Location anchor, Fairy Wilderness, Dewdrop Forest. Initial level, LV.30. Race, little spirit, pixie. Carried talents. Wolf King will, purple. Super healing, blue. Charm, purple. God's favorite, red. You open your eyes. Jolting. That is your first feeling. The vehicle shakes violently on uneven roads, each bump making your head hit the iron bars behind. You look around. A cage. You are trapped inside a metal cage. The cage is small, and you curl up in the corner, knees pressed against your chest, wings feeling sore from being squeezed. A thin iron chain is tied around your wrist, with the other end locked to the cage door. You take 2 seconds to accept the reality. All right, Pixie, locked inside a slave cart. System, you really know how to pick the place. System, don't blame me. On the Starfall continent, elves are rare. They are naturally formed magical creatures, made of alchemical materials all over their bodies. Their wings can be used in medicine, their blood can make invisibility potions, and their hearts are needed for some dark magic rituals. Plus, they are few in number and do not appear easily. On the black market, a live elf can sell for a high price. You are thinking about how to escape when suddenly you hear a very faint click. You turn your head. A human girl, also locked in the same place as you, is trying to pry open the lock of the cage with a hairpin. She looks about 17 or 18, her face dirty, clothes torn in several places, but her eyes are bright, like they hide a fire. "Don't worry, little elf," she says. "I will definitely rescue you. Anyway, being sold at the slave market is a dead end. I'd rather set you free." She is focused on prying, her brows furrowed. She pokes the lock with the hairpin, trying different angles, but can't find the right spot. You watch her. After a while, the lock remains unmoved. She bites her lip, sweat beads forming on her forehead. She changes her angle and continues trying. Seeing her clumsy effort, you can't help but speak. You speak softly, step back a little. The girl is surprised and looks down at you. Are you talking to me? She asks. Otherwise, who else is in this cart? You reply. The girl hesitates, then slowly steps back, her back pressed against the cage wall. You take a deep breath. Magic flows inside you, breaking free from the magic restraining chains. That thing works for ordinary little elves, but for someone like you, who has lived in a simulation for 20 years and has mental strength close to a king level, it's just a joke. 3rd level magic, dark matter ray. A jet of black energy shoots from your fingertip, accurately hitting the lock on the cage door. Boom! The iron lock explodes, shards flying everywhere. The magic restraining chains break apart with a snap, and you flap your wings, drifting out of the cage. The noise is too loud. Ahead in the carriage, angry shouts and the sound of hooves suddenly stop, and the entire convoy becomes restless. More than 10 slave traders rush toward you, some holding knives, others with bows. It's over. Little elf, you should run now. You glance back at the girl. A slight smile appears on your lips. Run, you speak. Those who should run will run. The sunlight outside is blinding. A dozen or so members of the slave-catching team have surrounded you, led by a one-eyed strong man holding an axe thicker than his arm. Damn, little thing, still daring to run, he swings his axe. You don't let him finish. A gust of wind blade instantly cuts his head off. The others, seeing this, are either surprised, angry, or scared. You ignore their reactions. Instead, you transform into a Gatling gun. 3rd level magic, Fire Dragon Bullet, continuous fire. A barrage of Fire Dragon bullets is fired, covering a wide area with no cost. 30 seconds later, only corpses remain around the convoy. Is this what a little elf looks like? You float in the air, looking down at your hand. Your tiny, semi-transparent wings shimmer with rainbow colors in the sunlight. You didn't expect that this magical creature would perform magic so smoothly. You're almost a natural mage. But you also know that little elves cannot leave nature. Their magic comes from nature. Once they leave the forest, their strength drops significantly. Then you float back into the carriage. The girl stares at everything in shock. Seeing you floating in front of her and the messy bodies outside the carriage, her expression is complicated: shock, fear, confusion, and maybe a bit of admiration. You float to her cage, raise your hand, and fire another dark matter beam. The chains break instantly. She climbs out of the cage, stands inside the carriage with weak legs, and holds onto the cage to keep from falling. Just as you turn to leave. Wait, wait, she calls out. You look back. She holds the cage, gasping heavily, tears welling in her eyes but not falling. She looks at you, her lips trembling, and finally manages to say, Can I follow you? You pause for a second. Her eyes are bright. That brightness isn't because she's young or naive, but because of resilience. You're not exactly sure what it is. But, dear one, you should know. Little elves are naturally kind and will return kindness. What's your name? You ask. Emily, she replies. Emily Windsor, she says. First month. You and Emily arrive at the fairy wilderness. This vast forest on the western continent is said to be the home of the elves. It's also one of the areas with the fewest human footprints. Towering ancient trees block the sky, vines and moss form a thick green carpet, and the air is filled with the scent of moist earth and faint floral aroma. It's very beautiful. So beautiful it doesn't seem like the human world. On the way, Emily tells you her story. She was originally a noble girl from the southern continent, and the Windsor family was quite famous there. 6 months ago, my family was betrayed by political enemies and accused of collaborating with the enemy. In one night, my noble title was taken away, our property was seized, my father was executed, and my mother and sister were sold into slavery. I escaped with my family's hope. I hid at a relative's house in the countryside for 3 months. After 3 months, the pursuers still found me. They say I am a lucky escapee, Emily said calmly, as if she wasn't talking about her own experience. They'll sell me for a good price if they catch me. You listened silently. And you? She asked you. You're so strong. How did you get caught? Bad luck, you replied. That was the truth. It's all because of the system. You continued your journey. Fairies are natural perfectionists. They see themselves as noble among fairies and are very picky about their living environment. Magic energy must be rich, natural, or pure. No human disturbance, and ideally, they want to rest against a 1,000-year-old tree. You and Emily traveled through the fairy wilderness for a month. Finally, you found your ideal home. It was a giant tree, ancient beyond measure, with a trunk so wide that dozens of people couldn't wrap their arms around it. Its canopy shaded the entire area with a gentle shadow. It seemed to have a tree spirit living there. At the roots, there was a natural hollow, dry and spacious, perfect for living. Most importantly, the magic energy here was so dense it almost dripped. You floated in the air and took a deep breath. Magic surged through your body, and every pore cheered. And the plants around welcomed you warmly. Surrounding plants, pixies. I wish we could live together, but didn't you see there's a human next to her? Humans are all bad, an old tree spirit said. Everyone be quiet. This place welcomes all friends who love nature. Unlike humans, Pix is kind and also uses natural magic to help plants grow. He is very popular wherever he goes. Let's settle here, you say? Emily puts down her bag and looks at the big tree. She finally shows a genuine smile for the first time in a month. 2 months later, you settle into a tree hollow. Being in nature makes you feel like a fish in the sea. You feel completely relaxed. Your close contact with nature also brings unexpected rewards. One morning, when you wake up, you discover you have gained a new talent. Nature Affinity, blue in natural environments. Your magic power increases by 30%, and your mana recovers 30% faster. You also awaken a basic fairy skill, invisibility. Unlike Shadow Step, this is a racial talent, innate to your kind. It doesn't require night or shadows. You can blend into natural light and disappear from sight anytime. This is different from your usual happiness. Emily always seems distracted. Although she helps gather wild fruits, fetch water, and tidy the tree hollow every day, she does these tasks seriously. But after finishing, she often sits at the entrance, staring into the south sky for hours. You know what she's thinking. Still worried about home? You ask one evening as you float beside her. She nods. Father has already been beheaded, she says softly. She lowers her head, voice gentle. Mother and sister. I don't know where they have been sold. I must save them. I want to clear my family's name. What do you plan to do? She pauses for a moment, then takes out something from her pocket. It's a crystal, about the size of a thumb, clear and shiny, with a faint golden glow inside. This is an image stone, she says. It's evidence, she explains, The people who framed our family and secret messages exchanged with the enemy country. This is something my father risked his life to give me. I will definitely use it to bring justice to the Windsor family. You look at the crystal thoughtfully. You don't want to hurt her feelings, but you're afraid that too much encouragement might put her in danger. Emily, having evidence isn't enough? You hesitate before saying the next part. You need to meet someone who can overturn the case. I understand, she replies, clutching the crystal tightly. There will be a chance, she says firmly. I've been surviving all this time just for that day. Her determined words make you feel a sense of familiarity. 3 months pass. You're still living in the elf wilderness. Emily often talks about wanting to go back, but you refuse her every time. You know going now would be dangerous for her. Besides, you start asking the surrounding plants and animals about the fountain of life. The only one who answers is an old tree spirit. His voice is very old, and you don't know how long he's been alive. He tells you, "Little Ray, don't rush. You are a pixie, and you're different from other races. When the time is right, you'll be given what you need." Listening to such words, you say with a smirk. Listening to such words, the old tree spirit strongly believes in fate. It seems to be a common trait among the elderly. But you're different. You believe that people can change their destiny. If the elf kingdom weren't so secretive and closed off, you would have moved there long ago. But even here, you haven't been idle. You continue to learn natural magic and share the third-level bountiful potion with your plant friends. And what about your animal friends? Isn't Emily one of them? Maybe it's just your nature, or perhaps a deep connection of the soul. Anyway, in this short time, you two have become good friends who talk about everything. In the 4th month, you did not find the life-giving spring you longed for. Instead, you received news that Emily was leaving. The opportunity she had been waiting for finally arrived. Emily wanted to leave quietly. You discovered her at dawn. Before sunrise, the fairy wilderness was covered in light blue morning fog. Your godlike perspective naturally unfolded. Then you saw her. Emily was quietly packing her bag. She stuffed dry food into her bundle, carefully hid the crystal close to her body, and tiptoed toward the tree hollow. Every step was cautious, afraid of waking you. You floated up and appeared in front of her. You, small but commanding, made her pause. "Lay," she called out, her voice faint. "Where are you going?" Of course, you knew her destination. Since arriving here, she had been constantly thinking about avenging her family. Emily lowered her head, clutching the strap of her bundle. Silence. Outside the tree hollow, the morning fog slowly drifted, and occasional bird calls could be heard. "Why leave now?" you asked. She looked up, her eyes slightly red, but she was not crying. "It's only a few days until the king's birthday," she said. "All the nobles will go to the capital for the celebration. My fiancé, Prince William, has been stationed at the border. He will definitely come back for the event." Her voice grew more determined. "If I see him and give him the evidence, he can help clear Windsor's name." You looked at her. An 18 or 19-year-old girl. Small shoulders, a tattered bundle, and those startlingly bright eyes. "If you go to the capital now," you said, unsure if she could be trusted, so you continued, "you will be recognized. You're going to send yourself to danger, do you understand?" Honestly, you didn't want to see her risking her life. "I understand," she said. "Then why are you still going?" Her hand, clutching her bag, trembled, but her voice remained steady. "Lay, the Windsor family of 57 people has all been sold into slavery. My father died. My mother, who is 42, was sold to work in the mines. Do you know how long slaves can survive in the mines? 1 year. At most, 1 year." She took a deep breath. "If I go to die, and it can save the others, I would rather die." You remained silent. This was your first argument. No, it wasn't really an argument. She didn't argue with you. She was just stating a fact that left you speechless. You floated in the air, watching her. The morning fog grew thicker, blurring her figure. Suddenly, you understood something. She's not afraid of dying. She's just more afraid of living. Living while watching the people she can't save die one by one. Living with the weight of 57 lives on her shoulders. Living but unable to do anything. You sighed. "Can we wait a little longer?" Emily looked up at you. "Let me think of a way," you said. You floated out of the tree hollow. The little elf cannot leave nature, or she will lose the natural blessing that strengthens her. If that happens, she won't be able to help her, and she might become a burden. But you still have a way. You are sure you can help her. An hour later, you returned, carrying a large magic scroll. much bigger than yourself. You had sealed your magic inside it. This contains a third-level spell, transformation. You handed it to her. After tearing it open, your appearance and clothes will change. But remember, this will only last for one day. If the time runs out, Emily took the scroll and smiled with relief. If I get caught, I will die. Thank you, Lei. Emily wiped her eyes and put away the scroll. She stepped onto the path toward the thorns. Old tree spirit, do you think she will succeed? Little Lei, everything in the world is already decided. Don't worry too much. Also, can't you use polite language? No. 5 months passed. Emily did not return. But a paper crane flew into the tree hollow and stopped in front of you. You looked at the paper crane, which was about your size, with a puzzled expression. How did this thing appear here? You examined it. Name. Wish paper crane quality. Epic function. It can fly to the person you want to see, no matter how far away, and bring your words to them. You unfolded the letter. Dear Lei, I succeeded. I knew I was right. William saw the evidence and immediately drew his sword, rushing into the palace. 3 days later, those who framed the Windsor family were all imprisoned. My mother and sister have been released and are on their way to the capital. William said that once he finishes the last battle on the frontier, he will come back to marry me. Our wedding is set for 3 months from now. Can you come to join us? Love, Emily Windsor. You looked at the letter and smiled. Then, using magic, you wrote a line on the back. Little elf, you cannot leave nature, but I still wish you happiness. I hope you stay happy forever. Lei, you released the paper crane. It turned into tiny stars and disappeared into the sunlight outside the tree hollow. That's the end of this part. Since I wrote quickly, please point out any mistakes or inappropriate content. Happy New Year to everyone, and thank you for your continued companionship. Emily's departure brought peace back to the forest. In the following year, with the help of the old tree spirit, you learned many druid skills. Skills like summoning trance and growth magic are quite useful. Summoning trance allows you to temporarily give a tree the ability to move and help you in battle. There is no limit to how many trance you can summon, as long as you have enough magic power. You could turn an entire forest into trance. In the elf wilderness, this skill is very effective. The old Trant is a very old being. He knows a lot and is happy to share his knowledge with you. Why? Lie. Remember, no tree can dislike little elves. No. It's similar to how humans love their pets. All plants think Picken is a cute creature. After gaining some basic druid skills, you start learning the main focus, nature barriers. This is your first time learning a formation-based skill, and it's very interesting to you. Basic nature barrier. Beginner, you can use magic to build a simple magical barrier that can block all attacks below the king level. Your barrier is still in the beginner stage. It only provides basic defense. More advanced barriers can block perception, make you invisible, or even create a separate space of their own. The old Trant also told you that the elf kingdom you've been searching for is cut off from the outside world by a barrier. They are one of the longest living species and are very skilled in magic. They are masters of barriers. You once asked the old Trants why they chose to stay hidden. They hesitated and seemed to weigh every word. They had some big problems inside. What kind of problems? Related to the world tree. After that, he didn't say anything more. You didn't press him further. The elf kingdom has been disconnected from the outside world for over 100 years. If you insist on finding them, at best, you might find scattered elf villages. You frowned your beautiful eyebrows. Over 100 years. No wonder you rarely saw records of elves when studying mainland history. Although this news was very shocking to you, your mind suddenly recalled a memory. During the simulation, when you were a blood crow, didn't you see elves? That was in the 7th year. A group of elves was wandering near the thorny jungle, performing some spells you couldn't understand. Now it seems. Could they be reinforcing a protective barrier? Yes, it looks like it. That's exactly what it seems. Thanks to the hints from the simulation, Lei quickly saw the clue. No one dared to approach. No one could investigate. Inside, there was also a female demon. Isn't that a ceiling-type barrier? He thoughtfully stroked his chin. Now, with increased strength and knowledge, he saw things differently than before. That crazy woman's power is terrifying. She can instantly cover the entire dark forest with her magic, and creatures that touch it die immediately. Lei paused, and then said again, that must be some kind of domain. With such a large range, it's definitely above the royal level. But would an ordinary elf village have someone strong enough to seal a hero-level being? It's unlikely. So, perhaps that group of elves comes from Elven Kingdom. You thought this, although you're not sure. But if there's even a small chance, you won't give up easily. It looks like I need to go to the Dark Forest in a few years to take a look. It's worth mentioning that this year, Emily sent you several letters. She told you about her recent life, that she's married now, and exchanged vows in front of the whole country, living happily. Her joy was obvious. Just reading her words, you could imagine her tone when she told you. The wedding was very grand. Many people came, and I wore a wedding dress. William, that fool, kept staring at me, his eyes almost popping out. Deep in the forest, feel the beauty of nature, and occasionally receive caring messages from humans. It seems pretty nice. As winter is ending, an unexpected surprise arrives. A wish in the form of 1,000 paper cranes. While resting in a tree hollow, suddenly you see a streak of starlight flying from afar. The starlight gets closer and finally turns into a paper crane, gently landing in front of you. You open it and see the contents, your eyes widening in surprise. To dear Lay, I'm pregnant. Surprised? Unexpected, right? Also, William has known I have a good friend, and he specially picked a gift from the royal treasury for you. Guess what it is? The Fountain of Life. But this thing is very rare, especially after the elves went into hiding. We searched the treasury but only found this much, sending it along with this letter, hoping it helps you. Still loving you, Emily Windsor. You are stunned. You look at the small object next to the letter. It's quite large for you. It's a bottle containing a small amount of light liquid. The liquid glows faintly with a golden shimmer. Just opening the bottle and smelling it makes your magic energy cheer. The Fountain of Life. Unmixed, pure Fountain of Life. There's a note on the bottle. Wishing Lay happiness every day. You read the words and smile. That silly girl. You float to the edge of the tree hollow, watching the falling snow outside. Is this a gift from fate? You whisper. Then you smile. You pick up a pen and write a reply on the back of the paper crane. Thank you, Emily. The little elf will return all kindness. If you ever face difficulties, I will surely help, but you hope that day never comes. Lay you release the paper crane. It turns into tiny stars and disappears into the snowstorm. Early spring of the second year. You drank from that bottle of life spring water. The taste is hard to describe. It's a bit like morning dew, a little like melting snow, and has a faint sweetness. After drinking it, your whole body feels warm, as if soaking in warm water. In this comfortable feeling, you fell asleep. You slept for 4 months. When you woke up, it was midsummer. You opened your eyes and noticed the world had changed a little. No, it was your perception that had changed. You lifted the leaves covering your body, which floated up and spun around inside the tree hollow. Your wings felt lighter, your magic more abundant, and your mood improved. You floated out of the tree hollow, and the sunlight outside was just right. The branches of the old tree gently swayed. Are you awake? Yes, I am. You landed on a branch. How long have I been asleep? For months and 3 days, said the old tree spirit. That's not long. Some little spirits sleep for a whole year after drinking the life spring water. You gasped. The old tree spirit looked at you carefully. Good. Your level has reached 33. Your foundation is very solid now, much more stable than before. You also felt this. More importantly, you awaken new talents and skills. Elf Charm. Purple. All creatures except those from the death camp have a 30% higher initial friendliness towards you. Friendship Contract. Beginner. You can sign an equal contract with 3 spirits. After signing, both parties share the strongest attribute, health, magic, defense, etc. These are very characteristic of elves, especially the friendship contract skill, which is not only unique but also very powerful. Imagine signing a contract with a 1,000-year-old ancient tree to share its life force, or with a wind wolf to share its speed. Sharing a contract with a giant bear to share its power. That was really awesome. But it seems you also gained a strange new talent. Magic Powder. Blue. It appears when you fly or cast spells. It doesn't do much, but it looks nice. Showy but useless things are favorites of magical fairies. They love to tinker with magic that makes them look prettier. But, dear, you might be the only little fairy who doesn't care about beauty. You recheck your bloodline. The life spring water is indeed useful, and the undiluted water works better than expected. But there's not enough of it. You estimate it should be enough to purify your bloodline. About 1/5? Purify your bloodline to the limit. To the same level as Medusa. How difficult that is. You look at the empty crystal bottle, silently calculating. You need more. You need more life spring water. The revolution is not yet complete. Comrades still need to work hard. You sigh? Your journey to become stronger continues. You, the traveler, keep rushing from one station to another. But unlike previous simulations, this time there are inns along the way. You can rest there or receive messages from others. Just as autumn is ending, another paper crane flies in. You unfold it. Dear Lai, I've sent people to find the life spring water. Don't worry, with me here. And also, my child has been born. It's a girl, super cute, eyes like me, nose like William, with 2 little dimples when she smiles. I really want her to meet you. But you can't leave nature, and I can't leave the palace easily. Sigh. By the way, can you be the child's godmother? I really can't think of anyone else but you. Please, I beg you. Emily Windsor pleading for your agreement. Below the letter, there is a simple drawing. It shows a cute, chibi-style little girl with 2 small pigtails, smiling. Next to her stands an adult with an expectant look, and a line of words says, Please, please. Looking at the drawing, you can't help but smile. Godmother? In traditional mainland culture, a godmother is a woman who plays an important role in a child's growth. She is not only a witness, but also makes a vow with the child's parents before the divine king, promising to guide the child in faith. Simply put, she is like another mother to the child. If someone invites you to be her child's godmother, it means she truly trusts you. Although you are now a female elf, you feel a little strange inside. But, oh well, you pick up a pen and write back on the back of the letter. Okay, after thinking for a moment, you add a simple drawing. A chibi-style little elf with arms crossed and a face showing reluctance, with the words, not really willing, written on it, and a face emoji. Third year. Because of the friendship contract, you become obsessed with forming bonds with powerful creatures. So, you make many animal friends. But there are only 3 contract slots, which are very precious. All your animal friends are always a little short of being suitable contract partners. When you are at a loss, your mind suddenly turns. It seems there is one creature that might make your must-eat list. That is, an old tree spirit. Grandpa Tree, the old tree spirit's leaves rustle. What do you want? You float in front of it, showing your most sincere smile. Let's be friends. The old tree spirit is silent for 3 seconds. Are you thinking of me now? Hee. The old tree spirit sighs. Who else but him would spoil you? You reach out your hand, and a golden chain of light extends toward the sturdy trunk of the old tree spirit. The old tree spirit's attributes are beyond your imagination. Its vitality is like a vast ocean. Vast, deep, and endless. You can even faintly feel fragments of its memory, centuries of wind, frost, rain, and snow, centuries of sunrises and sunsets, centuries of creatures coming and going. You sense that your maximum life force has increased significantly. Thanks a lot, old tree spirit, you say? The old tree spirit doesn't speak, but its branches and leaves gently sway, as if smiling. Year 4. Your level has reached 36. The biggest achievement this year was forming a contract with the ferocious brown bear king. This is a beast at the peak of the king realm. It excels in strength. Although you are still small now, your punch is enough to defeat a master craftsman. Of course, your natural barrier has also upgraded. Through continuous practice, you took only 2 years to raise the barrier from beginner to intermediate level. Intermediate natural barrier, new feature, can hide everything inside the barrier. You tried it once, covering a tree hollow and flying far away to look back. Even though you know the hollow is right there, you can't see it with your eyes. It's perfect. Now, unless someone is specifically looking for trouble, they won't find you. It's just a friendship contract. You really don't know how to level it up. Its proficiency has been stuck at level 2. So, you keep it at a beginner level. You also started working as a healer's assistant in the forest, helping some animals treat their injuries. Your experience with major healing spells is skyrocketing, and you expect to level up soon. Year 5. This year, your correspondence with Emily has decreased. It seems she has encountered some trouble. Her words no longer carry the cheerful tone of the past. But she doesn't want you to worry, so she refuses to tell you anything. Your level has reached 37. That's very fast. Don't just say it's a normal elf. Even regular monsters don't level up this quickly. It's all thanks to your animal friends. You often help them heal their injuries. In return, they give you various magical herbs. You eat them every day and enjoy it, and your experience points are increasing rapidly, almost visibly. Until one day, the old tree spirit found you. He told you to slow down your leveling because it's time to prepare for a breakthrough to the king level. You paused and asked. He chuckled and said, "What are you talking about?" "Listen carefully, I will explain. The realm of the king. As the name suggests, it is a domain only the king possesses. It is a barrier that separates the king level from the non-king level. Sometimes, the gap between two kings can be even bigger than the gap between a king and a non-king. This is because realms also have different levels of strength. At level 40, you can naturally awaken a realm, said the old tree spirit. But that natural awakening is too ordinary. It can be used, but it might not suit you. You need to understand it yourself. If you find the right mindset before breaking through, the realm you activate can be several times stronger than an ordinary realm, even 10 times or more." You remain silent. The old tree spirit has lived a long time and knows everything. He is like your teacher, always guiding you. You naturally trust his words. But understanding, mindset, these intangible things are hard for you to grasp. "Can you help me with this?" you asked. The old tree spirit thought for a moment. "If you can't find the right mindset, I can help you. But you need to try first." "How do I try?" you asked. "Go for a walk," said the old tree spirit. "Don't you want to go to the elf kingdom? Then go now. As you travel, observe the world around you. Feel the changes in nature and watch the rise and fall of life. There is a saying, fate is predetermined in the unseen. Maybe one day, you'll have an awakening." You nod in response. "Since you need to investigate the elves in the dark forest anyway, why not leave now?" Seeing your decision, the old tree spirit takes a leaf from its branches. The leaf is bright green and glistening, with faint magical patterns that shimmer in the sunlight. It says, "When in danger, inject your magic into this." It also explains, "You can teleport directly to me." Name, Sprout of Space Quality. Perfect ability, teleportation to a specified location. Space magic? You ask. Do you also know space magic? You wonder. You are surprised. Space magic is one of the most advanced types, and very few can master it. This leaf looks like it was made by the old tree spirit himself. After all, how could a tree that can't move find such items? The old tree spirit doesn't answer your question. He simply says, "Morning Dew Forest will always be your home. If you're ever wronged, just come back." You look at him, suddenly unsure of what to say. In the end, you just nod and carefully store the leaf. 6 years later, you set out. Your destination, the Dark Forest. Coincidentally, the Dark Forest is also on the Western continent. The Western continent is a vast stretch of continuous forest. To get there, you just need to head east. Where there are forests, there is nature. So your powers are not weakened at all. You choose to travel invisibly. This is a common habit among all small elves, avoiding revealing their true form outside. You move like a transparent breeze, flying along the treetops, gliding from one canopy to another. Along the way, you see many things. You see seeds sprouting, tiny green heads pushing out of the soil. You see vines climbing, wrapping around tree trunks, inching upward. Seeing flowers bloom, flowers fall, fruits grow, and then fall to the ground, only to be replaced by new sprouts. Watching a young deer be born, trembling as it stands up for the first time, learning to walk. Seeing an old wolf pass away, lying among fallen leaves, slowly decomposing into nature. Life and death, death and life. Like an endless cycle that never stops. You are flying, suddenly stop in midair. Hovering above, looking down at the forest below. Sunlight filters through the treetops, casting dappled light on the ground. The wind blows, rustling the leaves. You faintly sense something in your heart, but you can't quite explain it. You shake your head and continue flying. After a long journey, you finally arrive at the Dark Forest. This is the border area between the western and southern continents, a kind of buffer zone. Sometimes, you can see traces of humans. You always avoid them. If they find out about the little elves here, you could get into big trouble. The thorny jungle is deep inside the dark forest. When you find that jungle, it's already autumn of the 6th year. The thorns are dense and tangled, making it impossible to see what's inside. You drift to a high place, using an all-seeing perspective, and then you freeze. Can't see through it. The barrier that blocks your view is at least level 78. Level 78. This isn't just hero level. It's epic level. Maybe even legendary. That's powerful enough to protect a whole kingdom. You gasp in surprise. The situation is more serious than you imagined. But it also confirms this barrier must have been created by the elves of the kingdom. Elves from scattered villages wouldn't have such skills. Next, you just need to wait. 7th year. And you wait. That afternoon, while resting on a tree, you suddenly sense a disturbance in space. In front of the thorny forest, a flash of silver light streaked across. A few figures stepped out of the light. They were elves. There were 5 elves, dressed in beautiful robes and wearing delicate jewelry, with a noble air that was almost overwhelming. Leading them was an old woman with white hair and wrinkles on her face. Time had always been kind to elves. If she had wrinkles, it meant she was at least 800 years old. They circled around the thorny forest, whispering among themselves. You held your breath and quietly moved closer. Some scattered words reached your ears. "Great Elder, what should we do?" "She's about to break free from the seal," a young elf said anxiously. The old woman paused for a moment. "The day we sealed her, we should have known this day would come." Her voice was old and steady, but her eyes showed worry. "So what do we do now? We no longer have the power to strengthen the seal." She interrupted the young elf, pausing briefly. "The world tree." She didn't finish her sentence, but just those words made your heart race. The world tree. They really are elves from the elf kingdom. Then let's use the forbidden spell directly. Another elf said urgently. "Destroy her. We'd even risk destroying this forest if we have to." "Fool," the old woman scolded. "She's invincible." The young elves lowered their heads, afraid to speak. The atmosphere grew heavy. The old woman sighed, turned around, and then stopped. Her gaze fixed straight ahead, toward your direction. Your whole body stiffened. "Have I been discovered?" As if to confirm your guess, in the next moment, a suction force appeared out of nowhere. You didn't even have time to react. Your body was uncontrollably pulled forward and finally landed in the grasp of a withered, bony hand. The old woman looked at you in her hand and frowned. "Pixie?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Other elves gathered around, looking down at you. "How can there be a pixie here?" one young elf asked, eyes wide. "Aren't they almost extinct?" "The natural world now." He hesitated. "Cough, cough." The old woman interrupted with a cough. They looked at you with complicated eyes. "Great Elder," one elf whispered. "She heard our conversation. Should we deal with her?" The words, "deal with her," were spoken softly, uncertainly. Elves are naturally kind-hearted and avoid violence unless necessary. You stared at the old woman silently. She looked at you for a moment. "Little elf," she said, "do you know who we are?" You shook your head. She smiled. "Pixies are naturally big mouths," she said, "but they are kind and keep their promises." She looked into your eyes. During the stare, you seemed to see something flickering. "Little elf, as long as you swear not to tell anyone what you heard today, I will let you go." You immediately raised your hand. "I swear I will keep this secret forever." The moment you finished speaking, you felt as if something was watching you from the shadows. This feeling only lasted a moment, and then quickly disappeared. The elder elf nodded. She released her hold. You floated up and landed on a nearby branch, looking back at her. By now, the elves had turned to leave. "Wait," you said. She stopped in her tracks. "Can I go with you to the elf kingdom?" you asked. It was a rare chance to visit the elf kingdom, and you didn't want to miss it. They also seemed not to be evil people. The old tree spirit paused for a second, as if thinking. "Sorry, little elf," she said. "The elf kingdom isn't available to receive visitors right now. If one day our troubles are resolved, I will personally invite you." She didn't wait for your reply, just raised her hand, and a flash of silver light appeared. The 5 of them disappeared into a space crack. In front of the thorny forest, only you remain. Is it space magic again? Lai looked at this scene and couldn't help but speak. It's strange that such rare magic appeared twice in one simulation. Lai now suspects that this old tree spirit has a close connection with the elf kingdom. Although you didn't find the fountain of life this time, you learned 2 things. First, There is indeed a problem with the elf kingdom, and it is related to the world tree. It's not easy to enter easily. Second, the person held in the thorny jungle is a tough character. You looked back at the thorny forest. Without turning your head, you left. Because soon, she will be unsealed, and you don't want to be involved. On the way back, you kept thinking, who is that she? What's wrong with the world tree? You have a premonition that the answers to these questions will come to you sooner or later. 8 years have passed. You return to Morning Dew Forest. Your wings brushed through the familiar treetops, and the tree hollow hidden by the intermediate natural barrier appeared before your eyes. The old tree spirit still stood there, its branches gently swaying in the wind, as if it had known you would come back. You're back, seeing your exhausted state. The old tree spirit's voice was slow and relaxed, with a hint of a smile. You landed on a branch in front of it and nodded. Any feelings? It asked. You were silent for a moment, then shook your head. This journey brought you no rewards, and you feel very sad. Very unclear, you say? It's like I know something, but I can't hold on to it. Like there's a fog between me and it. I can see there's something on the other side, but I can't see it clearly. Having some vague feelings is already very good, it replies. And the rest, I will help you with, it adds. Just as you are about to ask how it will help, suddenly, you smell a gentle fragrance. The scent is light, like morning dew mixed with flowers, or the smell of moonlight on moss. Before you can react, your mind begins to blur. Your wings hang weakly, and your body softly falls onto a branch. You fall asleep. In your dream, you become a small branch. Thin, tender, with new buds. A gentle hand carefully breaks you off. That hand belongs to a graceful, fair-skinned elf woman. You can't see her face clearly, but her movements are gentle, as if she's holding a precious treasure. Then, you are placed into the soil. Moist earth surrounds you, warm and safe. Remember your mission, grow well, the elf says before leaving. But you start to grow. 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, 10 years, 100 years pass. You see yourself sprouting new leaves from a tiny branch, the first leaf emerging. You see your roots spreading deep, gripping rocks, piercing through the soil. Gradually, you grow up. From a small branch, you become a tall, mighty tree. Seasons change, and all living things have their own fate. Plants and animals around you are born and die, die and are born. You cannot change any natural law. A voice tells you, everything in nature has its time. Only by following natural laws can you live long. You ponder this. But then, you see more. When wind and rain come, you sway and shake. During drought, your leaves turn yellow. When snow and ice arrive, your branches bend. But when spring comes, you sprout new buds again. The natural laws cannot defeat you. The value of life is not in a fixed future, but in perseverance and resilience. If fate has never been fair to me, then I will abandon it and break through it. You open your eyes, sunlight filters through the canopy, casting dappled light on your face. The old tree spirit still stands before you. You are stunned for a long time. Awakening from a deep dream, the world has changed greatly. A year has already passed. Do you feel it now? The old tree spirit asks. You nod. You feel it, the strength of perseverance, resilience, and growth even through storms and lightning. A leaf slowly falls from the branches of the old tree spirit. Within the green leaf, a faint liquid glistens. The liquid shimmers with a soft golden glow. Is this? You are stunned. Little Lay, you see it too? The old tree spirit says softly. I am a branch of the world tree, it explains. Long ago, it was broken off by the former elf queen and planted here as part of a magic barrier. It pauses. So, I still have some of the life spring water stored. Not much, but enough. You look at the leaf, your throat tightening. Now, you are ready to break through to the king level, the old tree spirit says. You lift your head and look at this ancient giant tree before you. Its branches sway gently in the sunlight, casting a warm shade. You nod. Tears slide down your face. You drink the life spring water inside the leaf. Golden light surges within you. You close your eyes, your consciousness sinking deep. Begin your breakthrough. Meanwhile, far to the south, the Jade Kingdom. The royal city is ablaze. The city walls collapse amid thunderous noise, and the shouts of battle echo loudly. Caesar's army surged like a tide, with rose banners flying on every tower. In the palace, William knelt on the ground, holding his wife. Emily's face was streaked with tears as she cradled the sleeping little princess. "You must go," William said softly but firmly. "And you?" Emily asked, clutching his hand, her knuckles white. "What will you do?" William looked at her with gentle eyes, like a spring lake. "I swear to stand with the kingdom, in good times and bad." "No." Emily was about to speak, but he gently pressed his finger to her lips. "Listen to me," he said softly, as if afraid to wake the child. "I am the prince of the Emerald Kingdom. This land has my people, my ancestors, my promises." He paused. "But you are my wife. She is my daughter. I want you both to live." Tears welled up in Emily's eyes, and she couldn't say a word. William bowed his head and kissed her forehead. Then he kissed the little princess's cheek. He stood up and drew his sword. "Go." Emily, holding the child, stumbled out of the palace. He looked back once. That was enough. Then he turned around, raised his sword, and faced forward. The sun rose behind him, turning the sky into shades of gold and red. Western continent, border region. Emily ran desperately, clutching her child. The pursuers were getting closer. The sound of hooves thundered, and arrows whistled past her ears. She couldn't run anymore. 3 days and nights without sleep or rest. Her legs felt heavy as lead, her arms numb. Only the child in her arms breathing softly. "Mommy?" Emily stopped. She looked back. The pursuers appeared at the edge of her sight, banners with roses fluttering in the wind. She lowered her head and looked at the little face in her arms. Those eyes were just like hers. Clear, bright, with a touch of stubbornness. She smiled. "Good." She put the child down and took out a paper crane from her arms. The paper crane shimmered with a faint glow. "It was a gift from you." She gently placed the paper crane into the child's hand. "Follow it," she whispered softly. "It will take you to see your godmother." The little princess looked at her confusedly. "Where's Mommy?" Emily didn't answer. She stood up, took out a bottle of red potion, and drank it. She looked back at the child. The little princess stayed in place, the paper crane flying up from her hand and circling ahead, as if urging her. "Go," Emily said. The little princess moved her little legs and ran after the paper crane. Emily stood there. The sunset was setting. Sunlight shone on her, stretching her shadow long. "Run, Sophia, run to the ends of the earth. Never come back." 10 years later. You opened your eyes. The tree hollow was very quiet. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, shining on you, warm. You looked down at your hand, still so small. But you could feel that something was different. Level 40. You had successfully broken through to the king level. Your consciousness sank into your body, and the newly awakened domain quietly settled deep in your soul, like a seed just sprouting, waiting to bloom for the first time. Kingdom Domain. Life Continues Introduction. After activating the domain, you gain the unyielding trait, entering an invincible state. Duration equals your level times 1 second. 40 seconds. A full 40 seconds of invincibility. You smiled. Who could resist not smiling? 40 seconds. No matter who your opponent is, no matter how strong they are. During these 40 seconds, you are immortal. You can attack, retreat, do anything, just for up to 40 seconds. As you level up, this time will get longer. At level 80, it will be 80 seconds. A full minute and 20 seconds of invincibility. At level 100, it will be 100 seconds. Imagine that scene. A strong enemy stands in front of you, full of power, ready to crush you with one move. You activate your domain, stand there with your arms crossed, letting their attack hit you, then brush off the dust. You smile and say, "It's my turn now." It feels a bit sneaky, but it's very satisfying. Just as you're about to float up and test your domain's effect, a paper crane flies into a tree hollow. You recognize it as Emily's letter. A smile unconsciously appears on your face. You want to share this good news with her. You unfold the letter. Your smile freezes on your face. "Dear Lei." You stare at the letter for a long time. Then you rush out of the tree hollow. Your wings flap desperately. Magic dust sprays behind you, leaving a long trail of light in the sunlight. You see a small figure. She is curled up under a tree. She wears a dirty little dress, her hair messy, with white marks on her face from dried tears. You fly over and land in front of her. Who are you?" she asks, her voice hoarse. You don't speak. Just fly up, open your tiny arms, and hug her. Child, you say, your voice trembling a little. You've suffered. Sophia is stunned for a moment. Then she suddenly starts crying loudly. Mom. Mom is gone. She gasps between tears. She told me to follow the paper crane. Does she not want me anymore? You gently pat her fingers. No, you say? She doesn't not want you. You paused for a moment. She just went far away. You brought Sophia back to the tree hollow. You used magic to tidy up inside, laying down soft moss and dry grass to make her a small bed. She curled up on the bed, wrapped in a leaf-made blanket. Her eyes were still red, but she was no longer crying. You handed her some wild berries, watching her eat them little by little. Sophia took a bite, looked up at you, as if checking if you were still there. You sat beside her, watching. What is your name? You asked. She hesitated for a moment. I forgot my name, she said, looking a bit confused. You knew her name naturally. Emily's letter had told you everything about her past. But her name wasn't very good. Sophia. 8 years later, a new hero would appear. She would lose her life during her revenge mission to kill Caesar. You had witnessed that history. You didn't want tragedy to happen again. It's okay, you said softly. I'll give you a new name, okay? She nodded. You looked into her eyes. Those eyes were exactly the same as Emily's. Sophia, you said. That's what you'll be called. She repeated it twice and smiled. Nice name. That was the first time you saw her smile. 2 small dimples appeared, shallow and very cute. After saying that, the little girl yawned. She gradually fell asleep. When she woke up, all her worries would be forgotten. The old tree spirit, who had witnessed everything, sighed. Why bother? Its voice was slow and full of a hint of regret. You didn't speak. That child has a very strong power. The old tree spirit said. She is still sleeping now, but she will wake up eventually. Even if you erase her memory, fate will still pull her along her destined path. No, it won't, you replied, looking at Sophia peacefully sleeping inside the tree hollow. She is curled up, hugging a doll made of leaves, sleeping very soundly. There will be no such day, you said confidently. The old tree spirit was silent for a moment. Are you sure? He asked. You turned to look at him. I am her godmother, you said. According to tradition, you continued, after the parents pass away, the godmother has the duty to raise the child and teach her right from wrong. You added, I will teach her well. I will help her learn kindness, happiness, and to cherish everything she has now. You paused briefly. I will also teach her not to hold on to hatred. The old tree spirit stopped speaking. Night fell deep. You flew back into the tree hollow and landed beside the little girl. She turned over, her small hand reaching out unconsciously to touch your wings. Gently, you reached out and stroked her hair. I will protect you, you whispered softly, afraid to wake her. I promise, you said. You have already lost Emily. You cannot lose her again. The moonlight quietly spread over the scene. Inside the tree hollow, the tiny spirit and the human girl leaned against each other, their breathing gradually synchronized. In the distance, the night breeze of the dewdrop forest gently blew, carrying the scent of flowers and the sound of insects. Tonight, there are no dreams. 11th year. You and Sophia began living in the forest. She is very well behaved. So well behaved, it's not like a child, much less like a princess. You had prepared yourself for trouble. After all, she's a human child, born in the palace. You thought she might cry and demand this or that every day. But Sophia wants nothing. She eats whatever you give her, sleeps when she wants, and when she wakes up, she quietly sits at the entrance of the tree hollow. She watches you flying back and forth, busy with your tasks. Sometimes she can also be quite troublesome. Teacher, you turn to look at her. Why can't I call you godmother? Your wings stiffen slightly. Sophia, you speak carefully about that title, but Grandfather Tree said you're my godmother, she interrupts. She blinks her eyes. Grandfather Tree also said that a godmother is very important. She should always be respected and loved. I want to respect you and love you too. You fall silent. Sophia, it doesn't matter what you call me, you say? What matters is how you act. Sophia tilts her head and then smiles. Her 2 little dimples are as sweet as honey. Okay, teacher. Year 12. That year, you gave her the last spot for a contract. A friendship contract. A golden chain of light extends from your fingertips and gently lands on her chest. You gently tell her, from now on, no matter where you go, I can find you. She pauses for a moment. Wherever I go, wherever you go. Suddenly, she smiles happily. That's wonderful. She opens her small hands and carefully lifts you up. Under the sunlight, the adorable little fairy is so dazzling. Now the teacher will never leave me. You are held in her hands, looking into her bright, sparkling eyes. Those eyes are exactly the same as Emily's. It's worth mentioning that you start teaching her things now. Primarily survival skills. Shield magic, invisibility, various skills. She learns very quickly, so fast it surprises you. Sometimes, after just 1 or 2 lessons, she masters them. She can even apply what she learns to new situations. Such talent is truly extraordinary. It can only be said, no wonder she aims to become a hero. Sophia, you ask, what do you want to do when you grow up? She thinks for a moment. I want to stay in the forest with the teacher forever, she says. You smile. That doesn't count. Try again, she thinks again. Then, I want to protect the teacher. You stay silent. Year 13. Many of your skills have improved. For example, your fire dragon shot evolved into flame spear. Its power has increased again. Your accelerated growth skill upgraded to natural kiss. Using this skill on plants over time can make them become alive. Long-term contact with nature has also changed you a lot. Congratulations, the host has become the elf king. All attributes have increased. Affinity with nature has increased. Your awakened talent. Inspiration, purple. Inspiration. You can sense some things about the future, but whether your perception is correct depends on luck. Although there is good news, the thing you fear most has happened. That morning, you were still sleeping in the tree hollow. Suddenly, you are awakened by a strong energy wave. You rush out and see Sophia outside, surrounded by a faint blue light. She is closing her eyes, her hair moving without wind. The trees around her are trembling gently, as if worshipping. The light grows stronger and finally shoots into the sky, exploding into a green halo over the forest. Then she opens her eyes. Those eyes have changed. In the depths of her pupils, a faint gold pattern appears. Teacher, she says, her voice a little confused. I am different now. You take a deep breath. Of course, she is different. She is a hero. Her title, Forest Hero. The magical beasts in the forest seem to sense something. Creatures from all directions arrive, holding various items, wild fruits, herbs, beautiful feathers, shiny stones. They form a circle, place these items at Sophia's feet, then bow their heads and leave. Sophia watches this scene, feeling confused. Teacher, what's happening to them? You remain silent. You just look at the magical creatures, seeing the awe in their eyes. They are brave, chosen warriors, fearless courage. That night, you took the paper crane out of the tree hollow. The paper crane Emily gave you, always kept in the safest corner. You hold it and look at it for a long time. Finally, you bury it deep in the forest. When you fly back to the tree hollow, Sophia is already asleep, curled up, with a smile on her face. Her eyes are closed, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, dreaming. Sophia, you whisper. Promise me, never leave the forest. She doesn't answer. She just turns over and mumbles something in her sleep. 14 years later, you've heard about the rapid growth of the brave. But seeing it with your own eyes still surprises you. This year, Sophia's level jumped from 10 to 30. She learned to make contracts with magical creatures. The wolf packs, bear groups, and deer herds in the forest became her friends. She can summon them to fight for her or lend her strength. She also learned the druid's shape-shifting skills. At first, she transformed into small animals, rabbits, squirrels, foxes. Later, bigger animals, deer, bears, wolves. Then she started trying more exaggerated forms. Teacher, look. As she speaks, her body begins to swell. Scales, claws, wings. A young dragon stands before you. You open your mouth, unsure of what to say. The giant dragon lowers its head and gently nudges you with its nose. Teacher, look how amazing I am. You give a bitter smile. Impressive, you say? Really impressive. The old tree spirit's branches gently sway. See, his voice echoes in your mind. You can't control it. One day, she will seek revenge. You don't answer. 15 years have passed. Your level has risen to level 41. Sophia's level has reached level 40. 1 level every year. She is almost as strong as the ocean hero from back then. You received a lot of mental energy feedback from her. It seems this is her highest attribute. It is expected she will grow even stronger. She is only 14 years old. A 14-year-old, level 40 forest hero. In the entire Morning Dew Forest, only you and the old tree spirit are her match. You watch her back, feeling a strange mix of pride, worry, or maybe fear. At this moment, her curiosity about her background surfaces again. Teacher, the animals say humans don't belong in the forest. Little animals all have parents. Deer have fathers. Rabbits have mothers. What about my parents? Why am I in the forest? You fall silent for a moment. Sophia, I found you. Then what about me before? Where was I? I don't remember. She looks at you, her eyes holding something. You can't quite understand. Teacher, she whispers softly, are you hiding something from me? Your heart skips a beat. No, you reply. She doesn't ask further. But you know she's not foolish. That night, she quietly asked her animal friends to help find out about her past. 16 years have passed. Sophia's level has reached 50. She can now truly transform into a dragon. A complete, flying dragon. In the Morning Dew Forest, only the old tree spirit is her match, including you. Sometimes, when you watch her, you feel lost in thought. She is no longer the little girl she once was. She has grown up, taller, with her features maturing. But her eyes are still exactly the same as Emily's. Teacher, Sophia's voice pulls you back to reality. You regain your senses and look at her. She is kneeling in front of you, tilting her head. Teacher is daydreaming again. No, you are. You don't answer. You just fly up and land on her shoulder. Gently pat her face. 17th year. Sophia has reached level 60. You have also risen to level 42. After reaching the king level, your progress slows down. The hero profession is truly enviable. But what you care about more isn't your level. It's that faint sense of unease. You look at her. At those eyes. The child of an old friend naturally has the grace of that old friend. Suddenly, you want to say something, but your throat feels blocked. In the end, you can only hold back your words. 18th year. Somewhere you don't know about. Sophia receives a letter. After thanking the animals, she quickly unfolds it. Dear Lai, writing to you as if we are face to face. When you read this letter, I may already be gone. Do you remember the first time we met? Yesterday feels like it was just yesterday. Back then, I thought I had decades to spend slowly with you. But fate always loves to play tricks on people. Lai, I ask you, please take care of Sophia for me. I know this request is cruel. I know this is not fair to you. You could have had a relaxed life, without midnight tears, teenage rebellion, or answering tearfully when she asks, what is a mother like? But I have no choice now. Lai, I have no choice. Please teach her to forget hatred. Don't let her know someone took away my life. Don't let her seek revenge on Caesar. I don't want anyone to apologize or be destroyed. I want her to live, fully and happily. If she asks how I died, tell her. Tell her that Mom went far away. Forgive me. Forgive me for trusting you this way. Lai, I wish I was writing to share funny stories with you, not these words. But I have to go now. If possible, please tell her that Mom loves her very much. Mom loves her every day. And remember, Lai, I love you. You are my chosen family, my child's other mother, the person I have no regrets knowing in this life. Meeting you was the luckiest thing I ever had. Emily's last words. When you return to the tree hollow, you see someone standing far away at the entrance. She stands still, holding a piece of paper. Your heart sinks suddenly. You rush over. As you get closer, you see her face clearly. Her face is full of tears. Sophia, she lifts her head. Her eyes are red and swollen, but the emotions inside are unlike anything you've seen before. It's pain, anger, and the hatred of truth revealed. Teacher, she speaks in a hoarse voice. My name is Sophia, right? You are stunned. She raises the paper. This is written by Mom. My mom. Emily, you see the letter. She chokes up and keeps talking. It's like she's answering questions she couldn't know before. I've always wanted to know who I am, where I come from, why I am in the forest. She lowers her head and looks at the letter. Teacher, do you know? The writing is crooked and many parts are blurred by tears. When my mom wrote this letter, she was crying as she wrote. Her voice begins to shake. She said, she loves me. She loves me very much. She can't go on. Tears flow heavily, blurring her face. Finally, she cries out. Her voice is suppressed, broken, like a small animal crying. You fly in front of her. Want to say something, but can't find the words. She looks at you. Her eyes changed. Teacher, she says, her voice hoarse. I want to find Caesar and get revenge. Your heart tightens suddenly. Sophia. Her eyes burn with fire. I will make her pay. You fly closer. You will die if you go. The image of the assassin being publicly executed is still vivid in your mind. You have sworn never to let it happen again. She looks at you. Her eyes are full of tears, pain, and hatred. But there's also something familiar, stubbornness. Even if I die, I will go. You are stunned. That expression, that look, that sentence. It's exactly like Emily from the past. Emily, you had a good child. Before you can react, a sweet scent enters your nose. Sophia, your consciousness begins to fade. Your wings droop weakly. She reaches out and gently holds you in her palm. Teacher, thank you for taking care of me all these years. You want to say something, but your lips won't move. Sorry, she says. I will listen to everything you say, except for this. I can't do that. Your consciousness slowly falls into darkness. Holy Empire. Capital city. Caesar's celebration. In the grand hall, decorated with gold and jewels, all officials gather. Ambassadors from different places step forward one by one, presenting treasures and congratulating Emperor Caesar on conquering half of the southern continent. Caesar sits high on the throne. She appears to be in her early 30s. With black hair and golden eyes, her face is handsome but exudes a kind of authority that makes people afraid to look directly at her. She wears a shining long sword at her waist, the stone sword, the legendary sword of King Arthur. Whoever holds this sword holds the world. Beside her lies a huge white tiger. The tiger is very large, with snow-white fur and sharp eyes like blades. It quietly rests beside the throne, occasionally flicking its tail, stirring a gentle breeze each time. Caesar's hand gently rests on the tiger's back. With a fierce tiger in your heart, you can softly smell the roses. She speaks in a deep voice that echoes through the hall. That is the way of a true king. The officials bow their heads and shout together, "Long live your majesty." The celebration continues. Ambassadors step forward one after another, presenting treasures. From the northern continent, the snow spirit. From the eastern continent, pearls. From the western continent, rare treasures. Each item is extremely valuable and causes many exclamations. Caesar nods slightly, her expression calm, until one ambassador steps forward. He wears the clothing of a small country from the southern continent, bows his head, and holds a stone box with both hands. His steps are steady, but if you look closely, you can see his fingertips trembling slightly. Your Majesty, he says in a husky voice. This is a gift from the Jade Empire. Caesar's gaze falls on him. The Jade Empire, in that moment, his face changed. Suddenly, the envoy's features twisted, and his body expanded. An enormous dragon appeared out of nowhere. It opened its huge mouth and lunged fiercely at Caesar. An assassin, people shouted in alarm. But the white tiger moved even faster. It leapt from beside the throne and collided with the dragon midair. Claws and scales clashed. Roars shook the hall. The two giant creatures rolled and fought fiercely inside the grand hall. Furniture was shattered, pillars cracked, and officials scattered in fear. Under the golden dome, the dragon and the tiger tore at each other, blood splattering, scales and fur flying everywhere. After a while, both beasts suddenly fell to the ground. The dragon transformed back into a human form, a young girl with white hair, covered in blood, breathing heavily. She supported herself on the ground, struggling to stand, but staggered and kneeled down. The white tiger also looked exhausted, lying nearby with deep scratches on its body, catching its breath. Caesar slowly rose from the throne. She drew a stone sword from her waist and stepped down the stairs. The sword shimmered with golden light, growing brighter with each step she took. Hero, she spoke, her voice calm, not angry but with a hint of admiration. Why didn't you wait a little longer before coming back? The girl looked up. Her face was blood-stained, but her eyes shone brightly. Those eyes burned with fire, fire of hatred, fire of defiance. Wait a few years until I reach level 90. Even then, you might still defeat me, Caesar said. But I'll have more confidence then. The girl smiled. Her smile was bloody but bright, like sunlight. Because I fought for my parents, she said, because I fought for the world. If I grow to level 90, she spoke each word clearly. Are there still countries in the southern continent that haven't been invaded? Are there still children untouched by war? Caesar was silent for a moment. Then she also smiled. Such a pity, she said. You're defeated. She raised her sword. Now I will strip away your power. Let everyone see the price of not submitting to me. The sword's light slashed down. Sophia closed her eyes. Sorry, teacher. At that moment, Kingdom of the Ruler, activate. A golden light burst from the void. Caesar's sword struck the light, producing a deafening metallic roar. Sparks flew, and the sword trembled violently. Time seemed to stand still. Caesar was stunned. Everyone was stunned. A figure floated in the air. Small, about 30 centimeters tall, with a pair of translucent wings gently fluttering behind. A tiny fairy. Why did a divine weapon suddenly appear? Let's rewind an hour. Morning dew forest. You slowly woke up. The sunlight was blinding. You lay on a small moss-covered bed, wings hanging at your sides, feeling weak and sore as if crushed. How long have I slept? You spoke, voice hoarse. 2 days. The old tree spirit's voice was slow and calm. Your heart sank. 2 days. 2 days was enough for many things to happen. Where is Sophia? The old tree spirit was silent for a moment. She has already left. To assassinate Caesar. You closed your eyes. Sure enough, you struggled to get up, flapping your wings, floating to the entrance of the tree hollow. Outside, the sun was shining, birds singing, flowers blooming. Everything was as usual. But that lively figure was missing. I told you. The old tree spirit's voice sounded behind you. You can't resist fate. Fate? You turned around, looking at this ancient, towering tree. Who said that? Friendship contract. No matter how far apart, we can sense each other's location. The golden thread points south and trembles slightly. She is still alive. I know where she is, you say? Going now is too late, you add. You nod and look at the old tree spirit. Can you use space magic? You ask. The old tree spirit is stunned. Send me there, you say? Are you crazy? It replies. The old tree spirit's voice is unusually emotional. I've never tried teleporting over such a long distance. The farther, the riskier, it explains. If luck isn't on your side, you'll fall into space turbulence and be torn apart, it warns. Luck? You interrupt, smiling more. You said luck, right? You ask. Time returns to the present. A level 42 little elf stands before Caesar's sword, using one tiny fingernail-sized hand to block the legendary sword in the stone. Sophia opens her eyes. Teacher, she whispers, trembling like in a dream. You turn your head and glance at her. Her face is covered with blood, tears, shock, and disbelief. You smile slightly. I told you not to come, you say? Then, you quickly produce a small leaf from your palm. It's a space seed given by the old tree spirit. It can teleport anyone back to Morning Dew Forest in an emergency. You quickly stick it onto Sophia. Teacher, she manages to shout. A flash of light appears, and her figure vanishes. In the grand hall, only you and Caesar remain. There is mess everywhere, and the ministers are stunned. You turn around and look at Caesar. She also looks at you. Her sword is still raised in midair, and the glow on the blade is still flowing. She looked at the small object in front of her, about 30 centimeters tall, and for the first time, her eyes showed confusion. A level 42 little elf. Why could it block her sword? Seeing her expression, you smiled. A wicked smile. King, you said, you think you're a king too? Everyone was stunned by your sudden appearance, including Caesar. But she didn't have time to understand what was happening, because your fist was already coming toward her. You have been a priest, an assassin, and experienced many lives. But never before have you felt so frustrated. The old tree spirit always talks about fate, fate. To hell with fate. Fate is just something to be broken. Left fist. Bang. A punch hit her face. Caesar's head tilted to the side. She froze, not from pain, but from shock. How many years? How many years has no one dared to hit her? How many years has no one touched her face? You didn't give her time to react. Right fist. Bang. This punch is for William. Left fist. This one is for Emily, right fist. And this one is for Sophia. You cursed and swung your fists, hitting her high and mighty face with all your strength. The power of the fierce brown bear king was shared with you. Although you are still only 30 centimeters tall, this punch is full of strength. Hitting Caesar's face at level 90, it may not hurt her, but it makes her question her life. She was truly stunned. Having lived so many years, fought so many battles, killed so many strong opponents, she had never encountered anything like this. A small elf. A level 42 small elf. Right in front of her, punching her face again and again. On the last punch, you gathered all your strength. This punch, the wind of your fist roared, carrying all your anger, all your frustration, and all your helplessness. She is fighting for the people of the mainland. Bang. Caesar was thrown backward, crashing onto her throne. The hall was silent. The ministers opened their mouths wide, like chickens being strangled. The white tiger struggled to stand up, wanting to attack, but Caesar raised her hand to stop it. She slowly stood up, rubbing her face. It hurt a little, but what she cared more about was the shameful pain of being slapped in front of everyone. She looked at you. What kind of thing are you? You floated in the air, brushing non-existent dust from your hand. I am a demon. Caesar paused for a moment. Then she raised her sword. Golden sword energy shot up, illuminating the entire hall like daylight. The light carried destructive power, causing the space to tremble. No matter what you are, she said, you will die today. The sword energy slashed down. Overwhelming and unstoppable, there was nowhere to escape. You stood in the sword light, watching the golden flood grow closer. 42 seconds of invincibility. Time was up. Suddenly, you smiled. A wild, bold smile, like a prisoner finally breaking free from a cage. You raised your middle finger, facing Caesar, facing the entire hall, facing that so-called fate. The sword light swallowed everything. In the last moment, you heard your own voice. This time, I won. The light faded. The hall was empty. That small figure had turned to dust, vanishing into the air. Caesar stood still, holding her sword, her face as dark as a stormy sky. She touched her face. It still hurt. She turned around and looked at the trembling ministers. Send the orders. Her voice was deep, like it came from hell. Chase that white-haired hero. No matter the cost. The ministers bowed their heads. No one dared to look at her face because it had a few faint red marks. In the dawn-dew forest, Sophia fell from the light and landed on the grass in front of a tree hollow. She lay there blankly, staring at the canopy above and the sunlight filtering through the branches. Teacher, she whispered softly. He's gone, she murmured. The old tree's branches gently swayed, casting a shadow. Sophia closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, Emily's last letter. She unfolded it, looking at the crooked writing and the ink smudged by tears. Tell her that Mom just went to a faraway place. Layla, meeting you was the luckiest thing in my life. Her vision blurred with tears. She pressed the letter to her chest and curled up into a ball. The sunlight warmed her, like her teacher's hand or her mother's touch. End of simulation. Feeling excited, I posted early today. Simulation ended. Final status. Dead, facing royal authority. Survival time, 18 years. Final level, LV42, King level. Achievements unlocked. Fairy Godmother, Destiny Breaker, One Punch Man, Orphaned, 1,000 Paper Cranes Promise. Rewards received. 1. Talent, Elf Charm, Purple, 2. Druid Talent, Purple, 3. Magic Powder, Blue, 4. Inspiration, Purple. Skills, Friendship Contract, Beginner, Flame Spear, Skilled, Natural Barrier, Intermediate, Skilled, Tree Spirit Summon, Beginner, Kiss of Nature, Skilled. Kingdom of Endless Life, when activated, grants resilience, becomes invincible for a duration equal to level times 1 seconds. Training results, 18 years of fairy life, learning how to dominate the forest with just 30 centimeters of height. 10 years of druid training, from beginner to master of nature. A 3-second highlight, punching Caesar in the face, another iconic moment. 2 times of life's baptism. Overall rating. A. Comment. You are a kind little fairy, a good parent, beautiful, brave, and strong. All the wonderful words in the world can't fully describe you. No tree can dislike you. No, dear, no one can dislike you. Good night, little fairy. Lai looked at the long settlement panel in front of him, and a big smile spread across his face. Yes, he couldn't help but laugh. This is another red talent slot. Sure enough, the more heroic the way he died, the more interesting the experience, the more points he gained from the system. He replayed the last scene in his mind. Golden light everywhere, Caesar's confused face, the minister's stunned expressions, and the middle finger he raised. Too cool, he said to himself. Really too cool, even though he was dead. But that's okay. It's just a simulation. After all, the number of tries is unlimited. He can die whenever he wants, live whenever he wants, do whatever he pleases, and focus on having fun. If saving up anger to live longer is not worth it, then it's better to just die. A flash of golden light, and he inherited all the benefits from this simulation. His strength surged like a tide. He was happily reminiscing when suddenly the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected host has reached king level. System upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Current system level, LV4. New features. 1. Increased simulation carrying capacity. Can carry 5 talents per simulation. 2. Expanded range of simulation objects. Added options for non-living species. 3. Initial level raised to 30. Lai was stunned. There were quite a few updates this time. But, non-living species? He blinked. He understood everything else, but this one. What do you mean by non-living? Undead? Lai asked. No. It's about objects or other things, like swords, shields, armor, or magic staffs, the system playfully said. Lai. He was silent for 3 seconds. How do you simulate this kind of thing? He asked, unable to hold back. Is it about becoming a weapon for others to use? A weapon that can charm everyone sounds strange. Once you randomly get it, you'll see. It's going to be fun, the system replied with a wave-like tone, making Lai feel like the system was holding back laughter. But that's okay. With the divine favor on his side, he probably won't get anything too strange. He planned to open one soon and see what kind of non-living thing it was. Thinking this, he temporarily suppressed his curiosity. He began to check the results of this simulation. Suddenly, he was stunned. Wait, this is... He raised his hand. In his palm, 2 thin golden threads extended outward. They stretched far away, beyond sight. But he could feel the presence at the other end. One connected to the fierce brown bear king. The other connected to the ancient tree spirit. Friendship contract? He widened his eyes. Can this thing even bring out a simulation? The system didn't answer, but silence itself was the answer. The bonus from the friendship contract had already appeared. Your mental strength, vitality, and power all received a huge boost. The biggest help was undoubtedly your mental strength. Remember, casting magic directly depends on mental strength. Level 40 usually corresponds to royal level mental strength. You can freely cast magic up to the 4th level and barely manage the 5th level. Higher level spells are very difficult for you to use, because the magic cost increases exponentially with higher levels. But with the blessing of the friendship contract, you gained 30% of a hero's mental strength. Just in terms of mental strength, you've reached the peak of the imperial level. You can now use 5th and 6th level spells. This is an extremely impressive increase. Lai looked at the golden thread stretching into the distance, and a strange feeling suddenly welled up inside him. The contract might also exist within her, right? Will this change her future fate? But he cannot know. At least, he cannot know right now. Oh well, he softly says, as if speaking to himself. She hasn't even gotten pregnant yet. According to the timeline, Emily is still in the hands of the slave traders. Such distant matters can be discussed later. As he was lost in thought, a familiar wave of drowsiness suddenly hit him. It wasn't ordinary sleepiness, but a deep exhaustion from the soul, impossible to resist. A baptism of life. It's happening again. And this time, it's a super double effect. He looked down at his body, golden light flowing beneath his skin. That was his bloodline being purified and evolving. This is probably the only side effect of the fountain of life, he muttered. His eyelids grew heavier. Finally, he glanced at the 2 golden threads, then closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into darkness. What will it be like when he wakes up? 6 months later. Lai opened his eyes. 2 rounds of the baptism of life had kept him asleep for a long time. His body had undergone a huge change. The most obvious was his bloodline. He could feel it. His bloodline had been purified at least by half. It completely suppressed his human bloodline. This was a great gain. When he first opened his eyes, his mind was still foggy. Suddenly, a system voice flooded into his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing evolution. Dream Succubus Illusion Master. All attributes greatly increased. Awakened red talent, master of illusions. Master of illusions, red charisma and illusion success rate greatly improved. Your illusion success rate is directly linked to your charisma. The higher your charisma, the harder it is to see through your illusions. Lai stared at this description, stunned for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. He smiled like a child who had found a treasure. Purple talent is about numbers, he murmured. Red talent is about mechanisms. And indeed, that was the truth. 2 red talents turned him into a machine-like creature. He is a succubus. What does a succubus rely on to survive? Charm. Now, the success rate of illusion is directly linked to charm. All his talents and skills that boost charm have become fuel for illusions. As long as the opponent's level is no more than 15 levels higher than his, he is confident he can trap them in illusions. This is way over the limit. He can't help but smile. But that's not all. The system suddenly announced more good news. Congratulations, the host has awakened the King's Domain. Dream come true. King's Domain. Dream come true. When activated, forces all enemies into a large illusion. The illusion is hard to detect unless the enemy's mental strength is much higher than the caster's. Within the domain, any lies the host fabricates will become true. Lei froze. Another King's Domain? He remembers he already has the Everlasting Domain. That divine skill that makes him invincible for a second when activated. And now, there's another one? Wait. He furrowed his brow and thought carefully. Everlasting Domain was awakened when the little elf broke through to the king level. And Dream Come True was awakened after he himself broke through to the king level in reality. So, are these 2 domains independent? Double domains? He muttered. Am I a holder of double domains? In the history of Starfall Continent, are there any legends of double domains? It seems not. At least, he has never heard of it. Domains are the manifestation of the soul, the external expression of the way. A person can only have one way, so they can only have one domain. This is common sense, an iron law, a truth verified by countless strong people. But now, he raised his hand, and golden light appeared, everlasting. His other hand shimmered with colorful light. Dream come true. 2 domains, clear and distinct, not interfering with each other. He opened his mouth. Am I an exception? Beyond the surprise, his mind seemed to be spinning rapidly, as if influenced by something. In the next second, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened suddenly. System, if I start a simulation in the alternate space now, what is the initial level? The system was silent for a moment before replying. Level 38. Lai's eyes lit up. That's it. Blind monk, you've discovered a key point. Level 38. It's below the king level. This means, in the simulation, he can still break through to the king level again. He can awaken another domain. By then, he won't just be a dual domain holder. He will be a triple domain holder. Ha ha ha. He burst out laughing, feeling very happy. Not just dual, but triple domains. He waved his fists at the air. First triple domain holder in the history of Starfall Continent. That's me. After laughing, he calmed down. Having 3 domains is indeed powerful. But the key is, he must successfully break through to the king level in the simulation. And the domain he awakens must be strong enough. Endless vitality is a life-saving skill. Dreaming big is a controlling skill. Let's do another one, preferably an attack type. That way, attack, defense, and control are all in one. Perfect. Right now, Elizabeth is 9 months pregnant. She probably has about a month before giving birth. His current strength makes it hard to say who would win against Roland. But for now, the benefits of a real-world simulation are far less than those of an alternate space simulation. After all, that's a king's domain. The improvement in strength is obvious. There's no time to waste. Let's start an alternate space simulation now. He rubbed his hands and shouted into the air. System, start the alternate space simulation. Alternate space simulation starting. Please draw the species for this simulation. A huge spinning wheel appeared before him. Lai looked at the wheel and suddenly remembered what the system had said earlier. New option, draw non-living species. He stared at the densely packed options on the wheel. There were a few categories he had never seen before. Artifacts, concepts, elements, rules. What's all this stuff? He muttered. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the species, half-lich. Half-lich, Lei's eyebrows furrowed. The lich knew. It was because they sought eternal life by transforming into an undead form. They stored their souls in a soul box, and their bodies became immortal skeletons, gaining wisdom and strength that lasted for thousands of years. On the Starfall continent, those who actively join the death camp are usually seen as outcasts. Meeting them means having to fight. Drawing this kind of creature is like starting with a disaster. As for this half-lich, he looked at it with curiosity. Half-lich, Demolik, this is a very evil creature. It is a lich without a complete skeleton, perhaps due to a failed transformation or the wear of time. Anyway, it only has a skull embedded with a soul gem. In simple terms, it is a flying head. What does that mean? This is even worse than a lich. Lei looked at this description and felt his neck was especially strong. He wanted to pull on his umbilical cord in a tug of war. System. Host, do not be discouraged. No matter what species it is, this will be a great adventure, Lei pouted. Just talking big. Why don't you try being a reverse version of the Celestial Punisher? Probably only Louis XVI would agree. Then, he turned his attention to the talent selection. He hoped for a useful talent. Please, please. Since the last simulation was rated A, this time a red talent will be drawn. Drawing talent now. Congratulations, the host has obtained a red talent, Double Good Fortune. Double Good Fortune. Red, all your skills have a chance to cast double spells, without extra magic cost. Double spell casting means, when you use a skill, it releases 2 skills at once. The second skill doesn't need to be chanted or consume magic. It's a very powerful talent, especially for Lei, who has an absurd number of skills. But he still felt a bit confused. Spells like Fire Dragon Barrage that can be cast twice are no problem. What about invisibility, transformation, or the King's Domain? How does dual casting work? System. It doubles the duration of the skill. Is it really that powerful? System. Absolutely. It seems that the heavens are still favoring him. This talent is truly a divine skill. Next, you will face Lai, who has the 84 seconds invincibility. I will appear in my giant robot form. He excitedly looks at the simulator, eager to see what kind of adventure awaits him this time. Otherworld simulation starting. Initial level, 38. Species, half-lich. Location, Forest of the Dead, Ruined Castle. Carried talents, Dream Master, red, God's Favorite, red, Elf Charm, purple, Enchantment, purple, Wolf King Will, purple. Inside the ruined castle, a huge cauldron is bubbling away. The contents look very strange. Dark liquid, thick like melted asphalt. Occasionally, bubbles rise to the surface. An old man stands by the cauldron. He looks down at the bubbling black water, his cloudy old eyes flickering with complex light. May the demon lord bless. Let me embrace death. After saying this, he jumps in without hesitation. 3 minutes later, a skull floats up from the black water. No neck, no torso, no limbs. Just a head. You pause for 2 seconds. Dear, you are now half a lich. Your skills are a bit lacking. You speak to the skeleton still in the cauldron. Of course, the skeleton doesn't answer. It just lies quietly, facing the ceiling, silently protesting your usurpation. Outside, there is a gray forest, the Forest of the Dead, located at the border between the southern continent and the central continent. It is outside the northern continent. This is a rare territory that accepts the undead faction. The trees are bare, with twisted branches. Occasionally, faint blue lights drift in the distance. It is said that this place was once an ancient battlefield, buried with countless bones. That's why the aura of spirits is so strong here. It has become unfit for living creatures. You sense the surroundings. There are no bird calls, no insect sounds, no signs of life. Only the wind. The wind blows through broken window frames, making a whistling sound. Then you feel something enter your mind. It's the wind. The wind enters through your left ear and exits from your right ear. You pause for a second. What is this? A physical version of wind goes in one ear and out the other? You want to laugh, but realize you have no facial muscles. Not willing to give up, you try to make a sound. Your upper and lower teeth click together. Clack. Good. From now on, you decide to use this as a way to show you're speechless. You float back to the center of the castle, looking at the large cauldron and the skeleton. This is your current situation. A half-lich. What is a lich? Liches are different from skeleton monsters. Skeleton monsters are undead creatures born from corpses after death or summoned as cannon fodder. They have no memories and rarely gain intelligence. Most only have basic instincts, obey commands, and bite living beings. Liches are different. Liches actively choose to join the undead faction. They carry memories from their past lives and retain their wisdom. They can still cast magic, study scholarly topics, and plan for the future. In a way, they are just a different form of existence. Because of this, liches are often disliked by their original factions. Traitors are always more hated than enemies. Lacking a torso feels very strange. You are used to living with hands and feet. You are used to holding things with your hands, walking with your feet, and sensing the world with your body. Now, everything is gone. Only a head floats in midair, and you have to turn your direction to see anything. But you soon notice some advantages. For example, you no longer need to eat. A lich doesn't require food. Without a digestive system, there's no feeling of hunger. The philosophical question of what to eat today that once troubled you no longer exists. Also, you won't die, at least not in a normal way. The core of a lich is a soul crystal. As long as the soul crystal remains, even if your body is destroyed, you can reform it. Of course, there are clear disadvantages too. Traditional cultivation methods, eating rare treasures, potions, or divine waters, no longer work for you. Without a digestive system, whatever you eat just falls out unchanged. And what about the fountain of life? For a lich, that thing is more toxic than poison. The only thing you can do is strengthen the soul crystal inside your mind. It is the core of a lich, the source of consciousness. You can train it yourself, gradually making it stronger, or you can absorb other souls or things related to souls. There's no other way. You tell yourself, everyone has achieved eternal life. You think, there must be some cost. Although you don't really want this eternal life, there's nothing you can do. You've come this far. You float to the corner of the castle, where a pile of books remains, left by the old mage. They are probably for studying after transformation, all related to death magic. You drift over and use your mind to open the first book. The first year quickly came to an end. After all, only 2 or 3 months remained. That old mage was unreliable, but he chose a good place. The Forest of the Dead, territory of the Death faction. Few intelligent beings come here. Living people avoid it, and the dead have no interest. Occasionally, some naive young fools come here to abandon corpses. Quiet and elegant, with little trouble. Whom this kind of life seems pretty good, the old mage left behind many books. Various texts on death magic, from beginner to advanced, theory to practice, everything you could want. You don't need to eat or sleep. So you dive into the ocean of knowledge. One book after another, page by page. No hands. Use telekinesis to turn pages. No lamp. Use soul fire to light the way. Time no longer matters to you. Fundamentals of death magic. Refining methods for soul crystals. Complete guide to summoning undead creatures. Introduction to and mastery of curses. Precautions for protecting soul crystals. You are like a dry sponge, frantically absorbing this knowledge. In the silent castle, only a skull floats in midair, a book spread open before it, soul fire flickering gently. Sometimes, you still think of the old mage. How long did he wait? What kind of inner struggle did he go through? Did he regret his final leap? You don't know. But you do know that the path you walk now is the same as the one he once took. A path from which there is no return. Year 2. You have fully adapted to the life of a lich. Although you can no longer use the fountain of life now, that doesn't mean your true body can't. You can still bring it back for your real self to use. And you've also discovered a bug. Outside the simulation, Lei smiled knowingly. Very clever. All sharing the same idea, Ray instantly understood after the hints in the simulation. Real-world items can be synchronized into the simulation. As long as you have unconsumed life spring water in hand, you can bring it into the next simulation. The consumption in the simulation is independent of the real world. This way, you can repeatedly undergo the baptism of life. Why didn't I think of this bug before? System. Does anyone care about me? If you dare to fix this bug, I'll be upset, Ray half-warned and half-joked to the system. Seeing no response for a while, Ray smiled and continued to watch. More importantly, you've learned many new skills. Beginner skeleton summon. Sacrifice a skeleton, and you'll get a weak little skeleton. This is a basic ability for liches. Most liches choose to become necromancers. Plus, the bone forest outside is full of bones. You can dig one up just by walking a few steps outside. Though they are probably very old bones from many years ago, but they are usable. The summoned skeletons are very weak, though. Weak enough for any farmer with a hoe to break apart. But they have great potential, because these skeletons can eat buffs. Except for light-based support skills, which are useless. Buffs like Courage Totem, Strength Enhancement, can all be used. This means they have development value. Later, when you learn more powerful support skills, these skeletons might become a real army. There is also a skill called Whisper of the Dead. It's similar to the power of crying and mourning, but it's a double-edged sword. You can recite curses to disturb enemies' minds, causing fear, confusion, and doubt. Or you can sing praises to boost your undead unit's attributes, morale, and combat strength. Maybe mixing crying and mourning with it will have unexpected effects? Until now, your level remains at 38. You haven't deliberately tried to level up, because you remember what the old tree spirit said. A king-level domain depends on experience and insight. To have a good domain, you need to go through things, experience them, and have those moments etched into your soul. You already have the qualities of endless life and dreams coming true. Now, you need one more, something aggressive. So you can't rush it. You must take your time, see more of this world, and experience more things. It's the third year. The basic skeleton soldier summon has been upgraded. This is your biggest breakthrough this year. Intermediate skeleton summon. Skilled now you can summon more types of soldiers with a random chance. Basic summon can only summon the weakest skeleton soldiers, the kind that break easily. Intermediate summon is different. It has randomness and can summon more types of soldiers. Skeleton warrior, a bit stronger than a skeleton soldier, armed, with basic fighting skills. Skeleton archer, a ranged unit, can shoot arrows, though not very accurate. Skeleton mage, the rarest type, can cast simple death magic, like corrosion or fear spells. When you first tried the intermediate summon, you summoned a skeleton warrior. The second time, a skeleton archer. The third time, a skeleton mage. The fourth time, you stopped to count. After 30 summons, there were 13 skeleton warriors, 10 skeleton mages, and 6 skeleton archers. The weakest skeleton soldier? It appeared only once. You silently looked at the only wobbly skeleton soldier. It stood among a group of skeleton mages and skeleton warriors, small and helpless. Luck is a strange thing, you muttered. Truly, the Lord's favor is not in vain. Half a year later, your skeleton army has grown to over 700. Summoning so many is a huge achievement. Otherwise, with your current strength, digging up over 700 corpses would be very difficult. In the army, half of them are skeleton warriors, and the other half are skeleton mages and archers. They can exist forever. As long as the soul fire remains, they will keep on existing. You gave them a name. Undead Plague. Reserve Force. Isn't it a nice name? Although you're not at that level yet. What about in the future? When you grow stronger, learn more skills, and can give them more buffs, thousands of skeleton mages casting death magic at the same time. That scene would be very spectacular. This year, you also awakened a purple talent, the Necromancer's Space. Necromancer's Space. A separate space used to store these summoned skeleton soldiers. Size depends on your mental strength. You tried it out. With a thought, over 700 skeleton soldiers disappeared instantly, all stored inside the space. In your perception, this space still has a lot of room left? No way, your mental strength is just too vast. Because it's not just your mental strength. You also inherited 30% of Sophia's hero's mental power. You're probably stronger than most hero-level characters. With another thought, they all appeared in front of you again. Good stuff. You couldn't help but praise. If you were in a fight, you could summon an army from this space at any time. Enemies would think you're just a lone fighter, but in the next second, they'd be overwhelmed by a sea of skeletons. Cunning. But it's good. With this talent, your safety is somewhat assured. You start to think carefully about your future path. Finally, you decide. It's time to go to the White Dew Castle. Lily's necklace has been tempting you for a long time. During the last simulation, you even wanted to steal it. But various unexpected events always delayed you. This time, you learned to be smart. Go early, before everyone else reacts. Take the item and leave. Then, you wait until the miracle dungeon opens. This is your only chance to come into contact with the fountain of life during this simulation. You float over to the castle's mirror. It's a broken mirror, half shattered. The surface is covered with cracks and dust. You look at yourself in the mirror. A skull. Inside the hollow eye sockets, two ghostly blue flames flicker. No skin, no flesh, only bones. You try to make a face. Your upper and lower teeth click together. Click. All right then. You turn around and drift toward the castle gate. Outside, the dead forest is gray and gloomy, with faint blue lights floating in the distance. You take a deep breath, though liches don't need to breathe. Let's go. Year 4. After a long journey, you arrive at White Dew Castle. You might wonder how a lich manages to travel through human territory without getting attacked. Well, you have a very useful skill. Invisibility. Invisibility and shadow stealth alternate seamlessly. People without real skill can't see through your disguise. You encounter no trouble along the way. Everything goes smoothly. Now, you float outside White Dew Castle, using your mental power to scan this beautiful building. Then, your soul fire excitedly flickers. Found it. You locate her room. It's late at night. Everyone except the guards is already asleep. Lily Chris. You sneak into her room. This little girl is sound asleep in her bed. A faint smile is on her face, as if she's dreaming something sweet. Your gaze passes over her and lands on her chest. There, a necklace is hanging. A silver chain with an irregular-shaped gemstone pendant. Under the moonlight, it glows with a faint blue light. Name: Heart of the Dead quality, Legendary Effect 1. This is the key to enter the Miracle Dungeon. You can also bring 5 teammates. Effect 2. A piece of past memory, sealed. Description: This is a heart that has already stopped beating. The greatest sorrow is a dead heart, and it holds a very sad memory. What kind of person can soothe its pain? The glow of appraisal magic flashes on the gem. You stare at the description and fall silent. Legendary? Indeed, it is legendary. But it seems to have no real use. You have seen legendary items before. The Golden Throne. Its effects dazzled your eyes. Golden Blessing, Wealth Increase, Bloodline Curse. A long list, half a page full. And this? 2 sentences. That's all. Maybe there's more to it. With your past experience, you don't look down on this simple description. You float over and gently lift it with your telekinesis. It's very light. Very cool. Inside the gem, something seems to be flowing, like sealed mist. Nothing else. Even the stored memory inside is sealed tightly, preventing anyone from viewing it. The seal is very strong, so strong that you can't break through no matter what. Click. Your teeth click together. All right. At least it's a key. At least you have it. In 10 years, you can enter the dungeon. You put the necklace away. The whole process was quick, without making a sound. Lily is still sleeping, still smiling, unaware of anything. You float to her bedside and look down at her peaceful sleeping face. A gentle thought moves in your mind. After a long while, you sigh. Who made me so soft-hearted? Then, some purple elemental particles appear around you. Dream magic activates. The next day, Lily Chris's face was covered in cold sweat. She was trapped in a nightmare where she couldn't wake up. She stood in the Chris family estate, surrounded by familiar scenery. But she saw her brother Alan standing in the shadows, talking to a man in black. Do it cleanly. Leave no traces. The lady over there, same. Eradicate the roots. The man in black nodded and disappeared into the darkness. Lily wanted to shout, but she couldn't make a sound. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move. All she could do was watch as the man in black approached her. A dagger glinted coldly in the moonlight. Little sister, so you're here? She suddenly turned around and saw Alan standing behind her, with a gentle, familiar smile on his face. Why? She heard her own voice trembling. Why are you doing this? Alan smiled. That smile slowly twisted into a fierce, scary look. Because of the title, he stepped closer. Father worked his whole life for just a countship. I want to become a marquis, a duke. I want to climb higher step by step. You're in my way, little sister. The dagger stabbed forward. Lily suddenly woke up. She gasped loudly, her body soaked in cold sweat. The fire in the fireplace was still burning. The curtains still fluttered. Everything was the same as before sleep. But that dream felt so real that she remembered every word Alan had said. She instinctively reached out, touching her neck. Her necklace was gone. She froze. Then she started searching wildly. She threw off the blanket, turned over the pillow. Nothing. Nothing. It was all gone. She stopped, gasping for breath. Then she saw something on the bedside table. A letter. A white envelope, lying quietly there, as if someone had deliberately placed it. Lily tremblingly picks up the letter and opens it. Dear Miss Lily, when you read this letter, I have already taken your necklace. Don't worry, this is not theft, but a trade. The dream you just had was not just a dream, or rather, it is a glimpse of the future about to happen. Your brother Alan is planning something big. Maybe you should find out what he's been doing lately, but if you're smart enough, you should start preparing to run away now. This is my advice to you. He is a very dangerous person. The phantom thief skeleton. Lily's hands shake violently as she finishes reading the letter. She stares at the words, her mind a jumble. Alan. No way, that can't be. He has always been kind, gentle, and caring towards her since they were children. She remembers what Alan said in her dream. Because of the noble title, you are in the way, little sister. She clenches the letter tightly. Then she stands up, rushes to the door, opens it, and shouts down the corridor. Help! Help! 5th year. You have returned to the forest of the dead. Actually, you have also thought about finding another place to settle. After all, going back is quite far. But there's no choice. In such a vast land on the southern continent, besides this territory of the Death Realm, you can't find a second place to live. Other areas are either crowded with living people or under the control of the Holy Light Church. If a skeleton head sneaks in, it would be instantly mistaken for a heretic and burned. Plus, you look at the grayish forest in front of you, and the soul fire in your eye sockets flickers. The resources here are too abundant. Bones. Mountains of bones everywhere. It's basically a paradise for necromancers. After 5 years, when you go to the Miracle Underground City, you'll need a place to serve as cannon fodder. Although your strength has already become quite strong, who doesn't dislike having many cannon fodders? At least, you should fill the space of the dead with bones. So, you decided to do it right away. Initially, you dug the bones yourself. But later, you started commanding skeleton soldiers to help you dig. Your fellow villagers, you can dig more safely on your own. You told your skeletons this. One skeleton turned into a soldier, and the newly created skeleton joined the army of digging. They helped you find more bones and summon more skeletons. This created a good cycle. Even better, the double good things kept happening. Your efficiency doubled. At the end of the year, you checked your stock. In the space of the dead, nearly 2,000 skeletons were neatly arranged. They stood quietly, with ghostly blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, waiting to be summoned. You nodded with satisfaction. Just one more year, and it will be full. This year, your skills also improved. The whispers of the dead turned into a triumphant song of death. Besides the original mental interference and attribute boosts, a new effect was added, a shield for all nearby undead units. The shield was very thin, maybe just enough to block a single strike. But it didn't matter because of the large number of skeletons. Tens of thousands of skeletons, all with shields, could withstand a long attack from enemies. You felt very happy. Like bees collecting honey. You continued gathering bones. In the 6th year, after another year of effort, your skeleton army grew to 3,700. The space of the dead was almost full. Notably, your intermediate skeleton summoning finally upgraded to advanced skeleton summoning. The strength of the skeleton soldiers made a huge leap. 2 new types of units were added, Skeleton High Priest and Skeleton King. The Skeleton King is a super-enhanced version of the Skeleton Warrior. It is 3 times larger than a normal skeleton warrior, with bones as thick as tree trunks. You are holding a huge bone sword in your hand. You tested its fighting power, making it fight 50 ordinary skeleton soldiers alone. Half an hour later, all 50 skeleton soldiers had fallen. The Skeleton King stood in place, even waving his sword as if he wasn't tired. You looked at the result and remained silent for 3 seconds. Good job, very impressive, you said admiringly. As for the Skeleton High Priest, it is a support-type unit. It can cast various buff spells to increase allies' attack, defense, and speed, and even replace you to buff the entire skeleton army. However, the chance of summoning a Skeleton King or High Priest is very low. Very low. Even if you summon 100 times, you might only get 1 or 2. In this year, you summoned 30 Skeleton Kings and over 100 Skeleton High Priests. This is understandable, as their strength far exceeds that of ordinary skeletons. They have become the core combat force of your army. You float in the air, looking at the vast army in the death realm. A strange sense of satisfaction rises in your heart. 4 years from now, you think, I'll take you all to do something big. Thousands of eyes light up simultaneously, as if responding. Finally, it looks like a real undead disaster is happening. Feeling a bit proud, you suddenly remember a question. What exactly is this forest of the dead? You have been summoning here for 2 years, but the number of corpses doesn't seem to decrease. There are still bones everywhere, and the variety is too rich. Humans are the most common, followed by orcs, then dwarves, elves, and even some species you don't recognize. Some bones are as large as giants, some are as slender as fairies, and some have wing remnants on their backs. These are real wings capable of flight, not just decorations. What kind of war could cause this? Gathering so many species and killing so many people? You float to a high place, overlooking this grayish forest. Mist surrounds it, and the trees are tall and withered. Whatever, it's none of my business. Continue collecting corpses. Meanwhile, somewhere on the southern continent, Lily is exhausted, leaning on a large tree. It's been 2 years. She has escaped for 2 years. She changed her identity, her clothes, and moved to several places. But he still came after her. My dear little sister, Alan speaks softly, like he's greeting her. Why do you always hide from me? Lily instinctively takes a step back. He reaches out his hand. Come back with me. Lily looks at his hand and sneers. Go back for what? To be like your father, a puppet on a string? Alan's expression briefly turns cold. Why don't you just kill me here? Alan is silent for a second. You're not meant to die now. He still speaks gently, but this time he pauses. Where is your necklace? His eyes suddenly turn sharp, staring fixedly at Lily's empty neck. Where is it? Lily looks at him. She smiles. A smile like a child finally able to take revenge. You will never, ever get it. Then he sees Lily pull out a scroll from her bosom. A 5th-level fire magic spell, explosive flame. Let's go to hell together. Lily tears open the scroll. A blinding light erupts from it. After a burst of fire, he walks out of the forest, dressed in tattered clothes. Get the horses ready, he says. His attendant pauses. Young master, where are we going? Alan looks into the distance. To find the green ghost witch. 7th year. You have been attacked. To be precise, you faced a raid. The deadly. One day, you are just relaxing at the castle gate, basking in the sun. Although liches do not need sunlight, you still retain some habits of living humans, just to strengthen your bones. But suddenly, you feel something is wrong. Your danger sense keeps ringing. From an overhead view, dozens of figures are quietly approaching. There are adventurers in leather armor, priests in white robes, and warriors wielding large swords. They are surrounding you, closing in on your broken castle. Is this the place? Yes, the information is correct. Where's the lich? Why is there only a head? Ignore it. We need to cut the head too. You. Harsh words can hurt others. Just as you hesitate about what to do, they have already started. A holy light strikes first. You dodge to the side, and the door behind you is blown into pieces. Evil lich, today is your death day. A strong man holding a big sword shouts. Hey, I think you've got the wrong person. You float into the air and speak to the group below. It's not your fault they say that. You have been to the Adventurers Guild. A team of dozens usually only goes on a level A mission. And this time, they even teamed up with the Church of Light. Such a grand lineup wouldn't come to kill you. You are a good skeleton. You were just peacefully resting in the forest, never having any contact with people. It's impossible to encounter such a large attack force. Did they dig up your ancestors' graves? May the God King forgive you. For the glory of the Adventurers Guild, a group of priests and adventurers shout these lines and rush forward. As if you are truly a heinous villain. Your eyes turn cold. The Church of Light is not to be trifled with, nor is the Adventurers Guild. But now, these people must be dealt with. You float into the air, looking down at the dozens of aggressive attackers. Since you are seeking death, then embrace the arms of death. Your soul fire flickered brightly. A purple magic circle slowly formed. Listen to my call. Suddenly, the air grew colder. My army, the space began to twist. Undead disaster. The gate of the dead burst open behind you. The first to step out was the Skeleton King. He stood fiercely beside you, looking down at the group of attackers. Then came the second, followed by the third, and the fourth. Over 1,000 skeletons surged out like a tide from the gate of the dead, filling the valley instantly. The attackers froze in shock. The strong man with a big sword opened his mouth wide. The priest's chants suddenly stopped. The archers stepped back, accidentally stepping on their allies' feet. No one spoke. Only the sound of the skeleton's chaotic footsteps and the faint crackling of soul fires flickering could be heard. You floated above the skeleton king's head, looking down at the crowd. Then you softly said, "Attack." Over 1,000 skeletons swarmed down. Honestly, this was the first time you saw such a scene. It was like a zombie siege. The skeletons piled on top of each other, the bones rubbing together with a cracking sound like an earthquake. You truly saw how terrifying a necromancer can be. Skeletons are undead creatures. They don't fear death. They rushed in all directions eagerly, their eyes filled with pure killing intent. Imagine if this power was used in real war, what would happen? If the number of skeletons increased, you might even conquer a city. More importantly, you could sustain your army through battle. The enemies you kill could instantly become your skeletons, fighting for you again, continuing to fight on your behalf. The rest of what happened needs no detailed description. When the last adventurer fell, the entire valley had become a battlefield of chaos. Magical traces are everywhere, and the ground is filled with fallen people. Most of those who came to fight you are no longer alive. You drift through the chaos and arrive in front of a priest. He is still alive, pinned to the ground by 3 skeleton warriors, unable to move. When he sees you approaching, he glares angrily and keeps muttering, "Evil lich, traitor to humans. You will be punished by the divine king." You hover in front of him. "I ask," you answer. He spits in frustration. "Sigh." You let out a sigh. No point wasting words with him. You fall into a dream. After 3 minutes, you open your eyes. Your eyes are full of confusion. How can this be? The Adventurers Guild. A sudden bounty mission appears. The target is the lich in the Forest of the Dead. The reward is outrageously high. The mission clearly states, the lich holds an important item, and completing the task requires submitting a necklace as proof. A necklace. The heart of the dead. You pause for a moment in silence. You are being targeted. Or rather, the key to the underground city of miracles is being watched. You look at the unconscious priest on the ground, then at the scattered bodies around him. They are just pawns. The real threat is the hand behind them. But right now, the problem is that the enemy is in the dark while you are in the light. You don't know who that person is. "I can't stay here any longer," you tell yourself. This time, your opponent clearly overestimated your strength. They didn't expect you to become so powerful. But next time, there could be dozens, or even hundreds. The Adventurers Guild and the Church of Light are both very vengeful. Once they target you, the attacks will come wave after wave until you are exhausted. You're not like those foolish monsters who don't know how to move when attacked. It's time to leave. You stand up and look at this valley that has seen many battles. The originally dull and gray Forest of the Dead now shows more signs of damage. The trees are scorched, the ground is riddled with deep craters, and there are traces of magic battles everywhere. Unknowingly, you have become capable of causing such great destruction to the landscape. You gather your skeletons and store them in the dead space. Then you turn and drift toward the distance. But where will you go? Year 8. You arrive at the Central Continent. The Central Continent is a very strange place. Many different races live here. Dragons nest in the clouds, dwarves mine inside mountains, and titans sleep in the mountain ranges. There are also strange races whose names you don't know, all crowded together in chaos. This place also has the oldest dungeon, the Infinite Dungeon. Legend says countless demons emerged from this dungeon. Succubi, vampires, ghouls, and even more terrifying beings. You float in the air, looking down at the endless mountain range below. The tall peaks reach into the sky like sharp swords, and the valleys are deep and dark, filled with exposed rocks and cracked earth. Even among undead creatures, you can feel what it means to live in a harsh environment. You might ask, why come here if it's so dangerous? Because you've been chased for an entire year. In the past, no matter where you hid, you could always be caught. And the worst part is, you even came to this remote place. And still, people want to kill you. You don't know who they are or what forces they represent, But every few days, a new group shows up. Adventurers, mercenaries, bounty hunters. You have gone from an innocent little skeleton to a terrifying villain capable of killing thousands. Among them are powerful beings at the king and emperor levels. They are like sharks smelling blood, coming wave after wave. You were chased all over the mainland, running wildly. During the endless pursuit, you became stronger. You became very powerful. An ordinary king-level opponent is no longer your match. And what about the emperor level? It's not that you could definitely defeat them easily, but they also can't really defeat you. Your level has reached 39. 39, just one step away from becoming a king. Your internal energy is fully saturated. With just a thought, you could break through. You are about to awaken a new kingly domain. But you haven't done much about it yet. There's no rush. You haven't met an enemy who can push you to that limit. This year, you also learned a new skill. Death Transformation. This skill is quite interesting. You can summon a skeleton creature based on the bones of a dead creature. For example, if you find a horse's skeleton, you can summon a skeleton horse. If you find a dragon skeleton, you can summon a skeleton dragon. Skeleton creatures retain all the skills they had in life and half of their attributes. It's a targeted summoning. Most of the people hunting you over the years have joined your undead army. You, a Lich Lord, have 7 king-level skeleton soldiers. Although the number of undead plagues has decreased, their quality has improved like never before. Plus, the creatures across the mainland are scattered and varied. While fleeing, you've been collecting and adding new members to your necromancer space. Skeleton eagles, skeleton tigers, skeleton bears, skeleton wolves. Your army is transforming from a ragtag group into an elite force. But you're increasingly confused. How did they find you? The clever you can guess. The bounty orders were issued either by Caesar or by Alan. You clearly did a perfect job stealing the necklace. No witnesses, no traces left. Even Lily herself doesn't know. How did the person who issued the bounty find out? You don't know. All you know is that you've been hiding for almost a year, almost going crazy. You even start to wonder if you were wearing a tracker. Otherwise, how could you be found so quickly every time? For example, that necklace? You take out the heart of the dead and look at it over and over. The gem still glows with a faint blue light, and the mist inside continues to flow. You have tried putting it into the dead's space, sealing it with magic, and using all kinds of methods, but nothing works. You are still being chased. Damn it, you curse. Your teeth clench together. Click. There's no way you will give up the heart of the dead. As for the person behind the scenes, want to take it? Humph. Let's see who's better. There are 2 years left before the miracle dungeon opens. Hold on. Year 9. You are resting in a valley. By now, you are used to being hunted. The skeletons are becoming more coordinated, able to form formations, fight, and retreat without your commands. You even start to think this life isn't so bad. Until that day, that evening, you are counting supplies in a cave. Suddenly, a cold feeling rushes up from deep inside your soul. No, that's not right. You float out of the cave, but the coldness on your body grows stronger. Until, bang, you hit a wall. It's not a wall. It's a transparent barrier. Someone has set up a barrier here. You turn around. At the cave entrance, there is a person standing. He wears a long black robe, the hem trailing on the ground but not getting dusty. His face is hidden in the shadow of his hood, so you can't see his features, only a pair of eyes. The rocks begin to weather silently. The leaves of the crooked-necked trees fall one by one, turning to dust the moment they hit the ground. The air becomes heavier and heavier. Every moment it brushes past your bones feels like swallowing knives. Little skeleton, I finally found you. As soon as the words were spoken, a powerful aura surged toward you. Under this pressure, you felt yourself shrinking. Not actually shrinking, but feeling suppressed. Your soul's fire, your strength, everything was being crushed by a higher being. This wasn't a king-level presence. It was definitely not an emperor level either. You could tell. This wasn't a king or emperor. You've dealt with those levels before. You've experienced their dominance. That's territory, rules. I am the master of my domain. But this is different. It seems you are facing a giant. This is hero level. You feel like you're in great danger. You don't understand. Your divine perspective is clearly active. How can someone set up a barrier right in front of you? He's only hero level. Your divine vision can see through disguises beyond level 40. How did you do that? He doesn't speak. He just looks at you with his blood-red eyes. The killing intent in his gaze is so strong, it almost seems solid. At this moment, you can't think too much. Because that hand moved again, you quickly step back, creating distance. Listen to my call. You raise your hand, ready to summon your undead army. No matter what, a crowd tactic is your best plan. As long as you drain his stamina, then you might still have a chance. The gate of the undead behind you is slowly opening. The man watching this scene seems to have moved his lips slightly. Is he smiling? Then he raises his hand. 7th level magic, seal, just a few simple words. Before you could react, you felt the gate of the dead suddenly shake. Then, it was sealed shut. No, not just closed. It was sealed. You tried to open it again, but it wouldn't budge. This magic seems to block all spells. Releasing an army of undead by a necromancer. That's a serious tactical mistake, the man said with a teasing tone. You froze in surprise. Is there such a magic? Is this really allowed? The man didn't answer. He drew the heavy sword from his back. It was a completely black sword, as wide as a door, with dark red patterns carved on it. In the blink of an eye, he charged at you. Quick. Too fast. All you saw was a shadow rushing past. The next moment, the heavy sword was swinging toward you. You had no time to dodge. You could only shout out loud. Kingdom of the King, activate, clang. The heavy sword struck you, producing a deafening metallic roar. A huge wave of energy shattered more than 10 rocks. But you remained unharmed. The man stopped, looking at you with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're not even at the king level, yet you can awaken your domain, he spoke in a deep voice. That's interesting. You ignored him. Being forced to reveal your endless vitality right away put you at a disadvantage. Fortunately, good things come in pairs. In the next minute, it became your key to turning the tide. Your soul fire flickered. Magic circles lit up around you one after another. 5th level magic, flame spear. 4th level magic, dark matter ray. 4th level magic, flying sand and stones. 4th level magic, death song. 4th level magic. You immediately began casting magic to hurt him. Even when facing the sword energy he occasionally slashed your way, you didn't bother to dodge. Because it couldn't hurt you anyway. Seizing the remaining invincible time, I used all the magic I knew. From level 5 to level 2. All kinds of elemental magic. Anything I knew, I threw out all at once. Suddenly, magic spells flew chaotically in the valley, shining in many colors like fireworks. That man moved swiftly among the fireworks. He ignited red fighting spirit on his body, which flickered like flames. Every strike could cut through a magic spell, and every block could scatter a burst of energy. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he had fought like this many times before. Watching his skillful moves, I couldn't help but grind my teeth. This is really tough. He was a true warrior who fought on the edge of life and death. The magic bombardment lasted over a minute, until the man finally launched his last red sword energy toward you. You quickly sidestepped. Oh no, you made a dodge move. It was obvious what you were doing. Invincibility is over. A tight feeling gripped your heart. When you tried to track his position again, you found that he had disappeared. Your eyes widened. Where did he go? Your mind raced quickly. Suddenly, you heard the sound of a sharp sword breaking through the air behind you. You turned your head sharply. That heavy sword was already swinging toward you. Your life? I will take it, he shouted as he swung his sword down. The sword blade cut into your body as if into nothingness. He struck the ground with the remaining force. The land, along with your body, was split in two. Your head, now in two halves, fell to the ground. You saw cracks in the earth spreading dozens of meters away. He looked at this result, but was not happy. Because you turned into smoke. You vanished. Illusion magic? He muttered to himself. No, it's dream magic. He recognized it. He is familiar with this kind of magic. Very familiar. But when? When did he learn it? Of course, it was at the start of opening the domain. You didn't say which domain was opened. Getting distracted during battle is a big mistake. Your voice sounds from behind. He quickly turns around. You are floating in the air. Behind you are 6 chains extending from the void. The chains glow with a golden light, directly binding him. Charging is complete. Now? 6th level magic, judgment. He bows his head. A huge white cross is emerging from the ground beneath him. The cross is pure white and radiates holy light. This sharply contrasts with the bloody aura on him. Chains wrap around his wrists. He tries to struggle. Red fighting energy ignites. Your magic, you speak calmly. Now, I have learned it too. 7th level magic, seal. Dreams come true. Your lies always become real. Good things come in pairs. You cast dual spells. Seal the fighting energy. Seal the domain of the king. The red fighting energy on him instantly extinguishes. He widens his eyes. A lich, he speaks, voice hoarse. How can it be divine magic? I was a priest, after all, a lich. The man's eyes seem to brighten a little. Light of angels gathers above. The holy glow becomes brighter and more intense. Finally, it turns into a huge beam of light crashing down from the sky. By my body, judging all sins of the world. The light engulfs him. After 2 seconds, the beam disperses. The cross is empty, nothing remains. You stare at that spot, waiting for 3 seconds. Nothing happens. You breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, a faint breeze whispers behind you. You suddenly turn around. The figure holding a heavy sword appears again in front of you. You freeze. Damn it. Is this too intense? You don't have time to think of anything else, only to say this local slang. But the sword stops. It halts just an inch from your head. The hand holding the sword trembles. The man finally hears that familiar catchphrase. His hood has fallen off at some point. Revealed is a head of shiny blonde hair and a pair of red eyes. Those eyes are fixed on you, pupils trembling violently. Something inside them is surging. Unbelievable. Extreme patience. And tears shimmer in his eyes. Lie, sir? His voice is hoarse, trembling, as if he used all his strength to say those words. Is that you? You are stunned. This person knows you. You look at that face, that young face, those red eyes. Before you can speak, he throws down his sword. He cups your skull. Big tears rolled down from those red eyes. His voice chokes with emotion. I finally found you. System, I think you owe me an explanation. Lie eyes the simulated scene with a sinister look. Blonde hair, red eyes, and such a reaction. Isn't this Leo? And he clearly has the memories from the simulation. System, hee. The system's voice unusually carries a hint of awkwardness, as if admitting a mistake. There is actually a rule. When the simulated rating reaches A, or higher, the main character will gain memories of this simulation. Listening to the system's guilty explanation, Lie squinted. His tone became sarcastic. Oh, then why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't it to give the host a surprise? I'll surprise you. Please continue watching the simulation. Disappears, Lie sighed. Although this system is a bit unreliable, he hasn't suffered any real loss. On the contrary, it's good that Leo remembers him. Plus, isn't everything he is given by the system? All right, let's forget about it this time. He seemed to say it to himself. He kept watching. You are being held by those hands, looking into those red eyes, red pupils, golden hair. The combination of these two colors is quite strange, but on his face, it somehow feels perfectly harmonious. Leo, the man with blonde hair and red eyes, nodded desperately, tears falling more fiercely. It's me. You paused for a moment. The last time you saw him was 9 years ago. Back then, he was still a child, crying alone in the church, looking pitiful. Now this. You observed him. Broad shoulders, long legs, and a body that's incredibly strong. How did you grow so big? Leo was stunned. Then he smiled. That smile, with tears in his eyes, looked a bit silly. Mr. Lie, is that the first thing you care about? What else? You spoke confidently. The last time I saw you, you were small. Now you're so much taller than me. That's not possible. I'm human, and I will grow, but you're growing too fast. It's been 9 years, Mr. Lie. You fell silent. 9 years. 9 years may not mean much to you. In the blink of an eye, 9 years have passed. But for Leo, 9 years. How many 9-year periods does a person have in a lifetime? These years of yours. You start to speak, but stop. Leo looks at you, waiting. You want to ask many questions. How did you grow up? What did you experience? Why did you become a bounty hunter? But when the words come to your mouth, they turn into just. Are you okay? Leo's eyes turn red again. He takes a deep breath and nods. Yes, his voice is a little hoarse. Never been better. You nod in response. Immediately, you change the subject. This child's heart is still as sensitive as before. Cough, cough. Oh, right. You float up and break free from his grip. Did you take Caesar's order to come after me? Leo shakes his head. It's the new Duke of the Chris family. He came to me. He asked me to follow this compass to find you. Leo then takes out a compass. The compass is green. The needle always points at you. As a reward, I can choose something from the Holy King's treasury. Oni has said there's something inside that he really needs, just like Alan. He still prefers to hire top assassins, just like dark elves. You narrow your eyes, though the skull's squinting effect isn't very clear. Oni is, Leo quickly says, worried you might worry. He's inside me. We are kind of symbiotic. You pause for a moment, then nod. It's worth noting that Leo is not possessed by a demon at this moment. He is not using Oni as his power. His own level has already reached hero rank, achieving such success at a young age. This wouldn't be possible without the help of that demon. You chat with Leo for a long time. About this barrier, looking at the still present shield around you, you ask, can it be lifted? Leo pauses for a moment. Isn't this arranged by Mr. Ray? You are stunned. Did I set it up? Yes, I asked Onias for help to get through. You fall silent. You didn't set up the barrier at all. So what is this barrier? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descends. Everywhere it touches, plants wither rapidly. Green leaves turn yellow and then turn to ash in an instant. Wildflowers, moss, and even the barely alive trees are stripped of their last bit of life. You float in the air, feeling nothing. A lich, after all, has no vitality. But Leo's red fighting spirit suddenly flares up, blocking the draining force outside. He turns around and stands in front of you. This was set up by the Old One. Who? A figure slowly walks from the valley entrance. It is an old woman, thin as a skeleton, her skin wrinkled like bark, hunched over, breathing heavily with every step. She wears a tattered black robe, holding a tall wooden staff. She looks like she might collapse at any moment. But as you look at her, the fire of her soul suddenly flickers intensely. The old woman stops 10 meters in front of you. She raises her head. Her eyes, pitch black. No whites, no pupils, only two deep, abyss-like black holes. Finally, you've waited so long. She speaks, her voice rough like sandpaper rubbing against stone. You've finished catching up, you stare at her. Who are you? The old woman grins. That wide grin is something a normal person couldn't manage. Your lips are stretched into a wide grin, revealing a row of uneven yellow teeth. You can call me. She pauses. You? You feel a bit confused. Or a louder name. The owner of the necklace, she says. Your heart skips a beat. The owner of the heart of the dead. That means the ninth seat of the round table witch society, the Death Witch. You and Leo exchange a look. Both of you are filled with complicated feelings. Witches are powerful leaders of an era. Although history books describe their true strength in many different ways, one thing is certain. They are all remarkably united. Each witch has at least semi-divine power. If this person really is the Death Witch, Leo steps forward, flames of red fighting spirit burning fiercely. What are you trying to do? His voice is cold. Trying to steal something? You looks at him, her two black eyes showing no emotion. The lost vitality slowly flows toward her. It actually makes her look a few years younger. I have sensed her presence and traveled a long way here. Of course, I want to take back what belongs to me. She speaks slowly, but her eyes still sparkle with cleverness. She pauses, but she looks at Leo. You came after me. Her gaze lingers on Leo for a moment. That bloody smell. Is it Wunya's or Zwaluluo? Her nose twitches slightly. Doesn't matter which demon it is. I am now powerless and no match for either. She looks back at you. Trying to forcefully take it is no longer an option. You remain silent for a second. If I can't beat Leo, then why are you even here? Are you looking for trouble? You smiled mischievously. I actually want to. But unfortunately, no one can kill me. What does it mean to fight, but not be able to die? Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed your mind. You remember what the old elf said. She is unkillable. You look down at the withered life around her, and everything matches. An idea pops into your head. Is the woman locked in the thorny jungle her? But she doesn't look like it. She's too old. Old enough that you feel she might pass away at any moment. While you're thinking, you speaks again. You holding onto that necklace. You probably know about the dungeon, right? You stay silent. I can. She pauses. As a member of the dungeon adventure team, I can join you. You're stunned. Leo is also stunned. What did you say? I want to be your adventure team member, you repeats. To go into the dungeon together. You stare at her. What if I say no? Traveling with someone so mysterious. How could you accept? As soon as you speak, Leo's aura suddenly intensifies. The bat wings burst through his back. His sharp teeth grow longer. This lady, Mr. Lei, I don't like you. Even though the atmosphere is tense, she still smiles gently. Indeed, you are a blood ancestor. But, little one, fighting to the death isn't good for anyone. You snaps her fingers. At that moment, the barrier suddenly glows with a dazzling light. Time in this area seems to stand still. Besides thoughts, not even the air was moving. You forgot that you were still inside the barrier. And this barrier happens to be a control-type barrier. Before you could react, she was already in front of you. A thin, withered hand reached out and directly probed inside you. No, it was probing into your spirit space. The spirit space is your core. And she had just inserted her hand into it. You couldn't even resist. Leave. Mr. Lei, just as Leo was about to break free in his anger, she finally pulled her hand back, holding a necklace in her hand. The heart of the dead. To join this journey, I still prepared a ticket. She held out the necklace to you. To regain your strength, you can watch this memory with me. A memory about the immortal, she paused. It will be very helpful for your domain of kingship. Before you could ask what she meant, the necklace suddenly shone brightly. The light was so dazzling that you couldn't open your eyes. You only felt a strong pull from the necklace. Then, the world spun around you. Mr. Lei, the light swallowed everything. Leo's shouts gradually faded away. You fell into a strange memory. Thump! I fell from the gallows. The ropes binding me broke. I struggled to crawl up from the muddy ground. But when I looked up, I saw those terrifying and crazy faces. She is still alive. No way. We've burned her so many times. It's a witch. She really is a witch. I was tied back to the post. The pile of firewood beneath my feet had burned out, leaving only ashes and a few charred logs. My body was also burned, and my skin was torn. But after a while, they would grow back again. The ropes left red marks on me, and it hurt a lot. The crowd's shouts were deafening. Some shouted, "Burn her alive." Others yelled, "Damn witch," and some threw stones at me. I survived again. I lived through it once more. My name is Yu. I am 12 years old this year. Or rather, I was 12 once. Since my first death until now, how much time has passed? I don't know. Between dying and coming back to life again and again, time has become blurry. It all seems to have started with that terrible plague. 1,000 years ago, everything on Starfall continent was controlled by the nobles. Knowledge, magic, even life itself. Even in the face of the plague, we were still unequal. The nobles hid in their castles, locking the gates tight. Priests, doctors, alchemists, all flocked to serve them. The common people, the ones nobody cared about, were left behind. They died one by one, their bodies piled up in the streets, uncollected. Eventually, wild dogs tore them apart. Everyone in my village died. My father, my mother, my little brother, all of them were gone. I don't even know why. When the plague came, I fell with them. But I miraculously survived. I got up and walked out of the house. I went from door to door, calling each person's name. No one answered. There was no one alive in the village anymore. Finally, I reached the village entrance and sat under an old locust tree, waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know. Waiting for someone to save me? Waiting for the plague to end? Waiting for myself to die? My mind is very empty. Eventually, the estate owner's people arrived. They rode horses, dressed in fine clothes, holding long spears. I was lifted up by them and thrown onto a horse, then taken back to the estate. The estate owner was a fat man with a round face like a steamed bun, and his chin was layered in 3 folds. He sat on a big chair, with several people in black robes standing nearby. He looked at me and asked, "Are you the only one who survived?" I nodded. He laughed happily, as if he had found a treasure. Then he told the people next to him, "Take her to the church." I didn't know what they planned to do. I thought they wanted me to pray and thank God for saving me. I was quite happy because the church had colorful stained glass windows, which were very beautiful. I had never seen anything like that before. Then I was tied to a pillar. The estate owner stood on the steps and shouted to the crowd below. Where did the plague come from? It's the witches. They use magic to harm our livestock and pollute our water. They make deals with demons, gaining powers that bring disaster to the world. With the plague spreading, social conflicts had become very sharp and hopeless. The people's anger kept growing. Soon, they would face endless rebellion. But how could the nobles allow their rule to be harmed even a little? So, a scapegoat was created. This girl, the whole village died except for her. Why? Because she's a witch. She caused everyone's death. The crowd was furious. They rushed at me, spat on me, threw stones, and kicked me. I screamed and cried, saying I didn't know anything and hadn't harmed anyone. But no one listened. They tied me outside on an open space and piled up firewood. Then they set it on fire. The flames hurt a lot when they started. It was very painful. When my flesh burned, it sizzled like frying meat. I smelled my own cooked flesh and felt sick. All I could do was scream. I kept screaming until the fire consumed me. The evil witch was burned to death. But I survived. They looked at me in fear and took a few steps back. However, the landowner quickly calmed down. She is definitely a witch. We must burn her again, so I was burned a second time. Then a third time. And a fourth time. I don't know how many times I was burned. I only know that each time I survived, those people's eyes grew more scared and crazed. Decapitate her, someone shouted. They cut off my head. After the blade fell, my head rolled on the ground twice. I could still see and hear. I saw my body fall, and those people gathered around to look at my head. Then I grew another head. Dissect her, someone shouted. They chopped me into pieces. Hands, feet, torso, head, all cut into small parts. Then they threw me on the ground, stepped on me, smashed me with stones, and let dogs tear at me. Finally, I broke out from inside a dog's belly. Those people looked at me, covered in blood, and finally started to break down. Devil, monster, kill her, but I couldn't be killed. No matter what they did, I kept coming back to life. But every time I revived, it hurt. It hurt so much I wanted to die. I'm not a witch. I'm not a witch. If I had the power, if I truly knew magic, how could I let them do this to me here? I had nothing. I was nothing. Just an ordinary girl. Let me die? I wish I could die completely. But they didn't care. They only wanted to vent their anger. Watching me come back to life again and again, their eyes grew more and more crazy. They tried all kinds of ways to torture me, as if they were in a never-ending game, seeing who could really kill me. No one can. I have been alive, living in pain, until one day, someone came to the estate owner. Sir, I have a perfect solution. Speak. That person chuckled twice, but his laugh made me shiver. It wasn't fear. It was surprise. Could I finally be free? Later, they made a heavy iron coffin. It was thick, cold, and heavy. The lid had a small hole, just big enough for a thumb, to let a little air in, but only a little. Outside, the coffin was chained with a heavy iron chain attached to a big iron ball. I was put inside. It was very cramped. My hands and feet couldn't move. I could only curl up. The coffin lid was closed. The last bit of light disappeared. In the dark, I heard someone shouting outside, then a loud shaking. The coffin was lifted, then it dropped. The feeling of weightlessness lasted only a moment. A huge impact came from all sides. Water. Cold water rushed in through that small hole. The coffin sank. More and more water, faster and faster. I tried to block the hole, but I couldn't. The water kept coming in, icy and sharp. The water level rose to my knees, waist, chest, and neck. I held my breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. My lungs felt like they would burst. I couldn't hold it anymore. I opened my mouth. Water flooded in. Cold water rushed into my throat, into my windpipe, into my lungs. That feeling, more painful than a fire. My consciousness blurred. I died. I don't know how long it was. I woke up. Still in darkness, still cold, still water. I was already in the water. The coffin was full of water. I need to breathe. Open your mouth. Water rushes into your lungs. You suffocate. You die. You come back to life. Open your mouth again. You die again. Over and over. Again and again. Again and again. Time loses meaning in the darkness. There is only repetition, an endless cycle. Wake up, drown, die. Wake up, drown, die. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Why are they treating me like this? Why? In the name of death, I will make them pay. Night butterflies flutter in the room. They are strange creatures, seeming emotionally distant. Right now, they are flapping their wings wildly. Translucent scales fall from their wings, shimmering with a faint blue glow. Those glowing spots land on a woman in purple clothes. She sits in a chair, with a grayish mist floating in front of her. The night butterflies circle around her, and finally, a clear drop of liquid falls from one butterfly's eye. Tears. The woman catches the tear. Her eyes are full of sadness. Even the night butterflies are crying for you, Moon. The scene in the mist continues. A girl is curled up inside a coffin. Her eyes are open, hollow, and blank. She no longer struggles or screams, just floats quietly, waiting for the next drowning. Her body is still that of a 12-year-old. But what about her heart? It has long since died. The woman sighs. She reaches out and gently touches the mist. Such a sad memory. Her fingers brush the mist, and the images begin to shrink, compress, and finally form into a clear crystal. I'll keep it safe for you. She puts away the crystal and stands up. Only the night butterflies continue to flutter.